Yeah, she started. She's starting standing. Hello.
Are we checking?
This is literally
Yep.
live.
Oh, cool.
And welcome to day 2 here at the TechCrunch booth at CES. We have an amazing day in store for you. We've got interviews with Fitbit's James Park. We're going to talk to the conservative presidential candidate in France. And we've got a number of panels. Plus, we've got the second day of Hardware Battlefield, 2 whole sessions for you, and TechCrunch Trivia, where you could win a ticket to Disrupt New York in May. But we're going to start with the Gadgets Podcast with my men. I'm Jordan Crook.
I'm Devin Coldaway.
I'm Brian Heater. This is what my voice sounds like in the morning.
You took my spot. I'm Matt Burns.
This is it's only getting worse from here.
Quiet. Time to be quiet, Brian.
Yeah, no.
That's all I got.
Yeah, use your inside voice and drink tea. Let's talk, Brian. This is your world right here on the Gadgets Podcast. What do you want to talk about first? I know you have some bad names. I like that.
Well, Matt was telling me earlier to talk as much as possible, and maybe, I'll push through it, and maybe my voice will actually get better before the end of the show. This was his
I don't think I
tip.
said that at all.
As somebody
You
who's
got
done a
your
lot of
whiskey?
these.
Or you'll go silent, and then we can just replace you.
Finally.
So, I've been going through the list. There's a lot of startups. Hey, startups have strange names these days, don't they, Matt?
Oh my goodness, do they ever?
So I wanted to try a little game. This will be probably the first and last time that we ever do this on the TechCrunch podcast. I'm going to give you the name of a company, and based on that name, you're going to attempt to extrapolate what they actually make.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Name number 1.
Name number 1, Banana Things. 2 words, Banana Things.
Oh, God.
Oh, God is right.
I'm so tempted.
So this is an actual company at this actual show.
I went through the list of exhibitors this morning alphabetically and pulled some of the more interesting
No. It's a fruit dehydrator.
Not even close.
Banana things.
Is
Banana
it
Things.
in any
They make
way
hammocks.
related to fruit?
It is not, but it does rhyme with banana slings. I don't know if that's helpful.
That's what
at
I was
all.
thinking of, I think. It's for your banana.
I don't know, Brian. What is it?
It's an elegant piece of sound technology allowing you to listen to private soundscapes.
Oh,
So it's a speaker,
Yeah.
but is it
So-
shaped like a banana?
it's elegant, but they named it Banana Things.
Yes.
I know an elegant banana thing speaker.
Big
That is great.
win.
And it utilizes bone conduction technology.
So it's
course it
banana.
does.
That's
banana
all the
things.
coverage you'll ever get from us, Banana Things.
It's a banana phone.
Devin is disqualified from this round because I'm pretty sure you actually know what this one does. We saw this yesterday on the floor right here at the Sands. Body Friend.
Body Friend?
All one word, Body Friend.
I'm
I
not
mean-
disqualified because I didn't see that.
Heart rate monitor or something, right? I
You
mean,
did see it. You did see it.
Yeah, but I didn't register it, and that's really what matters.
Here's why I remember you saw it, because as we were passing the booth, you thought it said boyfriend.
That's true. That's the only thing I registered.
That's
Devin's
what
like, "I'll take
looking
one."
for.
This one's
So
actually
body friend.
yeah.
So is an Internet of Things connected blanket.
You're in the ballpark.
that's pretty good. Is it like a mattress
I
or
was going to say a
something?
mattress or something.
Getting a little bit
No,
closer.
no. It was. Didn't you put a blanket over you? Is that what I saw on the live
No, no, no.
stream?
I think that was in your dream.
That was in my dream.
This is
Oh.
actually one of the more straightforward ones on the list, just FYI.
Okay, then a heart rate monitor, like a wearable
it?
that helps you with fitness.
Like
a-
a wrist wearable for a sleep
it's
tracker.
it's a massage chair.
Right.
They
I
are
hate this
the
game.
They were established in 2007, and they are the dominant player in the Korean massage chair industry.
The dominant player. Okay, let's move to the
Okay.
next
All right.
one.
Climax Technology.
Oh my
Climax
God! Come
Technology.
on.
This is not
All right.
Engadget's
Why?
podcast.
Yeah,
It's
we're
the
not.
TechCrunch
This isn't the
podcast.
Engadget
Let's try to
stage,
stay on
okay?
brand here,
like
Brian.
we're clean,
Okay, so
family
Climax-
fun.
Climax Technology. If it did what it sounded like, it wouldn't be on my list. Is
Okay,
that fair?
okay. It is technology that helps you climb a mountain.
No, it's a
To the max.
It's a wearable subwoofer.
It is Climax Technology is a smart home security solution provider.
These
That's
people
bullshit.
are so dumb.
would
What
they
the
call
hell?
it that?
Why would you name it that?
Next.
This is actually the name that inspired me to create this list. I saw this in the lead up to CES. I'm really excited about this one, and this is part of a theme that you'll see in the next three names. Crazy Baby Incorporated.
Crazy Baby?
All one word.
Crazy
Baby Incorporated.
Is the incorporated, is that one word as well? Is that all?
It's
Crazy Baby
Crazy
Incorporated?
Baby.
INC.
Oh, okay.
INC. Crazy
Is
Baby.
do they
Inc.
make Bluetooth speakers?
For babies.
Because I feel like that's about half of all companies at this point.
Devin got it.
Is
it
Got
really?
it in one.
Oh my God. Bluetooth speakers for babies.
Well, not for babies, just
Crowd goes
Bluetooth
wild.
speakers. I mean, babies can use these speakers.
They're baby friendly.
They're not like ages 18 and up. They're not adult speakers.
I mean, you need to expose your baby to Foo Fighters as early as possible.
I'm just gonna blow through these next two because they're also baby related. We have Docatot.
Docatot?
Docatot, all
That's
one
like
word.
where it's for locking down a baby.
Can you
Yeah,
use
yeah.
that in a sentence, please?
I just said the word Docatot. Docatot. Hatch Baby. Hatch, 2 words, Hatch Baby. They are a
the
smart.
hatch you put a baby in.
It's a smart parenting device company that embeds digital wireless cloud technology into everyday nursery products. This one also is another theme that I've seen on the list, and we might want to talk to Roman about this later. A shocking number of these terribly named companies are French.
So maybe it's lost in translation.
No, but because we have a French writer, Roman, and he always talking about how like French marketing, not just in startups, they try to be like American punny. So they use like words that are English that fit in with like a French phrase to be like some sort of pun, and that's like the thing that they do. But
Roman tries to be funny unsuccessfully a lot.
oh my God, poor Roman.
Roman, are you watching?
He has 2 major interviews today too. So
He's like locked away with soundproof headphones on right now.
The name of the company, this is all one word. It's lovebox.love.
oh, I saw this one.
Love box.
It's an actual wooden box.
Okay.
It's a wooden box that has a spinny heart on the front, and that you can send a message to show love to your friends and family with a spinny heart.
When they look back in history as to like what was the demise of Jordan and the rest of humanity,
Is it this
I want
podcast?
everyone to remember this moment.
Cause of
I've
death,
given up.
Lovebox.
I give up.
Love, or whatever
Can
it was.
we move
Yeah,
on
I
from
quit.
this game?
Yeah, I'm done with
Sure,
this
okay.
game.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
dying here.
Really good work though. Thanks
Yeah,
for
that's good.
compiling
Save
that.
some for later.
You could write a post next time, maybe.
Okay. We can save Smash Toast Incorporated for later.
Smash
Toast.
Smash those.
It sounds like
I
a
love that
breakfast
album.
cereal mixed with a video game.
So one thing I've noticed about the show is the lack of let's say this differently. It's the evolution of wearables. Wearables used to be only on your wrist, and then there's some wearables for fingers as well. But now there's wearable socks, and there's body tracking shirts.
To be fair, there have always been wearable socks.
It's very true. Thank you.
Wake
But
up,
now they
Matt.
I thought you were done for the day.
Technology.
Yeah.
I was not
Your
counting on
voice,
that.
your voice seems to be
Your
getting
voice
worse.
is
Or
not
maybe it's the jokes.
melodious in any way.
But there's sensors in everything now.
Yeah, we have. Can I get the wearables graphic as well? There's the wearable. I mean, there's the sensors embedded in the body suits. You've got the ring, which was actually pretty cool. You can see right there.
I love that ring. I think it's super cool. And then there's also like all of the. I was on a segment recently where they're talking about implantable technology, and right now they're leaving it to simple things like where you could put a little magnet on the tip of your finger and like hold a paper clip up.
So simple.
But no, I mean, that doesn't do anything. But eventually you could put something in there if you could shrink it down to the right size where it would track your stuff and you wouldn't have to buy or wear anything or charge anything.
My dog has one of those.
Yeah, like that, only with step counter.
He can pick up paper clips with his paw.
But so the same thing with all this junk up here, right? Is you use it for 2 weeks, and then it goes in your drawer, and then you don't use it again.
Well, and also, like, it's just an onslaught of numbers. I'm so sick of, like, you look at these dashboards and they're like, 18 flights, 24,000 steps, blah, blah, blah. It's like, and the Motif is a really good exception to that rule. That tracks active minutes. So once you get to 30 minutes in the day, you're done. 30 active minutes, and that's
You can go to
much
bed.
more.
You're done with your day.
Well, it's much more valuable in terms of learning the progress that you're making instead of faked out steps.
Yeah, it's not over quantifying things. It's just saying like it's just a simple, very little thing, and it doesn't take up your whole wrist or whatever. It just says, hey, you did some exercise. Good for you.
Exactly. You don't need to be a data researcher to understand what the hell's going on.
To be fair, we have 3 very different products up here. So you mentioned the Motive before, which is a tracking ring. These 2 devices over here. So the Polar it's definitely one of the more interesting wearables we've seen. It's a shirt with a heart rate monitor embedded into it. That and the Adidas device over there are both actually targeted toward athletes. So those are 2 very different product categories. When we're talking about like a cheap step counter and
then
something
another category too. In participating in Hardware Battlefield is a company that makes a sock that tracks all sorts of data points in diabetics' feet.
Yeah, so you could get these little hot spots, and if you don't kind of notice immediately and go straight to the hospital, you risk,
Major
losing
damage.
your foot.
Right.
Amputation. And so these socks will tell you immediately, hey, go to the doctor right now. Get it solved before something drastic happens.
I think at the end of the day, if the main thing that your product is doing is tracking steps, it's at this point completely worthless because we all have phones in our pockets that can do that already. So you need to go beyond that.
Yeah, and this is where I think that what we're seeing is these wearables are going deep into niches because a year or 2 years ago, it was novel just to have a wristwatch tracker like for steps for any basic activity, but that's done now. It's over. Everybody either has one that tracks their steps or whatever. But when you have something a little more specific, a little more catered to a community, you think, oh, that's like I'm a diabetic. That's just for me. Or I don't want a whole activity tracker. I can just get this ring. That's just for me.
You know what I got 2 weeks ago, brand new. The company just launched. It's by a company called 8. Pop quiz. What does 8 do?
They make a wooden box.
They create
do
spiders.
A love box.
Bluetooth speakers.
No, it's a smart it's a smart mattress.
Ah.
So there's sensors throughout the mattress cover, and there's 2 sides. So one side will track mine, and the other will track my wife, and I can see if anybody's in the bed while I'm here. So there's that. I've discovered that.
Yeah, I bet that was
But
good.
it's really neat because it tracks respiratory rates and the temperature, the ambient temperature in the room, the temperature of the underneath the covers. There's warming sensors on either side. But the best part is there's a lab function. So for a week total, it'll ask you questions throughout the day, how you slept, how you're feeling, and then it'll provide recommendations on what to do differently. And that's what a lot of these things are missing.
Yeah, that proactive step, something to actually help you change. And a streak isn't enough for that, I don't
Right.
think. Keeping your streak is lame.
And that also makes sense to have sleep recommendations built into a mattress versus a fitness device because there's really only so much you can track. I mean, they have an accelerometer built in so they know if you're tossing and turning during the night, but any kind of sleep metrics that you're getting from a Fitbit isn't ultimately going to be very useful at all.
Right.
Well, and then we have one other Battlefield company that is doing, tracking contractions for pregnant women. And that's interesting. I mean, you could, boil that down and say, hey, that's really simple. Like, they have that at the hospital where you can see the severity and the frequency of contractions. But if you think about large scale, there's not a lot of data around pregnant women and how the baby is growing and what they can expect from their body, especially high-risk mothers or to-be mothers. And if you have wearables on, 1,000 pregnant women, that kind of large-scale data actually makes a big difference.
That's interesting, and that's something that I think we're seeing across all devices right now. It's a bit of a double-edged sword because they're all collecting your data. Theoretically, it's all anonymized, but that's kind of the play of every connected company we're seeing right now. I spoke to a lot of people who are making smart thermostats, people who are making air purifiers, and they're all basically trying to build a giant data map.
I think that's the
more
sales
data.
play. I think that's the what they tell the investors and the potential investors. Hey, we're going to have data from 100,000 homes across of America. And then what the hell do you do with that data?
Yeah, they're just somehow that'll be valuable. We promise.
What data scientists are you hiring to aggregate and produce an actual data set that's valuable? Well, anyway, you know what time it is?
I think
I
it's
don't know.
trivia time.
I think
more
it's
bad company names?
No, it's time for you to go. It's time for trivia.
It's time for trivia. You guys
Trivia
look
time.
excited, all 8 of you.
We
Okay,
had a
let's
much
do
bigger
it.
crowd yesterday.
We did have a much bigger crowd. Tito, where's my hype man?
Tito.
I can't even find Tito.
I saw
And he
his
has
hair a
all of
second
the.
ago.
It's trivia time. Come on, Beast. We're going to do a little quick set change. Okay, sir, excuse me. Excuse me, vest. Vest and checkers. Bro. Come on. Wow, he's good at ignoring people. I'm not even that good at ignoring people, and I'm a journalist.
CES 2017. Are you guys ready? Is everyone ready? TechCrunch land out there? The cameras? We're streaming. Jordan Crook, everybody. Give her a round of applause.
Tito Hamzy.
4 of you.
Our tag team partnership for life. Did you bring up our buzzers?
Yeah, it's right there. Hey, we're going to play TechCrunch Trivia, and you can win tickets to Disrupt. People walking around. You, guy with the camera, taking a photo of me. You like the good looks. Come have a seat.
Okay, seriously, though.
3
TechCrunch.
people, 4 people. Come on, come sit down.
We need 3 of you. Come here.
Jordan, we have a pretty good show today. Who do we have?
James Park from Fitbit. I'm interviewing him shortly. We have a
lot of French
Damon
people.
John, a ton of French people,
Tons
Frenches
of
all
French
over.
people. Lots of French startups. We got French speakers. Damon John from
The
Fubu.
whole thing is actually going to be in French. We're going into French right now.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Jordan. No, okay. We need people to play trivia, and this is actually a big prize. Do you guys raise your hand if you know what TechCrunch Disrupt is? Literally none of you. It's there we go.
You guys
It's
know
the biggest
TechCrunch
tech
Disrupt.
startup conference in the entire world. The price of a ticket
Hey,
is
homie, come have a
$3,000. Okay.
Come have a seat. Yeah. Come hang out. I see you. I see. Oh, look at you smiling.
I'm about to start
Hey,
pulling you
wanna
guys
play
out.
TechCrunch Trivia? Come on.
Come on, Vinay. No, you're good at this.
Hey, guy talking to
No,
2
I know you
ladies. I see you. Come on. Come have a seat.
Come on, Paul.
But all 3 of you, come. You guys want to play
It's
TechCrunch
just
Trivia?
simple trivia.
It's fun times.
What
It's
are you
easy.
afraid of?
Tech Trivia. Do any
I'm
of you
about to
guys
start
want to
getting
play?
mad. Come on.
You guys
want to
play? Anybody want to play Tech
Come
Trivia?
on,
We're looking
Victor.
for. We're looking
it's
for.
fun.
Hey, one more.
You too, Jacob. There we go. You're up on stage. Sit down. Can you give them their buzzers?
Yeah, let's play.
Let's get
Have a
started.
seat, man.
Okay, let me explain the rules here. This is how this is going to work. Your buzzer needs to stay on the table, and don't bang it too hard. Just a simple dit will do it, okay? You can only buzz until once the question is finished. So please wait for me to finish the question. Then you can buzz. The first one who buzzes gets the answer, and then we move to the next person if they get it wrong. And once you get to 5 points, you win a ticket to Disrupt. It's pretty simple. All right?
And
So,
before we start, let's learn a little bit about our contestants.
oh, sure.
Who are you?
I'm Paul Matthew from Mayfield Robotics.
Oh, nice. And what is your favorite prime number? Or primary number? Prime number? Prime color. What's your favorite primary color? Is it prime color?
30 blue.
30 blue. Good.
Nice. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Jacob.
Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
I'm from Austin, Texas, representing Trevelio.
Okay.
Nice. What's that company?
It's a startup to be determined.
Sweet.
Oh, he has the name.
TBD.
We'll figure out the product later. What about you?
So I'm also with Jacob, but I'm from Tempe, Arizona. And our first shot at Trevelio is emotional detection headphones.
Okay, none of that. All right, here we go. We're going to start with question number 1. Please be ready for your buzz time. This Samsung device is no longer allowed on planes. You can pick up the mic to say your answer. The Galaxy Note 7 is correct. His mic isn't on, so maybe we could fix that. But
Can you guys hear that?
His
When
answer
it's like
was
a right
right.
answer?
let my people
Also
speak.
testing.
Reset.
Okay, reset. We're moving on to the next question. You can figure out the mics later. All right. Sean Parker founded Napster. More recently, however, he got involved with this e-cigarette company.
Ooh. That's a hard one.
Bum, 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 bum. Okay, you guys obviously don't know. It's Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Ah.
Actually, nobody knew that, Jordan.
I did.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Well, I mean, what
That's a
do you
hard
know?
one.
You don't know primary colors or prime numbers. Okay,
Hey, that's hard.
next question. Facebook developed solar planes to deliver Wi-Fi to unconnected areas of the globe. What is the name of that plane?
Tequila. Everyone?
Absolutely not. It's not Mockingbird.
Wait, hold on.
Is it Arrow?
Also wrong. Just go ahead and throw one out because these two I have no idea what they're talking about.
Wait, hold on.
Connected. Okay, it's Aquila. Aquila, that's why he said tequila. He's not just crazy. Although I could see where you'd get that. Okay, this one's a good one. Name 2 direct competitors of Tinder.
Bumble. And OkCupid.
I'll allow it. Give him a point. Where are we at point-wise?
1 to 1 to 0. This guy's not doing too good.
Come on,
get
Paul.
in the game, bro.
Wake up, brah. Okay. Snapchat spectacles are sold in vending machines across the country. What does Snapchat call these vending machines?
Come on. Come on, guys. Come on, get that. Come on, guys. You're going to be able to figure it out. You're not some kind of bot. Come on. Come on, guys. Really, seriously?
Tito is
One of you,
literally
come
just
on.
giving away answers.
You're not some
and
kind
they
of bot
can't
over
figure
here.
it out.
You're not like some kind of bot just shit.
Okay, time is up.
Wait, he was close.
Go ahead, what is it?
What's the answer, bot?
Snap.
Okay. It's Snapbot, and you can pick up your mics now. They work now. It's very important to them. Okay, we have a couple double questions where you have the opportunity to get 2 points. If you get the first one right, I'll ask you a bonus question that is related to the same topic, okay? So here we go. Pokemon Go was the most popular game in 2016. What is the name of the company that developed it? Go ahead. Pick up your mic.
Niantic.
That's correct. For the bonus question, it's going straight to you. What other game did Niantic develop?
Ingress.
Yes! And he takes the lead like that.
He's got 3.
He's got
Switch 'em out.
3.
Should we get 2 more?
You're close. Here we go.
Should we get 2 more? Like, switch these 2 guys out and get
You want to?
We might as well go
Last
for
man
it.
standing. Okay, you guys are dismissed from the stage. We need 2 more
No,
contestants.
but you get to stay, bro.
You get to stay. You're the last man standing. If you
We need
stay
2
through
more.
this round.
We need 2 more people to come play trivia.
Who's excited? Yeah, come on.
This
Come on,
guy's
red
killing
sweater.
it right now.
Yeah. Okay, who else? Yeah, he's into it. We got scarf and red sweater here. What do you do, red sweater?
I actually work with this guy.
You guys are just like teaming up over
You
here.
guys
What
just-
about?
Yeah, what about you, buddy?
Hey, I'm Jan. I'm a global analyst for tech, obviously.
Where are you from?
From Germany.
Nice.
So am I. Okay, let's do this. Again, you don't have to bang it. I know you're excited. I can tell. You're just. Yeah, it's just. And that works. Okay. What does DSLR stand for?
Oh. That's a doozy. I do camera
Okay,
people.
I think we
even-
can move
hey,
on.
Camera people. Hey, do you even know what DSLR stands
Does anybody in the audience know? Yeah, what is it? Digital single lens reflex is correct. I don't know why you're not up here. You're very
Hey,
engaged
Good job.
as an audience member.
Hey, I'm gonna give him one of these.
Nice. Random point to the audience. Okay. Next question. Which celebrity worked as Polaroid's creative director from 2010 to 2014?
Oh man, this guy, he's super good looking.
No, it's not a guy.
Oh, this lady's super good looking. I don't know the answer.
Clearly.
I obviously was thinking of a different camera company. Because I would have been like, Ashton Kutcher, but that's not it, is it?
No, nothing? It's Lady Gaga. You guys remember that? She actually like created a whole okay,
That
never
must have
mind.
been a while ago.
Let's move on. Poker face. I hear you. Okay, this is a good one. You guys have to get this or else I'm throwing you all out.
Trivia.
What city in Silicon Valley is Apple headquartered in? Pick up your mic.
It's Cupertino.
It is Cupertino. That is correct. We're
Good
starting from
job.
scratch too, by the way. So
Germany's
you
in
gotta
the
wake
lead.
up. Germany's in the lead. Germany's winning. Who acquired Viv, the voice assistant startup from the creators of Siri?
Ooh.
Uh-oh, Germany.
It's Samsung.
It is Samsung. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This guy reads
He's about to
TechCrunch.
dethrone you. You better wake up over there. Here we go. Who has signed on to star as Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes in the feature film Bad Blood?
Oh, that's.
It's an actress.
Is that also Ashton Kutcher?
No. But she's better looking than Lady Gaga, according to me. Yeah, what is
Go
it?
ahead.
Is it Jennifer Lawrence?
That is correct. Jennifer Lawrence, red sweater. You can't see my paper, can you? Are you cheating? Are you cheating?
Yes, how can he see your paper?
I don't know. Okay, here's a good one. There's 2 potential answers. What does LG stand for? Lucky Gold Star. You get a half a point because you forgot to use your mic. No, I'm just kidding. Germany wins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now Germany's the last man standing. We're going to go one more round.
One more round. Hey, people. You guys ready?
Hey.
There's going to be a good show happening here. You guys, we got the French. I don't even know. Who do we have?
Okay, I need 2 more. Who's
Jordan,
excited?
you keep finding people. Let's see who we
Yeah?
have coming
Come on
on
up.
stage.
I need one more. Anyone from the crowd? You guys are excited, and I can tell.
Hey, we got robots behind this desk. So if you guys want to see some robots in a little bit, we got the CEO of Fitbit.
If one of you doesn't sacrifice yourself, I'm just going to come out there and choose one. So
Hey, who wants?
There we go.
Yeah. Come on down. The first
Lady power. Now you have to win, though. That's how it works. You ready, Tito?
Born ready.
Yeah, you were. Okay. Remember, a
who
light
are they?
tap does it.
Do we want to meet them?
Sure, we can meet you. What's up? What's your name?
I'm Chris. I'm from Mayfield Robotics.
Mayfield Robotics is taking over the stage
Mayfield
right
Robotics,
now.
dude,
Are you from Mayfield Robotics too?
Carvalho.
Carvalho. Okay, we just got the
Carvalho.
same companies up here. It's like a team game. Okay, that's fine.
Hey, I see Mayfield
You're going
Robotics.
to disrupt no matter what. All right. First question. Who is widely credited with creating the World Wide Web?
Tim Berners-Lee.
That's right. Boom. 1 point. What company recalled the Karma drone?
GoPro.
Correct.
Good job.
This is gonna be one of those really intense rounds. Who knows what's gonna happen? Okay. Next question. What does SSL stand for?
Secure socket layer.
Secure Sockets Layer, that's right. We got 2-1, and Germany, you're falling behind now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayfield Robotics, he knows his stuff. Who's your favorite robot? Curry.
Yeah, of course.
Not Short Circuit? Not Johnny Five? I love Johnny
Not the
Five.
Iron Giant.
The Iron Giant.
That's my favorite. Okay. Who develops the Signal protocol?
Mayfield Robotics.
Carvalho. Okay, we're gonna skip that one. Open Whisper System.
Oh,
Open
of
Whisper
course it was
Systems
Open
is
Whisper
the right
Systems.
answer.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, duh. Okay. Next question. If you swipe up in Tinder, what happens?
You lose your virginity. I'm pretty sure.
Go to your account.
You do what?
Do you go to your account settings?
No, that's wrong. But I appreciate you trying at least. It's a super like. Do you guys even know what a super like is?
Wait, did he say it deletes your account?
No, you see your account.
You swipe up, account gone. You can't. You're not. You're
My
not in this
theory
game
is
anymore.
that all of you guys are hyper Tinder users, and you're just trying to hide your obsession right now by not answering the question. Germany's like, I don't even find that funny.
I'm afraid my girlfriend is watching, so I don't know.
Your girlfriend's watching. She's like, I don't know what Tinder is. Okay. Twitter launched a new product that curates tweets around a specific news item. What is that feature called?
Facebook News. What's it called? What's it called? What's it called?
Trends.
That is
No.
incorrect. I like where you're thinking, though. Anything from you guys? Twitter Moments.
Oh, you guys were so
Twitter
close.
Moments. I'm going to give a... you actually live in Germany? You don't have it yet, so... Sorry.
So does he get a point
No.
if he doesn't?
I mean, he doesn't have any, right? We could give him a point.
Should we just give him one?
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm just kidding.
You're
we
in
didn't
the
do
lead,
it.
okay? Be humble.
Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, sure. You're in... Whatever, you guys. God.
All right, should we just give everybody a point?
give everyone a point.
All right, let's go.
Okay, next one. Who acquired Pebble Software and some of its staff? Oh, shit. Actually, I'm not going to give that one to you because you didn't let me finish the question. Go ahead. Yeah, well, he's behind.
It's Fitbit.
There you go. Trying to make this interesting. And calm down, okay?
Good
if you really
job.
want a ticket to Disrupt, I'll give you one. Jesus Christ. Okay. What year did the iPhone launch?
27.
What?
27 is a long
2007.
time ago. Okay.
All right. 2007 AD.
Things are getting real close now. Are we 2-2-2?
We're 2-1-2.
Man, you got Tim Berners-Lee and you really fell behind. Let's get back on the wagon over here. Okay. This is a good one. I like this question.
This is my favorite, actually.
I'm actually coming up with all these questions, so of course I like them. Okay. When Facebook first launched, the URL was not facebook.com. What was it?
Thefacebook.com?
Thefacebook.com is correct.
Winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
We have a winner.
Way to go, Curry.
Yeah. Good
So
job.
I'm going to need one of the people who's in charge of the stage to tell me if I should keep going.
You guys want us to keep playing trivia?
Keep going or rap? That was an unclear signal. Rap. Okay.
they're like,
Thank you very
"Jordan."
much to our guests. You can exit the stage now.
Yeah, and we'll
To,
take your, we'll get your information.
I think
so you guys
Germany
can
also
come.
won a round, though,
Germany
right?
won
so
a
the
round?
two of you, please go.
Wait,
over
did the
there.
other guy
We'll figure
bounce?
it out.
Where's the other guy who won the first time? We'll give you a ticket too, man.
I did that already. We're
You're-
good. Yeah, Emma will handle you over there,
Go
and
to
we're
Emma
gonna
so
go
she can get
straight
your info.
into our next.
Thank you.
This is all streamed live. We're here and we're live, and it's
We're-
sometimes
we're
a
just
little
hanging out now?
scrappy.
So
Or
Jordan, what are you excited to see right now? What's coming up? What can we anticipate?
What can we anticipate?
Yeah, what can we anticipate, lady?
I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball or anything, but I do know that we have some really interesting guests. We have Damon John from Shark Tank coming later.
Yeah.
We also have like a ton of Frenchness.
What are the French going to talk about? I'm wondering.
Okay, well, here's what's
Croissants?
interesting. I was talking to Roman about this earlier. He's our, writer from France. And he was saying that in Eureka Park, which is where all the startups are, there are the same, approximately the same amount of French startups as there are U.S. startups. So there's definitely a big resurgence going on over in France.
That's
in
because
terms
the
of
French, they get
entrepreneurial
shit
spirit.
done. Or literally, like they're just making crazy stuff all the time. Like things you don't even know you need.
Like what?
Connected crepes. You ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, IoT of food.
What does a connected crepe do?
Oh, dude. You add some Nutella to that. You just add some Wi-Fi, and you connect it. You get all the data on your app. It's great stuff.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anyway is right.
So
Are we
have you
ready to
guys
go?
have you guys seen the Toto toilet section? No, do you love Toto? Literally, I
10,000.
went in there. There's a huge hallway, right? Toilets on each side. You walk through it, all the toilets open up. So I recommend checking that out. There's like 15 buttons for each toilet. You could flush all this stuff. It's crazy.
All right,
So
moving
feel
on from
about it.
toilets, we're going to go back to France. Please welcome our next guest. Come on up on stage. A panel on French awesome.
All right. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Axel Lemaire. Thank you, Quentin Sagnier. Thank you, Fred Potter. I'm very excited to have you here because we have so many French startups here at CES, and sometimes you wonder why there are so many French startups here. So we're going to find out why exactly French are pretty good at hardware startups, I would say, and some of the reasons behind it. Axel Lemaire, you've been France's digital minister for a few years now. Have you seen a big change from when you started to now when it comes to French hardware startups?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Yes, clearly, entrepreneurs and startup creators in France are now the heroes of the modern world. One young person in two wants to create a company in the next 3 years in France. That is a real cultural change. And the government has been very supportive of that trend, not only because we believe that they create the economic value and the jobs of tomorrow, but also because it's the way, especially for the youngest people, to say that, well, we can't and we want to build our own future and not depend on people who used to not trust us. So there's also a kind of generational and social challenge behind that movement, and I think all in all it's very positive.
All right. Quentin, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Devialet and the speakers. You've raised a ton of money recently. How much money did you raise?
We raised 100 million euros.
100 million euros, wow.
Last round,
yeah.
155.
As a
globally.
French company, did you find it hard to market a speaker to the US, for instance, when there are so many powerful American and Asian brands in this space?
When we set up the company in 2007, we launched the company as a global company. So we never consider Devialet as a French actor having to export the product abroad. So we considered from the start that we have to be global and we have to put our brand everywhere. And we began to sell our products in the US or in Japan or in UK before we sold it in France. So obviously when we arrived in the US, the country is so huge, it's very difficult to build the brand and to become familiar for the American consumer globally. So we focused on big cities in San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York City. We just opened a store last month in Soho in New York City, and we are opening several stores in the US. We are also in the Apple stores. So it's a lot of things to achieve to start to be known in the US as everywhere, but it's everywhere difficult to build a brand when you want to make it global.
All right. Yeah, it took years, but now you don't have any issue with that. Fred, some journalists call you the nest of France. How do you feel about that?
In fact, we have a dominant position on thermostat in many countries in Europe. So France, Italy, strong position in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany. So we are doing right. In the smart home, I think something really important is to have the best product. And Paris and France is a very nice place to develop products because you get good designers. Our thermostat has been designed by Philippe Stark. You have great mechanical engineer, electronicians, embedded software, cloud operation, lots of very talented people which used to work in the US, for some of them, in the Silicon Valley, which has been using French engineers for many, many, many years. And now they have the opportunity to work in a global company, which is based in Paris. And we have all the skill sets and all the know-how to develop those products. And this is what we do.
All right. Axel Lemaire, I'm going to dive into a controversial topic, I would say. In 2016, many considered the year as the year of anti-immigration movements with Brexit and Donald Trump. Do you think it's something that could affect France as well with the presidential election coming up? And could it affect French startups as well when it comes to hiring foreign engineers, bringing foreign entrepreneurs to France?
I think you're right to ask the question because the key asset for a startup is people, actually. It's the capacity to hire the best talents, women and men who are ready to take more risks and often leave a comfortable job and salary and share the adventure of entrepreneurship. So in that context, preserving the capacity to hire people in the country but also coming from abroad is a key element for anyone who wants to help a startup ecosystem to grow. So I am concerned The French government has put into place different programs to promote the French tech and the innovation ecosystem in France as an attractive one for foreign talents. I'll give you 2 examples. We launched the French Tech Ticket. It's a package which comes with a visa for the entrepreneur and his or her family with 45,000 euros with one single unique access to the administration for every kind of procedures regarding personal housing or children education, for example, to how to register the company, where to be hosted in an incubator, etc. That's proving to be very successful. We will be welcoming 200 entrepreneurs in January with the French president. The number 1 nationality of applicants is, guess, the United States. Many people applying from Russia, from China, from India, from Ukraine as well. Over 70 different nationalities willing to come to France to create a startup. That's one thing. Then we've also launched a new passport. It's called the Passeport Talent in French, Passport Talent, which is larger. It's a 5-year visa as well, but including artists, designers, creators, any people willing to add to the creativity of France. So in that context...
It's like the O1 visa in the US, basically.
Exactly. We have the presidential election coming in May. In the context of the Brexit, the election of Donald Trump, there will be a very strong political temptation coming from some parties to close down the borders and to promote a model of society which is closed. And I think one of the political battles to come will be between opening and closing of frontiers. The problem is that when we live in a digital world, when we want our country to be led by innovation, the capacity for people to move around, to travel together with their ideas is absolutely key if we want that type of economy to succeed. It would be completely counter-historic and paradoxical to let the goods and merchandises and data travel freely, but not the people. So clearly there might be a political divide on that issue in the months to come, but you know where my government sits on that question.
All right, message clearly heard. Do you agree with that, Quentin or Fred? Do you think it's easier when it comes to like bureaucratic issues, such as like hiring foreigners or stuff like that?
We've been hiring foreigners since the inception of the company, and Netatmo is my 3rd company. So we have always been hiring foreign talents. Yes, it's getting simpler. I don't believe that anything will change because our industry cannot work without foreign talents. I think we have probably a quarter or 30% of the employees are non-French. And I don't see that it is likely that it changes in the future.
Right, let's switch gear a bit and talk about manufacturing. Because Devialet manufactures in France, if I'm correct, and Netatmo, it's mostly in China, right?
China, Italy, France, depending on the products. So
okay.
Every time we need to build a product, we look at the required skill set, we look at the supply chain, and based on that, we make a rational decision on where to manufacture it. For instance, the product we have announced with Legrand is manufactured both in France and in Italy because there is a great industrial tool to do that. Our smoke detector is manufactured in France. Some of our products are manufactured in China, so it clearly depends.
Has it become easier to manufacture like outside of France?
Yeah, I think for the last 20 years, it's been the complexity has stayed the same, and we don't have any religion as when it comes from where you should manufacture. Clearly, it depends. So you need to look at where your parts are coming from, what skill sets do you need, what tools you need, and based on that you make a rational decision.
Let's play a tiny game of rapid fire questions. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you can answer in just a couple of words. What's your favorite startup right now? And you can't name your own company or each other's company, otherwise it doesn't work. Let's start. Who wants to start? Fred, maybe? Quentin? Axel? Come on, give me names.
Very difficult for me in my position to quote one because there are
it's like your children.
178 French startups in Eureka Park. So if I quote one, there's 177
You don't want to
which
pick your
will be
favorite
upset.
child, basically.
I like Plume Lab a lot, also because they have environment at their heart and they're using open data. To provide
track pollution. Yeah.
To track
I've
pollution.
covered them on TechCrunch. Let's move on. What's your favorite startup?
Maybe a BlaBlaCar.
It's a pretty common name for French entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
What about you, Fred?
Yeah, I have many names, but they are all stealth projects I have invested in.
Yeah.
So
I don't have that problem.
Right.
Bizarrely.
Yeah. What's the biggest trend and most interesting trend at CES, you think?
I think artificial intelligence is getting everywhere. We are doing lots of computer vision at Netatmo, and we have put
Do
computer.
you think French engineers are good at artificial intelligence?
Yeah, definitively. You need to be good in math to do that, and we've been good in math for many years. We have very talented mathematicians like Cédric Villani, who had the Fields Medal a few years ago, and this is a complete transformation of the objects, because the industry used to talk about IoTs, Internet of Things, but now things are not only connected, they're getting smart, they're making decisions, and this is clearly a big change, especially in the smart home, to be more efficient and have a better comfort.
Definitely. AI. What about you? Do you think AI?
The smart home hub, such as Google Home or Alexa, Echo, these products are very interesting for us. And the battle between the operators and this company to be the center of the living room, it's very interesting. And considering the audio part of this, it's interesting. But also what's appearing in the automotive is very, very important. This market is changing a lot. So automotive, the future of automotive, autonomous, electric, connected, is certainly a major move.
Yeah, sure. What do you think?
You said it, IoT, autonomous cars, cybersecurity, but I would say what is, to me, very new is artificial intelligence. I was passionate about the interview that Barack Obama gave to Wired a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And then I started reading about the US National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence last summer, and then this autumn, and then the last report a couple of days ago. And I just thought to myself, I realized there's a French school of artificial intelligence, just as there's a French school of economy. That school is mainly based in Toulouse and in Paris. Well, it's the same with artificial intelligence. And the mathematicians behind them do not necessarily share the same views than the scientists based in the US. Very interesting, the debates going on at the moment between, is it only applicative with machine learning, or is it just more like what Alan Turing was had it in view back in 1950. And so we started identifying all the people in France working on artificial intelligence. It's over 4,000 of them, both in the public and private sector. So we're now drafting our own national strategy, and we'll make sure that the public investments that are dedicated of technologies of the future will be fueled towards helping projects in IA.
All right. You're not really good at answering rapid-fire questions. I said just a couple of words.
Politicians are not good at answering.
The next one is pretty easy. What's your favorite cheese in one word?
Roquefort.
Roquefort.
The same. Camembert.
Camembert.
Comté.
Comté.
So we are very French.
Yeah, I kind of miss cheese here in Vegas.
You could not have had the same answer for all three of us.
if you had to start a company tomorrow, where would you start it? In France or elsewhere? For the three of you.
I love to live in Paris, so
France.
Certainly in Paris, yes.
Axel?
In France, but probably not in Paris because I don't like to live in Paris.
Oh, that's a shame.
But I have the choice between the Alps, the Mediterranean Sea, the Bordeaux region, or the north of France with lots of space. So there's plenty of choice.
Fred, would you?
Yeah, definitively Paris.
Cool. In one word, who is going to be France's next president? Yeah.
François Fillon.
The winner of the election.
I have no clue, really. I can tell you who I do not want it to be.
I think we know the names. Let's move on. So you mentioned a bit the French engineering schools and how we can find many good French engineers working in AI. Do you think it's one of the reasons why hardware startups are doing so well in France? Because we have such a general education, learning about robotics and math and computer science, and not just computer science, for instance?
I think if you look back, it clearly has to do with what happened during the deregulation of the telecommunication back at the end of the 90s, where the first hardware startup in France was Free.
Founded by Xavier Niel.
Yeah, the ADSL operator who decided to create an hardware product and not go and buy it on shelf. And they had lots of suppliers, including a company I was running there, and it created an ecosystem of guys making hardware to have a differentiating factor on the market.
Axel Lemaire, now that the presidential election is coming up, let's look back for a minute about La French Tech, the government-backed initiative. After 3 years, I think, do you think it's a good initiative?
I think it would be best to ask the entrepreneurs. Has it helped them? And I believe that the answer is yes. It's not a top-down governmental program. It's just a way of telling these people, you do count, tell us what your needs are. And then from there, we invested in order to help fund the startups that were really in need of some fresh money. And we passed many different legislations to help the ecosystem grow. I think it's a success if I look at the number of startups present here. It's 4 times higher than 3 years ago. And it's just the reflection of what's happening in France at the moment. I think it's a success if I look at the amount of capital investment flowing into French startups at the moment. The increase is 100% every year, and the trend is extremely positive when in the rest of Europe it's declining. So between last year and this year, for the last trimester of the year, there's just for one trimester another increase of 30% in the amount of capital money being put in French startups based in France. So to me that is a sign that really Paris is now right behind London today in the race to being the number one top European nation for startups in Europe. And we want to be on the podium at the international level.
Cool. So let's ask the entrepreneurs here. Do you agree? Do you think that French tech was a good thing?
Yeah, yes. In fact, what deeply changed in France since a few years is the image of the entrepreneurs. I have been an entrepreneur for 25 years, so I know that the image now it's completely different in the administration, but globally in the public. Now it's very trendy to be an entrepreneur in Paris, but naturally the French people are very keen of innovation. They love to be disruptive. They love to invent the new trend. They in fashion, in design, or everything. So the people are really entrepreneurs. And now the global image of entrepreneur is better, and the French tech did a lot for that. I think for the first time, the government understood what an entrepreneur is. Globally, an entrepreneur is someone who is dreaming to invent a future. And I believe that people like you are in the same vision when you are entering politics, I guess.
All right, that's like a love declaration on stage. Thank you very much. That's all the time we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to our Frenchies. We've got another fun one. Who out there is wearing a wearable right now? Show of hands. Is that the Withings? That's cool, and I like that one, actually. So good for you. I shouldn't say that, though, because my next guest is from Fitbit, James Park. So we're going to bring him up here. We've got the stage set. And honestly, you guys, I see that you're probably busy and ready to rush off somewhere, but we have seats. And your poor feet probably hurt. So if you do want to come sit and hang for a minute, I won't be mad if you get up halfway through. And here we go, James. Great to see you again. Where do you want to sit? You want that one or this one? Your choice. I'll be on that side. Sorry. You don't have a choice. Do you want me to keep my mic or do you want me to use this one? That's not what we need. This is not a Fitbit product. So sorry. James, getting into robotics, I see. Yeah. So last year, around CES time, you guys had a bunch of hardware news. Yep. And not this year. Oh, do you need an on mic?
Hello. Hello.
There you go, you're on. So this year, no hardware, software partnerships. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what's new this year at CES?
Yeah, so the focus for Fitbit this year at CES has been more on the software. So we announced a few big things. One of which was, we announced the launch of a community feed feature within the app, because what we noticed is that a lot of our users were taking photos of their dashboard or their sleep stats or their activity stats, screenshots, and posting them to like Instagram, Facebook, etc. And we felt it would create a much stronger community if we did that within the Fitbit app. So that's going to be a huge thing that we're going to be launching, just because the social networking aspect of Fitbit is such a huge part of what made us successful. Secondly, FitStar, which is the personalized coaching and guidance app that we acquired over a year and a half ago. We're relaunching that with a ton of new features, a lot more personalization driven by data that we're collecting from your Fitbit device. And then we have a deal that we announced with UHC, which is the largest health insurance company in the United States. So this is a huge deal where participants in this program are getting paid up to $1,500 for using a Fitbit. So this is, people have always talked about when are we going to do a deal with the insurance industry, and this is the start.
So I'm curious because, you guys are I think it's the Charge 2 is the best-selling fitness wearable. Yeah. Is that correct still?
It is, yeah.
Okay. And so you guys obviously have tapped into a market of people who are really interested in fitness and they want that kind of easy wearable to go along with it. But what about the broader market? I mean, do these partnerships help you in any way towards capturing kind of the average Joe who just maybe wants to count their steps, maybe doesn't, maybe wants notifications, maybe doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done a pretty good job in capturing the mass market. I mean, to date, we've shipped over 54 million devices. So I'd say it's pretty mainstream. I mean, a lot of that's been in North America, but Europe's is our fastest growing region. So I think this whole trend of using connected health and fitness devices to try to improve your health is really a global phenomenon, and it's, it's growing for us. I think these partnerships definitely help. The reason that we focus on them is, we can't do everything ourselves, so we want to work with partners to increase, what we can offer to our users.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I read somewhere that like 40% of Fitbit customers are kind of 35 and older. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just younger people who are trying to adopt the latest technology. It's a pretty broad swath of people, and I wouldn't say there's a specific demographic peak. it's pretty much across the board, like early 20s to mid 50s.
Well, I mean, even anecdotally, like, do you watch Broad City?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so and at the very least, I know you watched this one episode where the flight attendants who are a bit older are really excited about their Fitbit, and meanwhile, you have like the young millennials who are hanging out on the plane and are making fun of them for it, essentially.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you tap in? Not just it might be broad strokes. You have a little bit of everyone or plenty of everyone, but how do you really tap into the most coveted demographic, which is that younger millennial demographic?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we've done a pretty good job. I mean, our stats show that we have a lot of 20, 30 somethings who are in our user base, and even more surprisingly, we actually have a lot of teens as well. I mean, I'm struck. Maybe it's just a San Francisco thing, but just the number of kids that happen to have Fitbits, either ones that their parents gave them as their parents upgraded to the next version, or ones that they bought new for their kids. But I think for us, like, that's why we have such a broad portfolio of products, is that there's no one size fits all. So, different products from like $50 to $300, and I think that's part of our strategy to, hit a broader portion of the market.
And I want to talk also, I mean, I don't know if you were here during our Gadgets podcast, but we spent most of the morning actually talking about kind of the evolution of the wearable market. Last year at CES, there were like 1,000 smartwatches, right, and fitness trackers. That number has gone down a little bit this year. And then there's also this emergence in non-wrist-worn trackers, right? So the shirt or the socks or the niche, baby belly monitor, or, I mean, it's broadening out, right? Where it's not just about the wrist anymore. How do you guys address that when you look into the next year, the next 2 years? Will you ever exit the wrist, or will you at least expand beyond the wrist?
Yeah, so I don't think we'll ever exit the wrist, just because it's a great place for people to wear these type of devices. But again, for us, we're not stuck on one particular form factor. I mean, as a company, when we launched, we started off with clippable activity trackers. Then we moved to the wrist. Then we even launched non-wearable devices like our Aria connected scale. And I think on our last couple earnings call, I've mentioned that we're definitely looking into expanding into new form factors. So part of our strategy is making sure that we understand what are the health and fitness goals that people want to achieve, whether it's to lose weight, become more active, sleep better, eat better, and then develop the devices and services that help people accomplish those goals. And it's not just going to be focused on one area of the body.
What about the people who, there's a lot of critics out there who say that, this dashboard of numbers doesn't really make sense as we move forward, right? The steps taken can kind of be a little bit of a fluke, flights climbed. It ends up being just a jumble of numbers, and you hope to beat your streak or to do better than your average. But in reality, is that a valuable way to look at how you're taking care of your body? And a good example is that new ring. I'm sure you've heard of it, the Motive ring that focuses on minutes, active minutes, as opposed to any steps taken or anything like that.
Yep.
I mean, when you look at the evolution of Fitbit, is that something that you guys would move more into as sort of proactive numbers as opposed to like a dashboard of stats?
Well, I think it's just beyond even proactive numbers. I mean, I think the foundation has to be there where we're collecting enough data for people, so whether that's steps, floors, heart rate, et cetera. So always continue to innovate there. But I think it's, again, beyond proactive numbers. I think the future of this category is more going to be about personalized coaching and guidance. And I think that's where a recent announcement around FitStar is pretty exciting, where we're actually taking some of the feedback from users and adapting workouts to people's personal preferences and abilities. And so I think that's where the future is.
Well, and one way, like you said, to leverage the data that you have is to say, okay, well, now we can personalize things for you, right? But obviously, you are collecting a ton of data about how active people are, but not only that, where they are and what they like to do. You make money on your hardware, right? But when do you start kind of generating revenue off of this data? And what do you do with it? Who is the buyer? Who is the partnership? How does that work?
So, I mean, from the very start of the company, we've had a very consumer-focused view, and when I say that, we're all about the sanctity of the user's data. So from the very beginning, we're pretty adamant that we would never sell the data that we collected directly to third parties. And I think in the future, the way that the data helps our revenue stream is that it's really about benefiting the user. So how can we use the data to better personalize the advice and insights and coaching that we give the user, and hopefully the users find enough value in that they pay for it. So that's our strategy. It's clearly not about selling data to third parties. I think to do that breaks a lot of consumer trust that we've built up over the years. So again, we have to find ways that we use this data and give users better tools that arise from the use of that data.
I want to move a little bit into the business side of things. You announced new hardware. I actually covered it in September, which was great. But then that didn't ship, and in your last earnings call, you were like, we're not going to make it for the holiday season. And for the last few days, I think stock is at an all-time low. I mean, what's the plan?
The plan is, I think, we still have to be focused on internal execution. I mean, that particular production issue was around the Flex 2. But I think the good thing is that, right now, if you look on Amazon, both Charge 2 and Flex 2, incredibly high-rated products, both over 4 stars. Charge 2 is the best-selling wearable activity tracker in the world on Amazon. So I think we're continuing to produce great products. And, if we continue to do that, develop software that takes advantage of the data that we're producing in a way that's incredibly valuable to users, as we continue to integrate more deeply into the healthcare ecosystem, as clearly evidenced by the partnership that we just had with United Healthcare. I mean, those are all great milestones that we continue to achieve. And if we do that, I think the stock itself will take care of itself.
Right. So is that your message kind of to shareholders? Like, just hold on.
Look, we continue to create great products, create great partnerships, and hopefully that's going to result in a great effects all around.
So let's talk about competition, which is fun,
Okay.
right? Fitbit, we're like in the sports
Yeah, it is
market,
about
right?
competition, so.
Okay, so let's start with Jawbone. You guys were in a lawsuit with Jawbone, and Jawbone, you said, okay, well we're gonna give up on this lawsuit. Jawbone's about to file for bankruptcy. It's not worth it. And Jawbone came back and said, no, you depleted our funds. You kept us in court. That's why we're filing for bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's some harsh competition right there. That's severe. Do you want to tell us exactly what went on with that? Because that's what's been reported. Maybe you have a different version of that story.
There's not much I can comment on legal issues, but all I can say is, look at what's going on in the market and with consumers. Our products continue to be incredibly well-selling. We're the #1 leader in the category in pretty much every country that we're in around the world. And, our preference is to compete in the marketplace, not in the courts.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, and I beg your honesty, okay? It's a tough one. I want to know what Fitbit's greatest strength is as a company, and also Fitbit's greatest weakness. And if you say, like, oh, we work too hard or care too much, I'm calling bullshit.
We work too hard. No. Can I leave now? No, I think the biggest strength is, and we're beginning to understand this more as we integrate more deeply with the healthcare ecosystem, is that we've built an incredible consumer brand over the years, and we have a high degree of consumer loyalty and trust. And I think as we talk to insurance companies, hospital systems, doctors, et cetera, that means a lot because there's so many good solutions being created in healthcare today, but what they're missing is a high level of consumer engagement and excitement. I mean, when's the last time that people got excited about logging into their hospital's web portal? I mean, I don't even know if people know how to get there.
The last time, or did that ever happen?
First time ever, and ever. And so what we can do is really bring a consumer interface to the healthcare system, and I think that's a really powerful concept. So I think that's where a lot of the value and strength of Fitbit resides today and in the future. I think in terms of weakness, as a smaller company, our focus has always been about how do we execute. It's less about the competition. I mean, we always have to worry about that, but our focus has been, let's not be our own worst enemy in terms of, launching products, creating things that are great quality, things that people love. So my focus has been, how do we keep the company moving forward, hitting our milestones, and executing on our vision.
So the weakness is, as a small company, being able to execute on these kind of large-scale visions.
I think, look, you can't control what happens elsewhere in the market, but the things that we can control are the way that we operate our business. So that's really, since that's what we can control, that's what we choose to focus on.
Okay, well that was really wiggly, but let's just leave it at that. One more tough one before we're done. What is the challenge? If you look at 2017, you guys have all these partnerships in place. You have amazing data. You're going into this personalized world, and I'm sure that there are new products on the horizon. What to you is the biggest obstacle? What do you have to crush in 2017 to be successful?
I think, what we have to do is a lot more focus on software. I mean, I think people see Fitbit as a hardware company, and we're going to continue to release great hardware products. But 2/3 of our engineers are in software engineering, and I think that's where a lot of the magic is going to come. Is as you pointed out before, we collect tremendous amounts of data. We probably have the largest database of personal biometric information in the world, and our challenge is how do we unlock that value and provide tools, advice, insights, guidance to users that really provide real health outcomes. I think that's how we create a lasting company, is that when people wear a Fitbit, they understand, okay, when I wear this, I'm going to become healthier, I'm going to become a better person. And the analogy that I draw really is with the auto industry, where you wouldn't get into a car today without a seatbelt or airbag. I mean, that's like critical equipment. Whereas years ago, that wasn't the case. And autonomous driver systems today are kind of the same thing. They're a little bit nice to have today, but in the future they'll be need to haves. And for Fitbit, it's about transitioning the company from what people might consider nice to have to a need to have, where in the future, to leave the house without your Fitbit, you'd be entirely crazy to do that, because not wearing a Fitbit would have such profound impacts on your health. So that's where we want to take the company.
Okay. Well, James, I could sit up here with you all day, but I'm not allowed. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jordan.
Appreciate it. And we're going to go straight into our next one. You can go ahead and hop off. Yeah, big round of applause for James. I'm not actually sure. Oh, we've got Mayfield, right? So we're going to bring up Mayfield Robotics because everybody loves a good robot. Please welcome to the stage, Paul. Are you coming up, or is this? It's blue suit. You're my best audience member. I freaking love you. Come on up. And Devin, are you doing this? Okay, well, you guys can come up while I talk a little bit about TechCrunch events. Because the events teams love when I do that. So alongside Disrupt, we also have meetups. And 2 of them are happening in February. One's in DC and one's in Miami. And they've never let me go to Miami before. So I'm going to have fun in the sun. Are you guys done? We know what's going to happen. I'm just going to fall asleep on a beach and wake up sunburned. Hopefully Emma will stop me from that. But those are really fun events, and if you have a startup, a new one, you have a 1-minute pitch that you can give to a panel of local judges, and it's super fun, and you could win a ticket to Disrupt. And I think it's time for robots, yeah? Okay, you guys take it away. Have fun.
All right, this is Mike Beebe from Mayfield Robotics. Mike, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So let's have a seat here. So let me just start off right off the bat and say what a lot of people I think are thinking. Other companies have tried home robots before. We've seen them in sci-fi and stuff, but other companies have tried to make a home robot, and none have really stuck, except for maybe Roomba, and I don't know if that even counts. So what's different about this? What makes it possible that it's going to stick around and actually be a feature of people's homes?
So one thing that we love about Curry is she was developed with her personality first, and for us, personality is very central. I'd like to play, if it's possible, a little clip to let everyone kind of get to know Curry and get to know how she works inside the house. Could we roll the clip, please?
There it is.
There we go.
Hey, Curry, do you want to play? Come on.
So tell us a little about what we just watched. I mean, it's cute. It makes noises, but like, what really is what is making it a valuable addition to the home?
So one thing about Curry that we absolutely love, and a design decision that we made really early, was Curry's personality would have to lead. And so the pillars of her character are being earnest and humble and helpful and a little bit curious. The reason we did that is if you're going to bring a robot into your house, it's not like bringing any other piece of technology in. Robots have life and a spark to them. You have to honor that and really develop that first if you're going to get people to really embrace and understand how much they love having this adorable little creature in their house and add it into their daily life.
So, but how specifically do you accomplish that with its design and personality, as you've put it?
So it began with the industrial design, but really a lot of Curry's life and personality comes from a lot of the work we've done with our friend Doug, who was an animator at Pixar. He's spent about 15 years thinking about what makes robots feel alive. Robots are not trying to be fake pets. They're not trying to be fake children. Curry loves being a robot, and she loves moving like a robot. But to make sure, yes, Curry, but she really has to have that sense of inner life and spark, or else, anything comes close to cold or off, it doesn't feel right. And you can't do the things that let Curry earn her keep until you get the family to fall in love first. And we want everyone in the family to fall in love.
Right, I gotcha, and I do appreciate that Curry doesn't have like weird little limbs that don't actually do anything, or like fake legs that don't walk, or weird eyes that stare at you. Well, they're eyes, but I think they're cute. But what specifically, you say you want the family to fall in love, you want these personality aspects to exist, but what are they? What does Curry do? What are some things that will make me want to have her around the house?
So one of my favorite features about Curry is when I pet Curry, Curry responds and loves to be petted and just saying hello. That goes into
this Curry.
Yep. Hi, Curry.
I'm afraid Curry's going to go off the edge here.
Curry loves to be petted on the head. She will respond to your voice. She also recognizes your face and the members of the family. All of those things are a very natural way to interact. I knew that we had nailed that character and that creation well when I took my 4-year-old son, Thomas, to the office, because he loves the fact that we have a robot factory. And he comes around the corner, he sees Curry for the first time, and he's about that tall, just a little taller than Curry. Runs right up, gives Curry a huge hug, takes a couple steps and says, "Okay, Curry, follow me," and they start playing Follow the Leader. To him, Curry was this alive little character that was just a buddy and just another creature. And when you get all the technology that has to go into a robot right, it starts to melt away, and just the feeling and the joy becomes what you actually remember and have front and center. It's easy to wind up in feature soup if you don't put that character front and center, and little things sometimes in motion animation, like looking before you move, those things make it feel right. They're subtle. You don't necessarily know why it feels alive, but when you see Curry, you know that she really is alive.
All right, so you feel that, but there are features nevertheless. It's more than just a thing that looks like a robot and follows you around. There's cameras, there's sensors, it navigates, you can give it commands, you can ask it things, it's integrated with various services.
So here are a couple of ways that we make sure Curry earns her keep. She can do things like let me know when my daughter comes home from school and send me a little notification, or go to the living room and tell everyone it's time for dinner. For me, I like the idea that she can play my favorite podcast as I'm getting ready in the morning and follow me around. Those sorts of bits of integration are absolutely wonderful. One of my friends, I know that her favorite idea is at 2 o'clock every day, go by the couch and tell the dog it's time to get off the couch. That sort of ability to help out and also add joy, those two things have to come together in equal weight for people, I think, to really understand the power of robotics in their home and in their daily life.
As long as it's a single-story home, I imagine. But that's probably a limitation many robots share.
So it turns out we looked into a bunch of ways to try to get Curry to go upstairs. My co-founders, Kaizen Shao and Sarah Osentowski, are roboticists. They're the ones with the PhDs in robotics. They looked through all of the different solutions. There is no adorable way to have robots go upstairs. There are many ways to get robots to go upstairs.
Like arms latching onto things.
Arms, treads, mechatronic climbing things. None of them are adorable. And if it's not adorable, it's not in the robot.
Gotcha. So now you say that you can't really compare it to other devices in the home, but at the same time you have to have competition. Somebody is choosing to spend money on this rather than something else. So what are you competing against here?
So one of the things I love about robotics, and especially home robotics right now, is it's at this beautiful beginning stage. No one knows what the perfect home robot is. We haven't had home robots with us for 15 years, and we have this strong expectation in a very developed market. We're all figuring it out together. And that's why Mayfield, we cheer on our fellow robotics companies, because we're all working it out. We don't compete against each other. We're trying to solve the puzzle of how are robots going to make your life awesome at home. And we're all doing it together.
I appreciate that, but not everybody has, a $700 robotics budget in their, yearly, what are we buying for the house? So, like, if you were talking to consumers, is this, are you comparing this to getting a new appliance, getting an Xbox and a couple of games? Where's the, is it who has space in there and money for a robot? Where is that space in the home?
So the biggest thing when we talk to our customers about what do they want, why'd you do it? Why did you decide that you needed a home robot? A lot of them wind up telling you about having the robot dream. When we were kids, we always wanted to have a robot at home. Instead, we got to watch robots in cartoons and movies and say, oh, and one day I could get that. So for our customers and for the people who really get it, they tell us about, oh yeah, I used to have the robot dream, and now I can actually have a robot. I can actually have a real, working, awesome, full-featured robot. That winds up tapping into that optimism and that dream, also that desire for strong connection. No one's going to say, I have enough joy in my life. And
I got plenty.
I got plenty, I'm good. People are going to wind up saying, I'd love a little bit of robot joy, and I'd also like to be connected to my house, even when I'm away. We were at one of our board meetings, and some of our board members are German, so we were off in Stuttgart. And
this is from the Bosch DNA in your company.
We are a startup created by Bosch, and we're very lucky to have their support, because making robots is really hard, and having someone who's very comfortable with manufacturing as your supporter is absolutely essential for us. We're at this board meeting in Stuttgart, and Sarah is using one of the early prototype robots at home just to keep track of what's going on. And the board meeting's in the afternoon, that's morning in the US. And she's just looking through the phone and just checking in on how it's going, getting ready in the morning, because she has a 4-year-old. And Zach's waiting for his pancakes. And the board member walks up behind her and says, what's that? She's like, oh, nothing. I was just looking at something. Well, no, what is that? Well, we have a prototype at home, and I'm just checking in and see how the morning's okay. And he thinks it's awesome, and he's like, oh, yeah, everyone else should come see this. So she's furiously texting her husband saying, like, I know you're in your pajamas, dear, but you're about to be the star of the board meeting.
Or make the robot do things.
Like,
let's do it now.
Just, everyone's going to be there. And that ability to be part of life at home when you're away without being intrusive. With something like FaceTime, it's like a phone call. Stop what you're doing and pay attention to me. With something like a fixed camera, it might always be on, you don't quite know. One of the things I absolutely love about Curry is being able to be there in a physical way, in a very analog feeling way, in an organic way, without being obtrusive and disrupting how life is going. That's something that robots uniquely can bring that the other bits of tech aren't as well of a good match to do.
Well, let's hope so. Best of luck with your endeavor. Thanks for visiting us. And can we check out Curry on the show floor anywhere?
So right now we have a suite up at the Venetian because Curry's really more comfortable at home.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today.
Yeah.
Hey, can the robot play Pictionary with us?
Oh, good idea. Pictionary.
You don't leave. No.
Well, that's what
No.
we're playing, charades.
Okay, no, seriously,
Robot
we're about to play
charades.
charades. Charades based
Yeah.
on tech, and if you win, you win a ticket to Disrupt,
Come on,
which
Roman.
again is a
Come on,
big
John.
deal. I don't want to have to keep saying it. So we're gonna have John Biggs and Roman DeLay. They're gonna be our TechCrunch writers who participate. So they're gonna be team captains, and then we're gonna get a couple participants from the audience. Who wants to play charades? You look like a good charades player. Yeah, come on. You look like you're gonna kill this in a good way. I'm gonna put your bag right here so it's safe. It's on camera, so if someone steals it, we'll know who. You look like you might be interested. Yeah, Cougar, come on up. That's his actual name, not the company he works for. And then Blue, yeah, come on up.
Come on, guys. We're going to play a fun game
And
of
then
charades.
I could really use a girl.
And then
Is
we got
there a
some
lady?
Battlefield.
You're a lady. Yeah, come on.
Ladies.
It'll be fun.
Oh, here we go.
See,
Hey,
I
do
knew
you wanna
I would
put- you wanna
convince
put-
you. I'm really good at
All
that.
right, so let's split it up.
So we
John
need-
Biggs team,
no, we needed
Roman
Roman
team,
team.
Roman over here.
And then let's.
You two on this side.
You two come over here with John.
Yeah.
You stay over here. Okay. So
Over
we're
here,
doing.
sir.
Are we doing
Yeah.
one team at a time, or how are we doing this?
Yeah. One team at a time.
Okay. So John Biggs, it's your team first.
Oh. Also.
Yeah. Okay. So John, you're gonna be acting first. John's gonna act. You guys are gonna guess. Okay. You get it? This is. Oh, okay. So the game is. Let's explain how charades work. I
Maybe
knew
people
you'd be
need
good
some
at it.
instructions.
You're a natural. So what's going to happen is one person on your team is going to act out a word, and then the other people, you two, are going to guess what he's acting out. Yeah, he's acting something out, and you have to guess what it is, okay? Okay, so John, here's your first one.
What's your name? Omar. Where are you from? Jordan. Nice.
Jordan, that's my name. Here, I'll take these back. I'll be better about it.
He's from Jordan.
Yeah, and that's my name.
Nice.
Okay.
Ahlan wa sahlan. What's your
Okay.
name?
Veronica,
Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
San Francisco.
What are you doing here? AOL Inc. Siren Care.
I'm one of the Battlefield companies.
Awesome.
Oh, good. All right, John, can you make sure
Hi.
that you are
Say your name.
camera aware?
Coney.
You guys can come over
Awesome.
here a little bit in the middle. It's okay. They're going to come this way. Come here, Omar. Come here, Veronica. Come this way. You scoot back. Okay, here we go. 60 seconds. You know your thing, and we're off.
Self-driving?
But what's on his face?
Glasses? Driving?
Try something new, bro.
Try harder.
Omar, what would be on his face?
I guess he is putting something in to see inside. Maybe something
it's
related
tech-related.
to
Nervous. Oh, a nervous breakdown?
something related to
There we go! Ding, 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 ding!
Good job.
Point for you guys. Okay, let's move on to our next one. Okay, who's acting? Okay,
No,
this
I
is
think
yours.
they saw that one.
You think they saw it?
Maybe.
Okay, well,
Did you see it? No.
Are you guys lying?
Better not be cheating, Mike.
I don't care.
Mike, I'm watching you, Mike.
Okay. I'm going to show the audience what it is, and then we're going. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go.
Go. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's actually really good.
Is it?
Are you guys playing or?
I have no idea what he's doing. Are you gaming? Gaming, VR gaming, drone?
Oh, that was excellent, Roman. We're changing you up.
You are an
The
actor.
takeoff was amazing.
That was
Little
really
half
good.
push-up. Okay, Omar, it's your Veronica, it's your turn to act. Let's just go right down the line. Okay, this is what you're doing. Hold on, don't start. All right. Go ahead.
Smartphone. Alexa. You just ate something? Oh. Uber Eats.
A hint is that it's a person.
What is Apple? Oh, Steve Jobs. Okay.
Yeah. You can't ever hold anything and go like this. That's not what we do. That's never going to be okay.
Hey, do you want to skip a couple forward? We can go to
Yeah, sure.
whichever ones. Just like whichever one you like.
I want to make sure it's on the thing.
Yeah.
Another person. Another person to this team. Yeah, I mean, God, I hope so. If you don't, you're off my stage. Okay, you can go ahead and start.
VR? Oh, a person. With glasses. Bill Gates.
Hey, look at me.
So Google, maybe? What? Blowing? Whistling?
Whistling?
This is really confusing right now.
Give me any name.
Godzilla? No.
Their faces are amazing.
Keep going, it's getting funny. Rain, the clouds.
What's frozen rain?
Frozen rain? Is it Snowden?
Okay.
I actually thought it was Edward Frozen Rain.
Okay.
Which one?
I don't know, let's decide one together.
No, great. Hey, this team has some good acting going on. They're getting like tough ones. You guys, I don't understand what the issue is.
Let's just do the next one.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Okay,
Edward.
who's my actor? Omar.
Edward Frozen
It's your
Rain.
turn.
Omar.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you if you know what this is. Do you know what this is?
No.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you
can
know
do
what that
this
is.
one though. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to act it out in Arabic.
You can do it.
I guess I can't do it.
Yeah, I think you can do it. Okay.
All right, you're ready to. You have to act it out in Arabic, okay? Check out jokes.
Where's my phone?
Hey, he's starting.
Instagram. Snapchat.
Oh. She got it. Good job. Jordan, she got it.
She got it instantly, but I lost my phone. So we don't have a timer anymore. Well, and also I don't have a phone, so that's even bigger. Yeah.
This is a good one.
Okay. Yeah, that is a good one. too many things in my hand.
You ready? Where are you from?
I'm from China.
Okay. Where are you from?
Provo, Utah.
Nice. Ooh.
Ooh, he says.
Ready?
Okay, Samsung Galaxy Note 7.
Instant.
How did you? That was like the very first thing you said. That's good.
Maybe on the floor? Anyone? No?
Wait,
okay.
wait. Hold on a second.
Oh, it's in my pocket.
Oh my God, that is so
John's
embarrassing.
calling me. It was literally in my. Okay. Everything's all right. There's a lot of things to keep track of. Okay, last one. This is for all of the marbles. I'm going to give it to both of you, and whoever guesses first wins.
All right, you judge on that side. I'll judge on this side.
Okay, who's going to act? Are we back around? Who's acting? Wait, I want to choose a better one. This is our last one.
Omar, you did great,
Okay,
man.
this is the one we're doing.
You did great.
Okay, wait till I say go.
Did he see it?
Yeah.
All right.
This is what. Wait, let me make sure they know.
You get this right, you get a ticket to Disrupt
For all the marbles.
New York.
Ready? Go.
Okay, Oculus Rift. Wait, what?
It's tech related.
Skateboarding? Hoverboard?
Come on.
Good job.
It was hoverboard.
Good job.
Okay,
job
a
right
big thank you to all of our participants.
Yeah.
And honestly, we just give away
Congratulations.
Come
Do
with
you guys
me,
have, business cards and
non-TechCrunch
stuff?
writers. Tito, will you take our contestants over to Emma/Nisha? And then, Omar, thank you for the name Jordan, because that's mine.
Hey, nice to meet you.
And it came from your country. Okay. We're setting up right now for the hardware battlefield, which, I mean, raise your hand if you know exactly what that is. We've got these three. Okay, we got a retention problem, so we're going to work on that. The hardware battlefield is a hardware version of what we do at TechCrunch Disrupt, which is that companies come from all over the world to compete. They have 6 minutes to pitch their startup or their product, and then there's a panel of expert judges. Some of them are VCs, some of them are founders, and they will decide who the ultimate winner is. The prize is $50,000? And the Battle Man, which is a Medal Man, which is a trophy, which is super cool, but also is $50,000. So I think that's what they're competing for most. And glory, of course. So Anthony, why don't you come up? I know you're not supposed to play favorites, but what were some of the highlights from yesterday's Battlefield?
So I can't say what the judges like the most because we're going to announce that on TechCrunch tonight. But we had some fun demos like a smart frying pan.
Smarty pans.
Smarty pans. And we also had a scale that did like a full 3D scan of your body.
Ooh.
And to tell you like what parts were like not in great shape. We had a device that would actually tell you what kind of drug, like you could like place it against the drug, and so they actually brought Viagra on stage and confirmed that it was Viagra.
Wow.
Yeah, I can imagine there are probably other ways you could confirm that, but
Ew.
Yeah, just saying. No, just yeah, those are.
Well, and I know you're gonna introduce them later, so I don't want to take your whole script or anything. But what judges can we look forward to today?
Well, I will introduce our next session these guys in a second, but I can tell you later today. We're
later.
Gonna have the Chief Marketing Officer of Best Buy, Jeff Clavier from Softtech VC, Rob Conybeer from Shasta Ventures, and Nora Mae Cadena from Make in LA. So we're gonna have an all-star cast.
Awesome. That sounds great. And then later today, we're going to have some more awesome panels. We've got some folks from Detroit. They're talking about the resurgence in hardware development in Detroit. We're going to have Damon John, Shark Tank viewers out there. Any fans? Shark Tank? You are. Thank you, sir. Also you. And one more. That's great. 3 of you. Again, 3 people are always participating. And who else do we have today? Do you know?
I do not.
Oh, we have the Doppler Labs guy. I'm interviewing him. And it looks like we're getting pretty close. Tom, how are we doing? We're just doing some stuff, so they just expect me to stand up here. Let's see, what else can we talk about?
It's my birthday today.
There we go. You know what that means, team. We're going to sing happy birthday. All of us. I expect full participation. I'm not. And I'm not going to keep the mic up to my mouth very long, so you really have to sing, okay? On the count of 3, please, TechCrunch, help, because these people are shy. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. His name's Anthony, by the way. Happy birthday, dear Anthony. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. And how old are you?
I'm 21 today.
Oh, finally he can drink. It's perfect. Here in Vegas. Couple of decades. But you look not a day over 19.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're seemingly losing the crowd, which makes sense because I'm up here with no content. What else? Crunchies! The Crunchies is coming up.
I'm still not announcing the host.
Jeff is into it. We're not announcing the host. Please don't burn me on that. But the Crunchies is an award show. It's kind of like the Oscars, but without any public interest. It's all about technology. And it's super fun. We all get dressed up. In the tech world, most of us are in sweaters and hoodies, but we all get to get dressed up in our nice clothes. I actually wrote lyrics to an opera song, 2 opera songs. And we're going to run a video to give me some relief. And I don't...
Great job, Jordan.
Thanks. I'm here to... I have fish jokes. What's up with the names of fish? Carp. What is that? Carp. Goldie. How weird, right? Salmon. Who came up with that? Ridiculous. Can we run a video, please, God? Yeah? Anyone? Can anybody hear me? I really am going to walk off stage. Viewers at home? Yeah? We're going to run a package. Sorry.
Hi, welcome back. We are actually going to kick off the hardware battlefield now. Just a quick reminder, I am Anthony Ha. I'm a writer at TechCrunch. We are going to have 3 companies on stage in the next hour. They are going to get 6 minutes to present their products, 6 minutes of Q&A, and they're competing for a spot in the finals in the hardware battlefield, which is tomorrow. We have 3 awesome judges who are going to be helping us out. They're going to be peppering the startups with questions. We have Jeff Richards, a managing partner at GGV Capital. He joined the firm in 2008 after spending 13 years as an entrepreneur and operating executive in the US and Asia. We also have Dr. Ken Washington, Vice President of Research and Advanced Engineering at the Ford Motor Company. Appointed in 2014, Washington leads Ford's worldwide research organization overseeing the development and implementation of the company's technology strategy and plans. And finally, we have Cyril Ebersweiler. He's the founder and managing director at Hacks, a San Francisco and Shenzhen-based accelerator for hardware startups. He's also a general partner at SOSV. So those are our judges, and our very first company is Siren Care. Presenting for Siren Care are CEO Ran Ma, COO Hank Yan Schulten, and CTO GF Fu. All right, take it away, guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ran, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Siren. At Siren, we create smart textiles to empower people because we believe your clothes are the only wearable you need. And our first product is a smart sock to help diabetics prevent amputations. Right now, there are over 400 million diabetics, and about 40% are unable to feel pain. So a small injury can become an ulcer, gangrene, and in the worst cases, even an amputation. For a diabetic, that means a loss of mobility and independence. But there's a financial cost as well. Each year, in the US alone, the cost of diabetic foot ulcers and amputations is over $17 billion a year. And that's more expensive than the 5 most costly forms of cancer. But data can save lives. Research has shown that temperature monitoring can reduce ulcers by 72%. Right now, people use this device. They have to manually measure the bottom of their feet and hand calculate the difference. But at Siren, we've built a continuous foot monitor that fits into the lives of the everyday user. All they have to do is put on a sock like they would every day. Our socks know when you wear them due to an integrated human touch sensor. Our socks turn on and connect automatically. Now let me introduce Judy. Judy has been living with diabetes for over 7 years. Recently, she has started losing protective pain sensation due to neuropathy. And she's become increasingly worried about her foot health. Right now, Judy is wearing our Siren Smart Socks. Switch to app. As you can see, this is a live stream of Judy's foot temperature. For the first time, real-time foot data is not only possible, but live streamed on the screen. And you can see that we're measuring the 6 most common spots of injury because these are the 6 highest points of pressure. Our socks are comfortable and seamless to wear, right, Judy? Our socks are also machine washable, machine dryable, and do not need to be charged. Right, Judy? But we can also see Judy's foot health over time. We can see also her, we can also see the next app, please. We can also see how often Judy has been wearing her socks. We know whether you've been wearing it or not, and we know that your socks should be worn as often as possible. Right, Judy? Yes. But Judy, you've been walking around Eureka Park all day. Do you think your feet are okay? Well, we see a hot spot. That means an abnormal temperature point has come up. So you should do a visual inspection of your feet, reduce activity, and if the problem continues, you should reach out to your healthcare professional. But it's okay, Judy's fine. We just wanted to show you what a trigger could look like. Thank you, Judy. Back to presentation. So our smart socks are possible due to Siren Smart Yarn. We take electronics and embed them seamlessly inside of yarn, and we weave that yarn into washable, flexible fabric that can be mass-produced on a standard weaving machine. Our yarn is designed for mass production. First, we create the internal electronic strand. Then we wrap that strand to create it into yarn. Next, we weave that yarn on a standard weaving machine, and we attach the sock to a PCB and battery, therefore creating the finished product. Our socks are available for $30 per month B2C and $75 per month B2B. And every 6 months, you get a brand new set of socks sent to your door. And who doesn't love brand new, fresh socks? Our socks are shipping pre-order this summer, and we're incorporating additional sensors such as pressure, moisture, and MCU to open the markets past diabetes. So my background is biomedical engineering, and I used to design biomass for the Army to regenerate the human face. Jeff, our CTO, has over 10 years experience in electrical engineering and has shipped multiple hardware products. Hank Young, our COO, has set up the world's largest group of textile manufacturers with clients such as Zara, H&M, and Primark. Now remember that future where I said your clothes are the only wearable you need? If you want to find out how that's possible, come see us at our booth or check us out at www.siren.care. Thank you very much. And now our judges will get a personal demo from Mark. Can also ask me questions now.
Yeah, why don't we, so we'll pass these down. The judges who aren't manhandling the socks, do you guys have questions? Or Jeff, you've actually touched it. How did it feel?
I did. It feels great. You know, one question would be, what are the other applications? I mean, diabetes obviously is a huge market, both in the U.S. as well as globally. What are the other markets, and what are the other applicable areas where you see opportunities for this technology?
So I think for healthcare, of course, and military and fashion, I think the uses are endless. What isn't made of fabric these days, right? The couch you're sitting on, your clothes. But we're really focused in healthcare specifically because I think that's where we can make the biggest difference since your clothes touch your body every day.
I have a follow-on question.
Yes.
It seems that the fabric that you make the socks out of has potentially many other applications for making different types of clothes and different types of items, as you mentioned. What led you to picking socks for your first application? And why socks?
That's a great question. So people always ask, why feet, right? But the feet is the foundation of your mobility. And if you lose your feet, that's one of the first reasons people end up in a nursing home or in a care home. Mobility is the foundation to an independent life, and that's really important to us. And I come from a family of doctors, and my parents are surgeons, and I think there's a lot we can do before people have to see people like my parents. You know, prevention, mobility, independence.
You've mentioned you have a B2C and a B2B strategy. Could you elaborate a little bit about what's going on?
So we're actually available for sale on our website right now. We're shipping this summer, and we're also working with health plans, both small regional health plans and large national health plans, and we have a couple pilots in the pipeline.
And for the socks, as you plan to sell these B2C and even B2B, what do you have in place to incentivize the owner of the socks to use them? And you said they're washable, but I noticed there's a little sensor on the side. Do they need to remove that in order to wash the socks?
Whole thing.
Or that you can just throw the whole thing into the wash?
Yeah. Judy doesn't want to take that sensor off. She just throws it in the wash.
Okay.
Easy breezy, yeah.
All right.
And you tested it in a wash?
Yes, 100 times. It's washable. It's machine dryable. And we did a lot of focus groups to make sure that it's easy to use. And that's why the anklet's not removable. So we don't expect you to charge your socks because you don't charge your socks today. Everything we make looks like real clothes.
What's your cost on the technology? So if I'm paying $30 a month for my socks, I think you said I'm getting a new set every 6 months.
Yeah.
What's your sort of notional gross margin on that product?
So as we all know, textiles are one of the cheapest things you can make, and we actually use thermistors. We use off-the-shelf technology. So we combine two very low-cost items to create a product of high value. Our margins are quite high. Happy to discuss that offline.
Can you take us through the regulatory environment and how does that affect you?
So we do not need to be FDA cleared. We're a tool and not a diagnostic. The doctor makes the final suggestion. We just help people like Judy know when to see a doctor in a timely manner so she can avoid complications such as an amputation.
What would you tell me as a customer how you handle any concerns I might have regarding my privacy?
So we are HIPAA compliant, and we make sure your data is stored in a thoughtful way. And if you choose to share it with your family or a healthcare professional, we'll work with you on that as well.
So maybe from a just a company building standpoint, can you tell us a little bit about how many people you have on the team today and sort of what you've got to accomplish over the next 6 to 9 months to kind of get the product out in the market and become the leader in this category?
So we've been around for about 2 years. I think we've been moving quite fast. We're 5 people full-time on the team, but we are growing. And we're really looking forward to shipping this summer. We're also doing trials with Dr. Reiselman at UCSF. We have some great initial data, and we're doing a larger 30-patient trial immediately after we return from CES.
How many customers could you see this serving? I mean, what's the size of the market?
So 400 million diabetics right now, 600 million within 20 years, 40% have neuropathy, severe neuropathy.
Are those global numbers or U.S.?
Global numbers. In the U.S. is about 22 to 30 million diabetics. Again, 40% have severe neuropathy. And it's only a growing problem.
Who are your competitors? Are there any?
We do have competitors. For example, you saw the Temp Touch. That's a competitor. There's also different kinds of temperature monitoring devices such as mats or scales. But the main difference is that we're continuous. We're able to reduce false positives. Injury is not a spike. Injury is a sustained temperature difference over time. And because we're easy to use wearable, socks, washable, just put it on, we're able to take a lot of data over time and reduce false positives and give the right data at the right time so you can act on it. And that's why people use it, because it's easy and error-proof.
Will this, you mentioned it's not something that has to be approved by FDA, but will it be something that could potentially be covered by insurance? Because obviously you're talking about a non-inconsequential cost. If it's $360 a year, you know, a Fitbit costs me $100, $120, and I buy it once. So how do you think about the price point and whether it might be covered by insurance?
Right, for insurance, we have a slightly higher cost because we do have a service layer built in, and each diabetic foot ulcer costs $20,000 per year, and an amputation is $100,000. There's 100,000 amputations due to diabetes in the US a year. So the cost is huge. And we can go in and reduce at least half, we believe. So we do think we can save money for the health plans, and that's why we are getting pilots on board.
All right, so we are out of time. So give it up for Siren Care.
Thank you.
Also give it up for Judy, their awesome helper, rocking a TechCrunch t-shirt. Thanks a lot, guys. So we're going to bring up our next company now. They're going to get set up. In the meantime, I'd love to hear from our judges. What did you guys think of Siren?
I thought it was pretty cool. It strikes me as a space that's going to be very competitive. But you know, the biggest problem with wearables is compliance. People don't actually use them. And so if you've got something that's on your feet 24/7, it's kind of hard not to use it. You asked the question about, you know, people using it, checking the app. I mean, to me, that strikes me as a pretty interesting use case. I think it's pretty compelling.
Yeah, I'll add. I really like the idea that it's solving a problem for society, and it's not a technology looking for a problem. It's a known problem. It seems like a credible solution. I would encourage them to think about how can they go quickly, because they're going to have competitors. And to the earlier point, if they can figure out a way to incentivize people to wear the socks, because you could have the socks sitting in your drawer and not wear them, and it's not going to do you any good. So I think there are some issues and things they need to think through, but I think it's a great idea.
So on both of those counts, do you think that the B2B model is maybe a little bit more promising than just the B2C side?
From a scale and a speed to market and a, you know, just having the resources to build an ecosystem so that these things are things that people really use so they have the impact they intend, it may be a better model.
You know, what I think is really cool is to see, you know, the development of even cheaper sensors to be embedded just in about anything, and you know, with enough volume, could be as cheap as a sock actually. So that's where, you know, cool things starts to happen then.
I would just add one thing, Anthony. You know, while we're all talking about AI and bots and robots and all these things that are kind of scary, I love the fact that we're seeing so much technology that is focused on health and making people's lives better. I mean, this is one of hundreds of companies that we've met in our world that is focusing on trying to improve people's lives through technology. And so I look out over the next couple of years and I say, gosh, won't it be terrific when so many of these types of things that people are challenged with are being helped through technology. So I love that part of her story and her pitch.
And one last thing, and I know we got to move on, but I love the smart yarn, right? And so they really ought to be thinking about what else could they do with that, right? So they ought to be talking to us at Ford about, could you put smart yarn in the seats that are in your car so you can do some interesting things, right? So there's an endless set of things you might do there.
All right, Siren, if you are still listening, come talk to Ken afterwards. All right, so let's move on to our next company. That company is Monroe. Presenting from Monroe are co-founders Sen Wang and Nan Chao. All right, take it away, guys.
Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Barry, and co-founder from Monroe. We come from Beijing, China. Over the last several years, we've been suffering from the traffic problems and air pollution, and also including like scooter market in Asia. They are low quality and out of fashion, and with like a short of take. So we want to solve that problem. Initially, we come up with Monroe 1.0, and that's 100% handmade, and it's a retro motorcycle. Unfortunately, it's still powered by gas. So we're very concerned about that. We want to make it better, so that's why we come up with Monroe 2.0. Monroe 2.0 is fully electronic with clean energy e-bike. Okay, Joe, come over here. Most importantly, we are using the removable enamel iron battery. Yeah, you can So, and compared to the white sphere, the lithium-ion the battery, which is more friendly, environment friendly, and way better. So, with full pack of a battery, 4 batteries, they can go up to like 200 kilometers. And sorry about that. And right next, okay, next. Please turn on the engine. All right. Yeah. We use like high powered, the lights with a Philips LED. That's gonna giving extended visibility to the driver at night. And we embedded the silo, embedded the tail lights in the side of inside, which looks like a more sleek and a modern look. And we use a double caliber disc brakes. Yeah, and 2 on the front wheel and 2 on the back wheel. That's gonna enhance when during the drive, you're gonna more comfortable, more safety. Yeah. Well, finally, we come back to the motor. We designed a motor, and it's more comfortable when you start up the engine. You start that engine, and it's gonna more smooth and efficient. Okay, and all the frame is made by the aluminum titanium material. Okay, next. Yeah. We have traditionally it's costly for people who want to design their own bike. We have a customization system where you can like choose the option of the steering wheel, bike steering wheel, and you can choose the color, you can choose the components for your bikes. And we are working with adaptive manufacturing to make this possible. Yeah.
9,000 yuan, 1,500.
And Monroe is targeted on the people who use the bike for daily commute and who wants to replace their old-fashioned scooters and want to carry that for trips. Yes, for daily commute. And our retail price starts at $1,700. Yeah. If everyone want to play us order, you can contact us from this site and email address. Yeah. Riding in the future, into the future with Marvel 2.0. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Wait, so can I take it for a ride?
All right.
Can we try it out?
You can try right now.
Wait, can we-
If it's a long distance, if it's
now you
way
have
enough
to.
for you.
Wait. Oh, okay.
That's a battery.
Okay, this is the battery.
That's a removable one, and that's what. Actually, we have a 2-pack over there. That can goes up to 100 kilometers. That also can charge iPhone for 40 times each of them.
Can you tell us why you decided to build, a motorcycle or bike or whatever? How do you call it actually?
You mean the design, the looking?
Yeah, everything. Why did you get into this venture?
Actually, the reason why we call Monroe, because our founder was there, and that's our CEO, and he designed this. Yeah, he designed that. We are from the second world. The motorcycle is the shape of like that. It looks similar, right? Then we come up with that idea, and we design the first generation. You guys just take a look over there. Before the previous one, yeah. So then we come because that is gas by power, power by gas. Sorry, and then we come up with this, yeah, with electronic one. Sorry. Yes, PB.
Mine in his own. He didn't like that.
Other questions?
I love the product. It's beautiful. I want one.
Thank you.
So one question is the price point at 1,700
yes.
US is is sort of a high-end product in China, correct? Most of the electric scooters that are coming out are kind of in the $1,000, $500 to $1,000 around that US.
You mean the scooter in China?
Yeah.
The scooter in China, the price is usually from the cheapest one can be up to can only like $200, and then it goes up to like $600 or $700.
So
right?
my question is just how do you guys think about the market you're going after with a product that's priced at $1,700?
Because we are not selling $1,700 in China domestically. Yeah, because that's considered the shipment fee, right? The logistics, everything. So we actually in China we sell it's around $1,000. $1,000. That's maybe like 30% higher than China domestic scooters. Yeah.
So why would I buy this e-bike? I think that you classify this as an e-bike. Why would I buy this instead of a less expensive model that has been on the market and lots of my friends might have? So what do I get that I don't get with some of the other models? And what's your pitch to me about why to buy this?
Okay. First, the most important reason, that's definitely it's good looking. Okay, I am not. Okay, that part
is a beautiful
anyway,
It is good looking.
Yeah, that's good looking.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
The second one, this is smart bike. All right, we're gonna display the speed over here, the GPS over here. We can have like a battery, the bar over here. You can see the battery. Let me turn it down. Yeah. All right.
Also,
You
there's
didn't turn
an
it on
E
yet.
thing
Yeah.
built in. Okay.
Yeah, we have speed mode over here. Yeah. So it's a smart monitor. You can also, and we're gonna have application connect this bike. We even more know better than you do. We're riding it. Yeah. So that's gonna be soon gonna happen. Yeah. So that's the second one. Anyway. Yeah.
And I notice you only have one seat. And so have you given any consideration to how you would bring packages with you, or is there a version or
that's a good question.
A version to
we
allow
have
a passenger?
That's a good question. We have many like accessories actually. We have a bag. We designed a bag over here. Yeah, you can carry some stuff over here. Yeah, you also can carry like the board. I mean like go to skating something like that. Yeah, over here. We have some accessories. Yeah. We're under our our engineering is designing right now. Yeah, we're gonna open a store in China, yeah, and the physical store. We have many accessories, match this stuff. Yeah.
So there are regulations, in some countries. In China, I guess you don't need to have a helmet. In other countries
China,
you will have, or what's going on in the e-bike industry worldwide?
All right. That's kind of hard for me right now because I'm not a lawyer. Though the native of the regulation over here, but
Hopefully
in
you've
China,
got lawyers working for you though who can tell you
Of
what to
course,
do, right?
Yeah, but in China, as we know, there are 97% of the cities not require license. You gotta have a top speed, right? And then you don't need they consider a bike. They're not that strict, okay? In here, as I heard that the many different regulation of each cities, yeah. So we are like looking for professional distributors and work with us. We can design each product and specifically for that city, including speed, including like the looking or whatever. The concern about it, yeah.
What's your cost to produce the bike? And
Sorry?
What's your cost?
That's a secret.
All right. I mean, roughly though, if you're selling it for $1,000 or $1,700,
we have roughly parfait.
Yeah, it's because even if the cost in China is lower, because we have transportation costs and everything, and it depends on option that you need. We do have the saddle bag option that like other motorcycle as well, but yeah, it's the transportation and the ordering and the tax and a different regulation is different prices.
and is it available today in at scale?
In here?
Anywhere in China or
In
elsewhere?
China, yes.
In China, it's available
Yeah.
today.
Yes.
It's available.
Okay.
You can
And
place
are-
an order online, then you can get the shipment after 1 month. Yeah.
Have you had any discussions with cities about adopting your bike as part of a smart city effort?
Yes, we currently in the process of doing that. Yes, smart city will be a very good idea for this kind of product to be in the process as well. It's no pollution. I mean, the range is very good, and you can put more battery in your saddlebag, so you extend the range tremendously. So, yeah.
Great. Any other questions? I think we might have a little bit of extra time if anyone has a final question or anything like that.
Is the plan to predominantly market it directly to consumers in China and elsewhere, and then obviously outside of China go through distributors? But in China, are you building a direct-to-consumer brand and selling it directly with your own showrooms and things like that?
Yes, we are selling it directly. Yes, yes. And like we said earlier, there's a configurable online option. You can select different options as well. Yeah.
Maybe just for the audience's sake, I was telling Ken that just tell everybody the size of the market for scooters in Asia. I think a lot of people in the U.S. aren't aware of how big that market is. Maybe just tell everybody that.
And do it quickly, though.
I have a data that's global, right? It's gonna up to that 23 billion US dollar till the 2013. Yeah, so that's a lot, and I believe like many government will be notice that part, like encourage people to use the two-wheelers. Yeah, no matter us or other, because in Asia the scooters, we are really suffering the traffic jam. I'm living in Beijing and air pollution. Yeah, if you guys ever been to there, you will know that. So actually, a lot of people has to be use the two-wheelers to go to work or something during rush hour. So their scooters, the Chinese people they can't afford a good one. Just don't have that kind of product to match their demands. They want a good one, they want a smart one, they want they want a long range. Yeah.
Great. So I think we are out of time. So give it up for Monroe.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. So while our final team is setting up, judges, like quickly, what did you think? Would you take this to work?
Well, first of all, it's a beautiful bike, and I think they're dealing with a really huge market in China, and so potential good business there. I worry about how crowded the e-bike market is, and so I would encourage them to think about how can they really differentiate their product, both from a go-to-market strategy in terms of engaging cities, maybe other transportation companies, technology companies to exploit their concepts around smart bikes. They need something that's going to differentiate them from a very crowded e-bike market.
Yeah, in China, it's also being used, as Ken mentioned earlier or hinted to, it's not really only for transportation. It's to transport things, really. You don't really see a lot of people hanging out and going around unless they are actually doing this for work. So really, maybe it has more thrust than others and can transport better, or heavier stuff with that design. So that could be another opportunity for them eventually.
Yeah, Anthony, my question would just be the price point. I think in China, that's a relatively expensive product.
And that's talking about the $1,000 Chinese price
Yeah, even
point.
at $1,000, you got a very crowded market for electric scooters in the, $500, $300 US. And so trying to get your daily commuter to spend the extra money for, it's a beautiful product, but it's a Porsche, it's a Ferrari. It's a very nice product. I don't know how mass market it'll be at that price point. That would be a big question.
Yeah, and I didn't hear them say, and maybe they're thinking about it, but if they're really positioning this product as the luxury scooter product in the China market, then I'd like to hear more about what's the size of that market, what research have they done about who else is in that market and how might they penetrate it, and then what does that mean for going to other regions?
I guess one of the things I'm curious about, because it sounds like you guys know a bit about the e-bike market in China, is how do people actually buy those bikes? Are they sort of going into dealerships? Is this sort of, are they going to need to find partners to do that?
Well, so we have an investment in a company called NIU, which is in this market as well. And a lot of brands in China are going direct to consumer. They're using social media like Xiaomi did. Xiaomi is one of the largest e-commerce players in the world, having gone direct to consumer. And so what you see with a lot of the up-and-coming brands in the consumer product space is going direct to consumer. So it sounds like they've got showrooms as well, which they'll use to sell accessories and add-ons to the bike and things like that. But building a consumer brand in China via WeChat or other social media channels is a pretty viable sales model in China that isn't as prevalent here. People still go through retail and e-commerce sites, not as much direct. But I'm not worried about that. I'm more just thinking about the mass market consumer in China buying a luxury product.
Right.
Cyril, basically.
Yeah. You can definitely buy e-bikes through little retailers, but I think one of the interesting things that we've seen in hardware in China was actually seeing more brands creating their own stores. It sounds completely nuts to do that in the US because of cost and many other things out there and marketing and whatnot. But in China you see more and more people using the brick and mortar strategy across, and even Xiaomi eventually moved on from the online retail base to the offline one. I forgot to ask them a question though. One of the things in China that is a national sport is to steal batteries out of e-bikes. I'm wondering if they made it easier or harder actually to steal it. There is a huge aftermarket for it.
Cool. Well, I think there's some technical issues going on, so we're just going to have those two teams. So give it up one more time for our awesome judges.
Thank you, judges. Yeah, like Anthony said, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so if you're really looking forward to seeing that company, don't worry. They're going to come back at the next session of Hardware Battlefield. For now, we're going to actually throw to a couple videos that we've created over the year, go to lunch, and then please be back at 1 for the restart of our program. Thanks again, judges and Anthony. All right.
Won't let me submit unless I do my third company. You're out of luck.
Makes real Back to the Future style magnetic levitation skateboards. The company gave TechCrunch the first peek inside how their hover engines work, thanks to a special pattern of magnets that could one day power the Hyperloop.
This is version 2 of the Hendo hoverboard, an actual magnetic levitation board. So how does this work?
Yeah, so similar to the Hendo 1.0, we've got our 4 hover engines kind of in the 4 corners. But what's different about this guy is we've changed a lot of different things. So probably one of the first things you'll notice is that we have got a skateboard deck interface. So just like in Back to the Future, it's inspired by the skateboard. What would a skateboard hoverboard look like? And this is kind of what we came up with. So we've got the skateboard deck and modified skateboard trucks that attach to the 4 hover engines. So just as you'll shift your weight and kind of the movement that you'll see on a skateboard, you'll get similar movement of the hover engines, but the response is different with hover engines compared to wheels. So as they get closer to the surface, as they're actuated, you'll get some control and directionality out of the hoverboard.
Right, so because they're slightly canted sideways, you can actually get a little bit of traction and kind of push off the ground rather than just being a flat sort of hockey puck sliding around on its own.
Yeah, so yes, exactly. So as we'll see in kind of later demos, as hover engines get closer and increase that magnetic drag, but it's not drag anymore, it's useful. We call it traction, like you were talking about. We can now use that to basically push off the surface and control where we're going.
Now, when we spun this over a conductive surface, nothing happened. There was no lift because there was no change in flux. Victor then went and built all the even arrays, but we shifted 2 magnets so that there was an alternating array. The evens and odds were 2 magnets shifted. These sections that weren't concentric, which is half of the flux, were actually used constructively to generate these eddy currents in the conductive surface. And that gave us a secondary magnetic field which repelled the first, giving us lift, enabling the hoverboard.
So this is what we call the pica. It's basically a small demo unit that you can really get a sense of how a hover engine feels and how it responds to different inputs. So you can turn the switch on the side here, the motor will spin up, and then when you push it down, you'll get a sense of kind of that springiness, how a hover engine responds when I load it. And then
You
when
can feel
you
the
tilt
bounce.
it, you can feel the bounce. And when you tilt it, you'll get that force. Just as we see in the white box with the hoverboard, you'll really get a sense of when I control that input, how much force do I get out? What does it feel like?
Right, so when you put one of the sides of this motor closer to the flooring, it's going to propel away from that. So you can feel it just sort of skimming around based on just a tiny little change in the direction or angle that it is facing. So when it sits flat, it sits kind of stable, but as soon as you turn it, it's going to fly all over the place.
Yep.
So is this what I think it is? Is this actually a Hyperloop, like a mini Hyperloop?
A mini Hyperloop. So it's not evacuated, that we don't have any vacuum pumps or anything, but we have the tube shape to give you a sense of what could be like. We have our conductive substrate here, in this case aluminum. And we have our hover engine. So this is what we call the Warthog. It's basically a small demonstration unit of a Hyperloop pod. So we've got our 4 hover engines on the ends there, you see. And with small actuations of the hover engines, we can get thrust to send this thing back and forth. And it's actually fairly zippy.
Wow, that's really quick.
Yep. And
so it's just like changing the angle of the motors to shoot around.
You can see it tilt slightly with a small tilt. I think it's less than 5 degrees each way. This thing can zip up and down the tube, and it'll give you enough thrust to do that. So we had this demonstration unit when we were at Texas A&M for the Hyperloop competition a little over a month ago, and teams really got a sense to see, like, okay, if we use Archspex's hover engines in our pod design, what would this look like? And so this is kind of just a small demonstration unit, but it had a lot of value for teams to really see what it looked like.
And so how does this go from this size to being like a full-size thing that people and cargo could ride in?
Yeah, so there are a lot of technical challenges with our technology, in addition to just the Hyperloop in general. So operating at high speeds, operating at low pressures, those are new frontiers for us. And we're certainly learning along the way and doing our best to simulate and test. But we're really looking forward to the first test track that SpaceX and the competition is going to provide, because it's going to be a great opportunity for us to see what it's like. We think it should work at high speeds, but really it's we don't have any way to test at 500 miles an hour, so it's really going to be a learning opportunity for us as well.
Yesterday, TechCrunch had a chance to tour Facebook's brand new hardware lab, Area 404. Facebook needed a place to build its solar drones, internet lasers, and VR headsets. Located at the company's California headquarters, it's named Area 404, the computer code for not found, because Facebook engineers couldn't find a place to build their gadget prototypes. What will be built here? Oculus will prototype future versions of the Rift headset and the Surround 360 camera, data infrastructures like Facebook's OpenRack network switch wedge, as well as parts for Project Ares antenna and the Aquila solar-powered drone. With so much hardware on its 10-year roadmap, it makes sense to build a dedicated laboratory. Now, Facebook will be able to build new servers, satellite dishes, and other gizmos much faster. The futuristic white lab is filled with huge, expensive, and dangerous machines for cutting and bending metal. In fact, Area 404 is so dangerous, Facebook won't let Mark Zuckerberg in.
So John's been around for about 3.5 years now. Initially, it was founded by some engineers in Silicon Valley. Like all of us, we're all hobby photographers, and they were, on a trip and took pictures and came back, and like all of us, you go, these pictures don't do justice. So one of them decided to make a spherical camera so they could capture the whole world. It was right around the time that VR was taking off, so it was like perfect timing to take this technology that we're developing and use it for virtual reality. And we formed a studio about 1.5 years ago to really complement the technology that we were building with creative. So what can we do with this whole new medium? And with the studio here in Los Angeles, how can we work with filmmakers and storytellers to really push the technology? We like to say we focus on 4 different areas of content. We've done things in sports, so it's giving fans access to things they don't normally get access to, whether you pay for a ticket to go to the game or watching on television. So whether it's getting access to behind the scenes in a locker room or training or areas, like we like to say, we can take fans to places they don't get access to. We've done things in music where you can be on stage with Paul McCartney, the Grateful Dead, but you can also be in their personal private recording studios, which you can't pay a ticket for. So they're almost like performing just for you. You get that personal connection with an artist. We've done things in travel and adventure where, again, that sense of presence of hiking in Nepal with some of the greatest climbers in the world. That's an amazing experience. And we're doing original stories as well. So we're working with Doug Liman, who's best known for a lot of big Hollywood films, on an original idea that he developed. And it's a series I'm going to launch early this fall. And we're getting into a little bit more long-form storytelling, but we're doing it episodically. So again, we're pushing this medium in a lot of different areas from, like I said, music, sports, travel, and original stories. A lot of people producing VR now, there's not a lot of technology you can just buy or license. So a lot of people have been building their own cameras and figuring out how to do post-production.
I'm a mom. I have sons. They love cars and they love to go fast. So today we're at Active Motors checking out their all-electric go-karts. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Connie.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having us. You are making go-karts for children ages 5 through 9. We're here in your mini factory of sorts where you're developing the product. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Well, this is our engineering office where we do all of our product development activity. We also fabricate products so that we can test them in our test parking lot out and back. It's kind of cool because we're taking a lot of the technology that you'd find in your smartphone and in your car and putting it into a product for kids, one that makes you wish you were a kid once again.
Great. Well, let's check out this corner.
And over here we have a bunch of reference products, some prototypes.
Okay, very cool.
Back over here is an actual Italian professional racing go-kart. It goes 120 miles an hour.
I assume this is not for children then?
It is not for children. In fact, it's not even for most adults because it goes that fast.
Okay.
You can see the way the steering works and the way the seating works. So we wanted to recreate that as much as we could with a kid's go-kart. This is the final cart. The body kit is removable, and right now it's available in either silver or red as you see, but in the future there'll be other body kits that can attach in these standard mounting points. There's synthesized engine sounds that come out of speakers right behind the child's head. It also has steering that's very much like a miniature Formula One car, and it even has adjustable pedals so we can accommodate kids with different length legs. Let me show you one of our early prototypes that we put together early last year in our machine shop. Some of the things we learned here was the wheelbase was actually a little bit too short for the age group that we were targeting. We also learned that the steering mechanism needed to change a little bit to get the kind of response that we want, but also to get the tie rods closer to the floor. So and here's our machine shop where we fabricate our prototypes. So we can do a lot of metalworking here. We can do metal cutting, we can do tube bending, we can do machining and welding. We can also do 3D printing. So we've got several different 3D printers here that we can make simple plastic parts from.
Okay, wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about the business. These carts cost $1,000, the base model. Then the kit is a little bit extra, $150, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now that's a little bit more than you were planning to charge originally.
Well, when we first introduced the product back in February, we had a special offer of around $600 without shipping. But several months later, as we started approaching production, we raised that to about $1,000, but including free shipping.
What are the other sort of features?
So we have a mobile app that connects to the go-kart by Wi-Fi that gives parents a lot of safety features. One of those is an emergency stop button that they can hit and immediately bring the cart to a stop. Another one is a speed limit. They can real-time adjust the speed limit all the way up to 12 miles an hour, depending on the skill level of the child. We also have a geo-fence. The parents can define a boundary within which the cart must stay, and if the cart goes outside that boundary, the go-kart slows to a crawl until the child comes back inside the boundary. And finally, just like a lot of high-end cars, we've got collision avoidance. So we'll automatically stop the cart before it hits the obstacle.
That's terrific. Well, I know my sons are dying to get out there. Should we do this?
Let's do it.
Okay.
So he's only going 5 miles an hour right now with the speed limit set, but we're going to dial him up now a little bit more now that he's comfortable with it.
Great. So Teddy, what'd you think?
I think it was great.
Really? You look like you're having a lot of fun out there.
Our company established in 1973 in Taiwan, and for many years we become one of the biggest electronic company in Taiwan. So total revenue turnover in our group is about $38 billion US.
It seems like pricing is a big factor in your success. I mean, you've been able to undercut a lot of the companies. You know, MakerBot devices, they're hitting well above $1,000. You've come out with devices that are under $300. How are you able to undercut that pricing?
So our company is a very vertical integrated company. So you know, we not only for the manufacturing of 3D printer, we also manufacture so many different kinds of the product for the customer as well. So we are one of the biggest setup mask makers. We are one of the biggest of the storage product like external hard disk drive, SSD makers, and consumer electronics. We are number 2 in the notebook PC as well. So we do a lot of different kind of hardware electronic devices. That's why we have a bigger purchasing power. And number 2 is we manufacture by ourselves in Asia. So we are able to manufacture with a very low cost in our own factories. And number 3, because we design everything from the software, firmware, hardware, material by ourselves. So we're able to provide the best values to our customers.
When you look at where the consumer 3D printing industry is right now, has the industry been a victim of its own hype?
Not really. Actually, if you see all the new technology product in the initial years, so many new entries of the company were coming in, right? And a couple of years later, some people still survive, some companies drop off. This is the nature of the competitions. So we always are joking, actually it's true. About 30 years ago, maybe more than 100 companies in the worldwide doing the notebook PC. But you see how many people doing the notebook PC now? Probably not more than 5, right? So this is just a naturally competitions. And if you have a resource, investment, new technology, then you will survive in continuous. But for our company alone as XYZ Printings, not only try to promoting our own product with the new technology, and we're also providing the other additional value to our customer with a software, material, and whole package. And for us alone, we try to touch bases on the different technology in the 3D printer area, because as a company, we don't know which technology will survive in the future, right? So we need to invest in different technology. So I think when we coming in, of course, we compete with our competitors, and they have their strengths, and sometimes probably they decide they are moved to a different territory. For example, the company think the margin is too low for them. They need to move to a different territory, but we're still happy with our low margin business to survive. Yeah.
One of the promises early on, a few years back when people really started earnestly speaking about consumer 3D printers was this idea of a 3D printer in every home. Is that still, do you still see that as the future of the technology?
Yes, actually I'm a big believer, not only for 3D printer have everyone at their home, but also 3D printer will be at their office and their factories. So just like people still debating become the self-driving car in the future, probably not. All the car in the 20 years later become self-driving car. Just like 3D printer will be everywhere in the 20 years later.
So you're not troubled at all by what's been a bit of a constriction with the 3D printing industry right now? That doesn't worry you about the future of the technology?
No, not at all. Because this is the nature of the evolving of the technology, right? Right now it's just a stage to try to come on the next newer technology generation within period of time. For example, as you know, the continuous printing makes this printing speed much faster now. But still in the early stage. If they can do it much faster, precise, and easier, whatever, there will bring more people to use the 3D printers. Not waiting for 4 hours or 6 hours. Probably 40 minutes, 4 minutes can be finished. So this kind of technology is really coming in pretty soon. In 2 or 3 years, become more accessible to the people.
And I'm wondering for your company, the breakdown of consumer units sold to schools versus actual in-home consumers or DIY users. What is the breakdown now, and what direction is that headed in? Are you going to be more focused on schools or individual consumers in the future?
Okay. Of course, in the past 2 years, we only focus on the consumer channels because we are new. We don't have any channel at the time. So we only focus on the sales channel, the retail channels. But this year, we start to focus more and more in the education channels. So this year, we actually are more focused on education channel, and next year we're more focused on professional channels. So this is, we try to cover all the different perspectives. But for the business-wise, probably only 20% come from education now. We see more probably next year.
Today, we're talking about flyboarding and the technology behind how you can fly up to 50 feet in the air. Let's check it out.
All of our products connect to a PWC, which stands for personal watercraft, whether it's a jet boat or a jet ski, and basically allows someone to fly in the air using water power. The flyboard actually takes the average person about 3 to 7 minutes to learn the basic maneuvers to stand above the water. You can actually get as good as doing triple and quadruple backflips, and that takes some hours of practice. But it's the sky's the limit. Every year we've seen this, and it's been out about 5 years. Every year there's been more and more tricks added to the flyboard, and the competitions have actually grown as well around the world. So this is what we call a U-pipe or elbow, and basically this is what connects to the jet ski and redirects the propulsion from the jet ski to the actual hose, and then it comes out the actual board. All of our products attach the same way to the same hose. So whether you're jetpacking, flyboarding, or hoverboarding, you can attach or detach your hose in seconds. So the flyboard was actually developed in France by a French inventor named Frankie Zapata. And he started the flyboard about 4 years ago when the first YouTube video came out. And now we've seen about 4 different versions of the product, and we've actually have a 5th version that just came out for testing about 2 months ago called the Flyboard Air. And that one actually doesn't attach to anything. It's actually a Flyboard Air that flies with jet turbines. So the cost of our products range from anywhere from $4,500 all the way up to $13,000. We're actually about to have our 4th annual World Cup this year in Dubai. Yeah, I think the flyboard industry and hydroflight in general is really growing rapidly. You know, we've been in it since the beginning, and we have seen tremendous growth over the years.
Hey everybody, it's Brian with TechCrunch. So a couple months ago, Anki asked us to come into their office, made a really big production, and then pulled out a small lunch bag and unveiled Cosmo. It's this little robot they've been working on for a while. A lot goes into this bot. He's roughly the size of a baseball, but the company hired a team of animators from Pixar and DreamWorks, a bunch of AI people. They hired a classical music composer, all to create this little lifelike robot. So we've only had the robot for a couple of days now. First thing you do when you power him on, he wakes up from a sleep, kind of looks around. You spend the next few days really getting to know him, so there are different tasks that he can unlock. He's got a series of 3 cubes. He can lift them up, stack them, roll them, knock them over. He's got little games and activities that he plays with you. There's a Simon-like game where you tap the cube and you play against him. He gets really, really cocky when he wins, gets really frustrated when he loses. It's fascinating to watch him kind of grow as a robot, as a little piece of AI. He gets to know you. He's got facial recognition. He will be happy to see you. He will say your name when he sees you. Really, he's a personality that develops over the course of a few weeks. So we've only had him for a little while. We're still getting to know him. The key question here is how engaging this robot is going to be over time. So he's $179, which is pretty expensive as far as toys go, even robotics toys, but this is one that's going to last with you for a while. I've been engaged for a few days. I'm a grown-up. I realize that I'm not really the target audience here, but it's really interesting to see him unlock and learn things. And of course, the company is going to continue to update him over time through their iOS and Android app. I'm not quite sure if I can recommend it for anybody but early adopters right now, but it's a really, really fascinating product and is only going to get more and more fascinating as it grows.
Josh, lay out for me what's going on currently at Hyperloop One.
So we're building all of the stuff that we said we were going to build after the POT test. So the last time we talked was after we had the big splashy sand sled in the desert. And now we're building the rest of the development loop in progress for our Kitty Hawk moment, which will be at the beginning part of next year. And that's where we're going to have the full system, so vacuum, big tube, sled inside, electromagnetic propulsion, and we're going to demonstrate that the whole system works together.
And lay out for me what happened in the Nevada desert, because we were all at Disrupt when that happened.
So when we left the sled test in May, we were testing the propulsion system for the vehicle. So that was just the motor. So if you imagine an electric motor and you cut it down the seam and you unroll it, and we put that along the length of the track, sent some electricity through it, and that got us up to speed. It got us up to about 110 miles an hour in about a little over a second or so.
Yeah,
and
110 is way less than what you're actually aiming for, though.
Correct. Yeah. So that was really the first stepping stone. That we just build more of that, and we have built more since then. We've basically doubled the length of that track, and so we're testing faster. We're testing more sophisticated tests and a new control system that we're working on.
So when does that all happen?
So that's going to take place beginning of next year. So it's starting construction in a couple of weeks here, and then we're just going to continue to build, and it's going to be like a phased build. So we start off short, build longer, build up speed and everything. And as we move up, we get more difficult tests, we go faster, and we test more sophisticated control systems and all this other good stuff.
What are you hoping to find when you do that?
Hopefully nothing. Hopefully it does exactly what we predict it will. And that's the nominal is the engineering word for thank God it worked.
Let me ask you this. I know there's a lot of talk about, building this and making sure the technology works. When are you actually going to be testing on humans?
So we're looking at quite a few different opportunities. So there's the freight, and then there's the passenger case.
Like, when do I get to take a ride?
When do you get to take a ride? So the first couple routes that we're looking at, we're hopeful that as early as, really boots or shovels in the ground, boots on the ground in 2018, 2019, and then really getting into people inside in the 2020. Places where that could really benefit from being able to be in one spot and 20 minutes later being about 200 kilometers away.
Yeah, and you're building it in Moscow as well. Any other places you're planning on building?
I don't think I'm gonna answer that one. I'm gonna steal on that one.
All right, that's fine. Josh, thanks for showing me around the Hyperloop.
Oh, thanks for coming, Sarah.
Yeah, what's coming up next for you?
Fully integrated system of the Hyperloop, our Kitty-Hawk moment, and that'll be starting in a couple weeks here. We'll start construction of that. Columns will be going up, and then tubes to go on top of them pretty shortly after.
Well, great. All right, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for coming.
Banks, legendary model turned startup investor and entrepreneur, is here at the NASDAQ to celebrate Tyra Beauty. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So tell us about this company you're working on. What is Tyra Beauty?
So Tyra Beauty is what I would like to call a cosmetics experience, not a cosmetics line. And we have a couple of taglines. One is we're beauty, business, and badassery. Okay. So the beauty is makeup. The business is that we have our entrepreneurs that are our social sellers that actually sell Tyra Beauty and make money and make a percentage of what they sell. And anybody can be what we call a beauty-tainer. They're called beauty-tainers. And then the badassery is we like to be a little dangerous, a little rebellious, have a little fun. And I launched it 1 year ago. So this is the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center's 1-year anniversary. Tyra Beauty's 1-year anniversary when we came out of beta a year ago, and so it's just so nice to be here. It's amazing.
Yeah. So, and you have a lot going on. You're also starting a new show on NBC with Rob Dyrdek. We're going to be investing in startups. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit what to expect there?
Yeah, so the show is called Funded, and this is actually Rob's creation. So this is one of the first shows that I've ever done that I didn't create. And usually I don't do that, but when Rob approached me and I met with him, I was like, this is amazing. Hell yes, I am down for this. And I can't say too much, but it's NBC. It's Rob, and then also Rohan Oza, who is a marketing guru. And we just all had a team dinner last night, and it was a bunch of love and a bunch of trash talk too. So that's what you're gonna see on TV. And giving people that American dream and giving them an insanely amazing prize of not seed money, but it's money to take them to the next level. So we're really taking businesses that are already doing very well to overdrive.
And so outside of the show, you've also done some startup investing. Yes. You've had Fierce Capital. Yes. What companies have you invested in, and what are you looking for?
So one of my favorites that I've invested in is called Muse, the Muse. And it's a female founder. Her name is Catherine, and she is a genius, and the company is growing. I love getting my emails and my updates like, this was a smart one, this was a good one. So I have about 7 or 8 companies that I've invested in. A new one that I invested in is, most of them are kind of female, but I'm open. And there's a very famous chef by the name of Roy Choi who is starting a fast food, almost like high-end fast food for a very affordable price. So I've invested in his brand as well. So those are 2 of my favorites, but I do have a very small portfolio of 8. I was going for 30 to 40 businesses, but I decided to halt with that investment because Tyra Beauty is personally funded. So it is self-funded. So every check that goes out, every inventory, or when it comes to full-time hires, everything comes from me. And so I felt like I needed to put the oxygen mask on myself before my children, like they say to do on the airplane. So, but the oxygen mask and the capital is going to Tyra Beauty right now and pausing on Fierce Capital.
Well, you've definitely been keeping yourself busy, and so I understand you're also going to be teaching at Stanford.
Yes.
What is that about?
I'm very excited. So I recently spoke at Stanford and did about, hour and a half, 2-hour speech Q&A session. And one of the professors came up to me and said, you know what, that's not a speech and a presentation, that's a class. And so she approached me, and then we created something and took it to the assistant dean, and they approved, and so, or associate dean, and now I am going to be Professor Banks.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm jealous. I wish I had professors like that. And so do you have any tech mentors, any people that you look up to in the world of Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so I am a cold caller. And he's not in Silicon Valley, but I read his book, and it is called Delivering Happiness. I read it many years ago. Tony Hsieh, the CEO of Zappos. And I was amazed by his story. All the way from him loving Taco Bell, which I love, down to just how savvy he was and how culture meant everything to him. And he wrapped this company around culture that just so happened to sell shoes and now other items. And I cold called him. And I was like, this is Tyra Banks, and I love your book, and I want you to mention me, and I love Taco Bell too. And he was like, this is not Tyra Banks, this is a prank call, and he almost hung up. He's like, prove it. And I was like, how do I prove it? And I was like, coming up on America's Next Top Model. And he was like, oh my God, it is you. And so I've stayed in touch with him. I love Joe Gebbia out here with Airbnb. I call him about even HR issues, like do you do, paid time off, or do you do flex time? Just like those minutia things from these like titans of industry in tech is everything to me, and I am not ashamed of asking to be mentored.
Great. Well, last thing, will you smize?
Of course. No, will you smize?
Oh, I don't know.
So no mouth, no mouth. Okay. Yep. No relax.
Okay.
Oh my God, you're so just so beautiful. Okay, wait. No smile at all. Like dead. Like Novocaine. I just gave you a shot at the dentist. There you go. Now squeeze your eyes and look into that camera like you're pissed. Even more. No lips. No lips. No lips. Dead. Chin up. Chin up. Chin up. Chin up. Squeeze eyes tighter. You're just so pissed off. Yes. You're doing it. You're doing it. That was it. You smize. You smile with your eyes.
That's awesome. I'm so excited about that. Thank you so much for joining us here at the NASDAQ.
Mechamon is the first product that transcends the physical and virtual space, combining real augmented reality gameplay with real-world battling as well. On Mechamon, what you're looking at is a 4-legged robot that's modular, so that means you can take off the legs and plug them in any configuration that you want, and also upgradable with weapons, shields, your own style of layout, and you can make it, truly yours by changing the way it looks and performs. With a single player, we create a world for you, augmented reality world. So you can take your robot using your smartphone, and looking through the phone, you see your opponents spawn in around the robot, and you've got a backstory as well, so you can engage with the characters and all these augmented reality opponents. Once you go into the multiplayer game mode, we take you, it's all happening in the real world. So you've got a robot, I've got a robot, and we can battle. At that point, there's no augmented reality. That's two robots facing each other. And what you're looking at is really, your attention is on the robot, trying to predict your opponent's move and out-strategize them. We've also got Mechamon Arcade, which is why it's such a great platform. And this is a game mode, simple fun games that you can play quickly. So if you've got a Mechamon and your friends don't, but they've got their smartphones, well, you can all still play, because now we've got a game mode, for example, called Tug of War, where you're fighting for control of the Mechamon. We've been perfecting this robot for the last 3 years, and they're modular because they're very durable. So what that means is they don't break easily, and a lot of work has gone to make sure that they can handle any gameplay activities that you do with them. The reason Mechamon looks like this is it's a lot to do with my background and also references to pop culture as well. So I was born in Nigeria. I grew up and was really inspired by wildlife. But then growing up, I was a gamer as well and loved anime and mech from Japan. And then further in my life as well, I'm a robotics engineer. I was really inspired into teaching kids using STEM, or as you call it in here, STEAM. So really it was a combination of all of these things. So that's wildlife, biology, robotics, and pop culture, and also the ability to kind of teach robotics. All of that has come together to make Mechamon what you see today. Launching today, we'll be shipping January 2017. Mechamon is priced at $329 for one, or discount for $599 for a pair.
Watch this trick, watch this trick, watch this trick.
Yeah.
我操
People have been dabbling in video live streaming since the early days of the internet. Facebook Live, Twitch, and Periscope are some of the bigger players at the moment. But what's happening across the ocean here in China is amazing. A different culture and a more mobile and tech-savvy society has taken video live streaming to a whole different level. Live streaming here is a huge business of performers on platforms talking about anything and everything to hundreds of thousands of people and getting gifted huge amounts of money. I had so many questions, so I met up with Sam Triplett in Shanghai, an expat and live streamer, to learn about this crazy yet very intriguing video streaming subculture. So tell me about all these live streaming apps and platforms here in China.
They've really found a perfect way to monetize it, not just for the companies, but for any of the streamers themselves. Because of that, it's just become wildly popular.
So people like you are making a good amount of money on these platforms?
Even though I'm male, and even though like I have about 5,000 followers, when I live stream, I can still make about $100 US per hour.
What are all these people talking about when they're live streaming?
It depends on the day. I mean, I have some friends who live stream who they just sing songs. Some of them dance. Some of them will play instruments. But the great majority of them are just like me. We'll just be like, we'll see what any of the people watching us are talking about, ask us questions. And I'll just be like, oh, they'll ask me like, oh, can you speak Chinese? I'm like, yeah, I can speak Chinese. And just chit chat with them.
Most of the people who are streaming on these apps are ladies. So I met up with Ricey Chen, who had been a live streamer for the past 2 months, to get her thoughts on all of this. Why do you live stream?
Oh, live streaming means a lot to me. It's not only means the job, but also it's a way for me to meet with new friends. I can earn money and I can make new friends. That's cool.
So it's fun?
Yeah, that's fun. That's interesting. And it's popular in China.
So I mean, the closest thing I've seen to this are like sex webcams, stuff like that, right? But in China, there's pretty strict rules against what you can and can't do. You've said before that 90% of the people on there are women, females.
Yeah.
So they're not showing anything. They're just like talking. People are just interested.
Well, I mean, they obviously can't do anything perverse or too erotic, but some of them like might wear a little bit slightly revealing clothing. But if it's anything too revealing, they're just gonna get their account locked. If they're caught smoking in the middle of their live stream or drinking alcohol. Because of the censorship rules, they can't do anything that's considered profane or not harmonious with what the CCP wants.
There are a bunch of popular Chinese streaming apps, and more are popping up all the time. Apps that are pretty much exact clones of Twitter's Periscope or Meerkat, but with one big difference. Users can buy app tokens and use those tokens to buy virtual gifts to send to people. You can send someone a gift anywhere ranging from a 2-token heart, pennies, to 8,000 token Bugatti, hundreds of dollars. It's basically virtual tipping to show affection or support, and the companies make their cuts from all these transactions. Huajiao is the name of the app that Sam and Ricey both stream on at the moment.
So if I'm watching somebody's live stream and I appreciate them, or I want them to acknowledge that I'm supporting them, I'll send them a gift.
And platforms like Huajiao would take a percentage of those gifts that are being sent. That's their main way of making money?
Yes, and it's a huge revenue stream for them. Huajiao currently takes 10% from every live streamer. Anything that they receive, they take 10% right off the top. The most popular app is Inke, and they are just making out like bandits because they take 70% of all of their live streamers' earned revenue.
When you live stream, how much can you make in a day?
I have already made 45,000 RMB by live stream.
So you've made close to $7,500 US live streaming, and that's in how much time?
About 3 months. Oh, no. 2 months.
How many hours a week about?
This month I have do live stream for 80 hours.
80 hours?
Yeah, 80 hours.
Okay, it's like a part-time job. It's not bad for 7,500. So do you think if I was to live stream, do you think I would do good or no good?
It's an interesting question because if you will do well live stream, it's not only depends on how pretty you look. To be a real interesting person is the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it helps that I'm very pretty, right?
Yeah, you are pretty.
So after worrying about it, I wanted to jump in, start live streaming. About to eat a cricket. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Ni hao. Ni hao.
Look at that. 是我.
Hi, Ricey.
Hi.
Oh, that's you.
是小崔的花椒宝宝。
Pikachu. Pikachu.
What is Pikachu?
Is that not Pikachu?
花椒 baby。是不是有点亮？
Come here.
是小崔
Come
的
here,
花椒
Ishad.
baby。
Ishad's the man. 花椒宝宝。小崔，你问我。My name is Tito Go. I just want to have fun. If you guys have any questions about how to maintain your curls, am I rich yet? Rolling in the dough. That was an awesome experience. So we just live streamed and we had about 122 people that tuned in to watch and we got about $10 in gifts, mostly from Sam and Ricey. But it was cool. It was cool. Live streaming and making money isn't only specific to China. In the States, companies like Twitch, they have donating, or even YouNow also offers gifting. But would my mom or myself send money to a stranger? Probably not. In China, the media is also pretty heavily censored, so this is seen as an alternate form of entertainment. Facebook and Twitter, they definitely have monetization on the mind. But will they follow in the footsteps of Asia, or will they take a different route? I don't know. Either way, it's super interesting to see how video streaming has taken a different route in both countries.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Jordan Crook with TechCrunch, and today we are at the Snapchat Spectacles store, 59th Street and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. And for the second day, there's a really long line outside the store for people waiting for these sunglasses. So we're going to talk to them about why they want it. What's up? Are you a big Snapchat fan, or do you just want one because everyone wants one?
It's that whole FOMO phenomenon, that fear of missing out. Like, I gotta have it, I gotta have it.
What are your favorite parts of Snapchat, your favorite features or things about it?
Like the... What are those, the face-changing things or whatever, the filters and all that?
Well, you know you can't do that on these.
I did not really know what it was at all. I don't really know much about it. I don't really care. It just sounds cool.
Why?
They're selling for a lot on eBay.
Oh, so you're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Yeah, so excited.
I do a lot of skateboarding and stuff, and I really like the idea of having, kind of glasses that look semi-normal, but also I can record some really cool, like, point of view kind of videos.
So you think these glasses look semi-normal? That's your opinion?
More normal than something ridiculous like, wearing a GoPro on your head or like Google Glass or something like that.
You feel like maybe pulling out your phone and putting up a Snapchat is just too hard now?
I mean, it's not too hard, but with the glasses, it makes it way easier.
Just way easier.
Yeah, you just put on glasses and you're snapping everywhere. Like, you just walk around and you just snap.
It's like magic. How do you feel being part of the marketing hype / buzz for a company like Snapchat by standing out in the cold?
Not bad.
The iPhone is limited by actual supply and demand and like the supply chain, whereas this, they just decided they wanted a limited quantity and its customers are even more excited. That seems a little backwards, right?
Yeah, I would say they're building hype to their own platform even more so by cutting it off.
And you're cool with being a part of that?
Oh, yeah.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Do you love Snapchat? Like, what's your relationship to Snapchat?
Yeah, my grandmother really likes Snapchat.
She has an iPhone?
Shouts out Oma. What's up?
Personally, for work, I'm going to be doing some hands-on tours with some gadgets and stuff coming up at CES, and this is going to be my tool because shooting and trying to do demos with one hand is a nightmare. So this is just going to be a whole new tool for me.
That's actually a really good idea. Is it going to be high quality enough, the video, for you to do like work with it?
It's high quality enough for snaps, so it'll be fine. Yeah.
Skiers. I want to talk to the skiers, I think. Like, other than this experience right here where you guys are getting to dress up and stuff and tailgate.
Yeah, we're tailgating.
Alcohol-free. Why do you want the spectacles? Like, after this moment, why will you want them?
Because I travel a lot, and I think that having them to document all of my, like, random adventures will be really cool.
If it wasn't for you guys, I would be at home in my apartment. I just want you guys to think about that for a second.
I'm sorry, I'm not sorry.
Dude, have a fun day. You're fun. TechCrunch.
Oh, God, help me.
Are you on the phone or you're not?
But not anymore. How are
Just
you?
ended it immediately, a microphone, and you're like, no, I gotta stop!
I just called Chase because I want to make sure my card doesn't get declined.
Ah, yeah, because this is critical.
I'm from South Florida. My wife loves Snapchat, so I'm being a good husband and getting the glasses.
This is for your wife.
Oh, yeah.
How does it feel to be at the end?
Feels fantastic. It is freezing cold.
Who's first? It's you. What's up, Purple Scarf? What time did you get here?
Around 3:20.
In the morning. Do you think you're still gonna be using them in a year?
We'll see. I think like a lot of things just come and go, but it's worth like at least trying. And for now, at this moment, I think the spectacle is really something.
Okay, well, I admire your tenacity. Stay warm. Get a little view. All right, that's it for checking out the line here at the Snap Spectacles store. You heard it here first, how people feel about them. They're excited. I'm not. I hate it here, and I'm ready to go. So we're wrapping now. Thanks.
Back in the day, you used to go in a room where there was a desktop computer. Then we got a laptop that allowed us to move around with the room. Then you have the mobile phone. A glasses form factor residing on your head gives you body position independence. It's sunlight readable. It's secure. No one can see what you're seeing. And then it begins to blur your digital world and your real world. So the glasses form factor, natural evolution of how we interact with our surroundings. So these are augmented reality glasses. They're about 2 years old now that were showcased at the Shanghai Auto Show for Mini Cooper. Instead of you having to look and look down and look up again on where you're driving, you could just focus on the road and the information is there. What they also did was they put tiny cameras around the Mini Cooper and you could move your head and it activated those cameras, giving you X-ray vision. Our product is based on three fundamental pillars. The first one is cinema quality optics. Second was full integration. And third one is extreme mobility. As the product gets smaller and as the product becomes more immersive, we believe people will spend more and more with the device on. Here is our R&D lab. Different types of optical testing and integration, all done here. This is our EE R&D lab. Guys are testing, circuitry and bringing up new boards for next generation products. Over here we have our 3D printing capabilities. Over here is our machine shop. This is a Class 100 clean room. Damn. So next time you're watching the Giants win the World Series, know that across the street there's a clean room.
A lot of people wearing Crocs also.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very sophisticated board technology. It's a 12-layer board with blind and buried vias. That's some of the most advanced processors made. So, the processor and the power management IC and all the memory and all of the radios incorporated and designed right here by this team. We've created a whole API suite and an SDK on our site, RedOS SDK. Two, we also have a huge support site. So if you have questions, you have direct access to some of our software engineers to guide you and help you. And then third, we've released the alpha version of our app store. We call it Redical App Center. So we look forward to working with developers and optimizing their apps for our platform. Believe it or not, we actually have a mini pilot production line here in San Francisco. And the reason we did that was we want the feedback cycle between the designers and the product to be very limited. Trying to explain augmented reality has been a little bit of a challenge. But now we say augmented reality is Snapchat. Augmented reality is Pokemon Go. But now instead of holding a device, instead of looking through a camera feed, it's happening in your real world. And it's really helped the conversation.
So tell me where we're at. We're at Airspace. All right, what is this next to us? So this is our Tarantula drone. It's a drone that chases other drones.
If you think about what we're building here, we're building this robotic organism that is aware of what's going on around it and is chasing something, right? So, we think about it as almost like a dragonfly or a cheetah. And to produce that is something that is quite extraordinary.
So it's got some really interesting gear on board. It's got a tracking system, so it's got optics. There's a camera here that actually goes to a big brain, an NVIDIA core with hundreds of processors.
You fit that on here?
That's right, it's right inside. It's right inside the drone itself. And so that computer actually takes all the optics and decides where the drone is once we've selected the drone on a target on our phones, and it chases that drone down. It avoids clutter, it avoids trees, wires, and as it chases it down, then what happens is these lasers at the bottom, the LiDAR at the bottom, are constantly doing proximity, and when it gets to that target, it actually will deploy Kevlar, and it actually hangs onto the drone. It's really important because you don't know if the drone that you're hitting is armed or not, then it disposes it. So it flies the drone to a target like a box or something like that, so you can dispose of it.
It's not really software, you know. This is really using really novel techniques to boil down torrents of information, torrents of video data into just enough video data to focus on, and then do really interesting and proprietary compute. Some of it is deep learning with other techniques to basically predict where is the target and where are the obstacles in the world. And then based on that world map or representation, together with your goal, to produce the control that is needed to do the fly.
So does this stop at drones for you guys, or do you have future products on the development cycle?
You know, I think what we're doing right now is just we want to get this system as reliable as possible and working as fast as possible. Then this platform can be used in other things. We think that if you think about it, you know, a firefighting drone, a drone that would, you know, drop medicine, all those things. The apex application we think is chasing another drone, getting another moving target. Once you get that right and you can do that well, everything else is a lot easier, I think.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So last year, remember last year I started a hoverboard company at TechCrunch. Just as an idea, it was like the beginning of the fad, and I was like, let me start this, make a quick website and see how many I can sell, ride them around, fall, hurt myself. And have you seen did you send me the Mike Tyson falling one? That is so funny. But anyway, so sold a bunch of hoverboards and then I shut it down. I wrote about it, it's all over TechCrunch. Then a company called Epic Go, they say, oh, we created this new hoverboard. It's like way more advanced. We have a whole team working on it. And you know, I'm curious. I'm like, what could be different from this one to the past ones? So they send it to me. I go in, open it up, excited to see it. And from looking at it at the beginning, it doesn't look too different than my hoverboard. I mean, it might be it could be a little meatier, but it has like the same buttons, the same look and feel. Even the sound, when you turn it on and off, it makes the same sound. Why am I sitting in this chair? I should probably get a more comfortable chair. I don't know. Almost done. All right, are we good? We're good. So we take it and I ride it around. I leave the TechCrunch office. Security's there. Security loves me. So, you know, hang out with them for a little bit. And then we roll down and we roll outside. Now, this is where some real world testing happens and also my sweet tricks. Got so many sweet tricks, baby. Get out there, tricks, then tricks, more tricks. Is this thing waterproof? I don't know. So they say it's pretty rugged and we take it through some puddles. Luckily it had been raining. And then I had an idea. Best idea ever. So get up there, take some awesome sweet shots of myself. This thing, it's very similar to other hoverboards. I mean, it's like the same speed, same weight, like 10 miles per hour. The battery lasts about an hour and a half maybe. That's what they told me. And then of course, like other TechCrunchers, they want to come and try it out. They come out on their bike. I'm like, no, this is a hoverboard zone only. Like get with the program, bro. And so I kicked them out of there. And then more sweet tricks. I did so many sweet tricks that day. Oh, Tricks are the best. Tricks, bros. Dude, we're gonna do so many tricks. Like, I feel super cool when I'm doing tricks. Like, everyone's like so impressed with me. I go around and just show people like, damn, Tito, you're super cool. Then we come into the office. You have to do the office chair test. It's mandatory. Sit in there, ride all around the office, wreak havoc, fall over. That was the only big fall of the day, surprisingly. Then go and compare it against the old hoverboard that we have laying around here. I also broke it. It's broken now. The hoverboard's broken. I wish it wasn't, but I did too many sweet tricks throughout the day. $600. That's what you want to know. How much does a hoverboard from Epic Go cost? It costs $600. How much do they cost on Amazon? They range. How explosive are they? They range in explosivity. Overall, it was a very fun day. I had a lot of fun, and I hope that they send me another one. Hoverboards are fun. They're fun, but they're also scary. Have you ever fallen on one? You get way too confident on them. You go fast, boom, you hit a wall, you fall over. It happened to me twice. If you're interested in a hoverboard, this Epic Go hoverboard is pretty much the same as all other hoverboards. So, you know, I give it a decent rating. The fad of hoverboards has passed. There's nothing, people don't really care what brand it is or anything. But anyway, this was the Epic Go. Okay, bye.
All right, so we just got to check out Project Alloy, and while it's clear that Intel's merged reality program is in its early stages, what they had to show off was pretty impressive. Let's go see it.
So what you have here is Alloy first generation. It consists of two DS4, or the current generation of our RealSense cameras. It has an Atom processor, which processes the computer vision off that. It has a Skylake processor, which handles the application processing, all into an all-in-one unit.
All right, cool. Just put this guy on.
The first thing we like to show is people bringing up their hands and having an immediate awareness of the virtual presence, additional embodiment sort of capacity of being able to see your own two hands in virtual reality.
It's not just finding something that's close to me, it actually knows that these are my physical hands.
Correct, it is segmenting it from the rest of the environment. And now we use a sort of geometric algorithm to be able to interact with the hands. So for instance, each side of the box can respond to the direction in which you're pushing. So for instance, you can just swipe the box right off the table.
This is all of the tracking that's happening is happening right at the front of this headset?
Correct. So there are no markers in the room. There's nothing. There's no pre-mapped environment. You should have full ability to walk around the space.
And not only that, you can bring new things in. I grab my phone, if you will, and touch the lathe with my phone. So you can actually do it with a different object. The simple aspect of being able to see your hands and see yourself in a virtual world is a profound implication on, or experience on putting yourself into a virtual world. The market is still evolving. Right? It's evolving from AR, it's evolving from VR, it's evolving from merged reality, it's evolving from PC connected, and it's evolving from mobility. I think it's difficult for anyone in any one of those aspects to really determine what the end game is going to be, but I think you're going to see a tremendous amount of innovation in all those different areas, and Intel certainly is participating in all of those.
So the RealSense trackers that they're using are some of their main technology components, and then can actually bring your hands, bring other people, a lot of real-world situations into your virtual situation. A lot of cool stuff going on. It's cool to see them experimenting so early with virtual reality, and we'll see where it goes from here.
The physical store all have one very clear purpose, to sell their products. That's the base level for the retail pyramid. And in the middle part, a lot of stores, just like Apple and Microsoft, they put the contents in and provide the customer service. And now we focus on the top of the pyramid. We want to bring the ecosystem, high-level experience to invite our users and let them feel, let them participate and give us feedback. We opened this store only 1 month, grand opening day of the store, we call that 10/19. That's the festival for the Leico users. So we named that day as this store's birthday. Our users can come into our ecosystem to provide their idea, bring their innovation to our ecosystem. Let them to build the very, very great product and the great eco experience to them. Just physically stay here to touch, to feel, to talk, to communicate. So that is the purpose we built the store like that.
What's up? I'm in South Korea and I'm testing out the GoPro Hero Karma Grip. This thing is pretty nice, but I wanted to compare it against something. So I got the DJI Osmo. The big difference is price. This one is $7.99 and it comes with the GoPro Karma drone. This one by itself starts at about $5.99. They're both pretty similar. They can both shoot 4K. They both shoot HD, but they also have differences that to some might be a deal breaker. For example, the DJI Osmo has a controller on it, like a joystick type grip. You can point it at what you want. The GoPro Hero though is definitely a lot quieter. There's no sound at all, where the DJI Osmo by itself makes a lot of sound. Listen, listen, listen. Osmo, GoPro, big difference, big difference. Another big difference is that the Osmo uses your phone as a monitor, where the GoPro has a monitor built in. I definitely like that because it's less to think about. You're more just plug in, ready to go, where this one, you have to have the app with the phone. Not a big, huge deal, but definitely a lot more easier and convenient. Now, both these cameras are quite nice, but the major difference is that the Osmo comes from a drone maker, where the GoPro comes from a camera maker. Now, depending on what ecosystem you're already locked into, if you're using all GoPro stuff, if you're using all DJI stuff, it might just be easier to go with either or. The major selling point of these gimbals is that they stabilize your shots. It's a handheld Steadicam, that's what it comes down to. And they both work really well. I mean, I haven't been able to notice any differences, like major differences between the two. Like, they both do what they're advertised to do, and they both come with different accessories that you can use it on your bike, you can put it on your car, you can do whatever you want to do. And GoPro's accessory market is huge, so that could be a plus for it. My final choice would be the DJI Osmo. I do really like this camera, and there are other higher quality cameras that you can install on here. But the GoPro Hero 5, I mean, this comes with the drone already if you're getting it, and it's a really solid camera. So I like them both, but my final decision is gonna be the Osmo.
So I'm here watching myself in VR, on VR, about VR, in VR, and I'm hoping you can walk me through exactly what the gear is that's being used here right now, and what is happening.
Well, it's called the Future, and that's an old camera system that we built. So it was our first attempt, and it actually did the job. And that's when we decided, okay, let's get this camera broadcast ready and for the masses. Live Planet solves three of the hardest problems that we face in an immersive storytelling or delivery, and that's the flawless capture, the computing with the cloud, and then delivery. Often people solve one of the three problems, but now we've solved those three, and with those three, you know, you're going to create a new industry with that. You can stream live 360. That's great if you only have one eyeball, because that's how you be viewing the world. We have two eyeballs, we see in two different spheres. So we're able to live stream two spheres with this camera system. Plus it just makes everything easy. Takes the technology out and lets creatives be creative.
Tell me a little bit about what exactly is happening right now. How is this working? What sort of magic is going on?
Well, yeah, that's secret magic sauce. But right now this is 16 cameras. And what it's doing is it's stitching all of those together and creating a 4K bubble for your left eye and a 4K bubble for your right eye. A lot of cameras will do eight cameras for one eye, 8 cameras for the other. We use all 16 and we do a blended stitch to be able to get you how you use your eyes normally, 2 bubbles. We've got one camera right in front of here, What's probably not seen or possibly could be seen is there's another camera system over in the other room. Effectively, what you've been doing is just tapping in between these two worlds.
Right now, I'm just like spinning myself around this room in VR and kind of giving myself...
In this room or the other room? Are you in the other room?
I just popped in the other room, but I'm gonna go back to this room. I can see our crew, but I'm gonna go back to this room, and I am giving myself an intense case of the spins. Because I'm scanning around the room. Now I'm in the other room, but let me pop back. I'm scanning around the room in VR.
You have this connectivity, and then you have this wireless option. So it's really capturing all aspects of live. You have the option of going straight from the camera or going through the cloud, but it's really the cloud that packs the punch. You have the ability to upload whatever you want after you've done post or color grading and still use the cloud as a distribution system. To be able to stream from anywhere, that's gonna help the first responders. Let's say there's a natural disaster, an earthquake, a volcano, whatever it be. Sometimes that infrastructure isn't there to just plug into a Wi-Fi network, so you'll have to get that content out immediately. So it's geared for particularly that kind of a live stream. A lot of the pay-per-view things, something like boxing, you're not going to mess with their $49 or $59 subscription fee, but you can add a perspective of the locker room, or watching the boxer get taped up before the match, or going in with the entourage. You could add one for $7, add another one for $5. You could even sit beside Sylvester Stallone in stereoscopic for another maybe $35 if you wanted to. We're basically coming in, we're the WordPress of VR. We're making it really, really simple for you to share that content out with the world. And obviously these prices will go down as the technology continues to grow. So just like it costs $100,000 for a website, now it costs $15. This costs $10,000. It's not going to cost $15, but you see my point. It will obviously reduce over time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much for taking us into Halsey's home and demoing this product with us. And we'll look forward to seeing it on shelves at some point very soon.
Well, hopefully it'll be on tripods, live streaming. Yeah.
Cheers. There we go.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Hey, this is Daryl Etherington from TechCrunch, and I'm here with Matt Sweeney from Uber. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
It's going good, yeah. We're working on some great self-driving vehicles.
Like this one.
This is built on a Volvo XC90 and is our newest generation self-driving vehicle. So we've got a whole bunch of really interesting sensors added.
This one draws the eye.
Yes, it does. The beautiful chicken bucket LiDAR. We've got cameras around on this pod here, so front-facing stereo cameras and mono cameras. These are really high field of view, high dynamic range, high resolution cameras, and then the prominent LiDAR laser scanner, throwing off several million points in a point cloud around the vehicle every second.
So how might that compare to like what we're capable of seeing when we're looking at the road?
Yeah, so it's a great question. This is 360 degrees, explicit distance measurements, really high resolution cameras, superhuman perceptory powers.
All right. Oh, it's roomy back here. All right, finding right.
Go ahead and follow the prompts.
That's right. Let's check. Seatbelts.
Check.
200 maximum, wow. No destination changes, no. We know where we're going. Rides are video recorded, all set.
So, Dom's just bringing us to the route.
Into traffic.
It's suggesting self-driving to our vehicle operator. You can see up here on our iPad. Right now we're just in manual mode. And when we transition into self-driving,
starting self-driving.
Here we go.
Whoa. Oh, and you can take a picture too.
Yeah, so there's a couple things we can see. This is a good representation of what the car sees. It's showing us the LiDAR. You can see vehicles behind us. You see the pedestrian crossing the road, parked vehicle, a little bit of classification of objects. It's pretty cool to get a glimpse of just a little piece of what the car sees.
So you want to give the rider a sense of transparency, some kind of like access to what's going on with the vehicle there.
Absolutely, yep. So this is like a new piece of tech. Of course, we've got our vehicle operators in the front seat. We want to have people be able to understand the car can see, what all the things the car can see, and how it's going to execute maneuvers through that scene.
How do you guys ensure if something goes wrong, like let's say one of these camera goes down or something in your compute stack goes down,
Sure.
How do you make sure the car is then safe or can still continue operating?
Yeah, so that's, the cars have an operator, all these vehicles have an operator in the front seat. In the event that there's some sort of failure with the sensor, that person takes over, drive it back to the garage, and get it fixed.
Ready to go, and then better than ever, right?
Better than ever.
Oh, go ahead, yeah. It's gonna prompt us to take it.
Oh, selfie? 3, 2, 1. That's great.
All right. Welcome back for the afternoon of day 2 of CES. We're going to have something special right now. Because you may have noticed there's so many French startups out there. We're bringing someone really important from France who is going to come on stage in a minute. He's been the Prime Minister of France between 2007 and 2012. He recently won the primary election for the Conservative Party in France and is now running for president. So it's my pleasure to welcome on stage François Fillon. And we're going to do the interview in French, just because we're going to go very deep on the program, actually. François Fillon, merci d'avoir accepté notre invitation. Je pense que je ne suis pas le seul dans ce cas-là, mais il y a quelques jours, quand j'ai appris votre visite au CES, j'ai été très surpris. Avez-vous un message à faire passer à la communauté startup ?
Bien sûr que j'ai un message à faire passer à la communauté startup. Le premier message que je veux lui faire passer, c'est que la révolution numérique, c'est pour moi la clé de la croissance et du maintien de la France en tant que grande puissance économique dans le monde. Et le deuxième message que je veux lui faire passer, c'est qu'il n'y a pas d'espoir, il n'y a pas d'avenir pour des startups françaises dans un pays qui a 6 millions de chômeurs, qui a 57% de dépenses publiques et qui a le record du monde des impôts. Et donc, bien sûr, la révolution numérique est fondamentale, mais elle ne peut se développer que sur une base assainie, sur une économie assainie. Et c'est le message que je porte ici, mais surtout dans l'élection en France.
Alors, on va rentrer dans les sujets techniques dans une minute. Mais avant, je suis sûr que beaucoup d'entre nous aimeraient savoir si vous êtes un geek, un vrai geek. Est-ce que vous utilisez Uber, par exemple ?
Bien sûr que j'utilise Uber. Alors, je l'utilise naturellement uniquement quand je suis en dehors de France.
D'accord.
Voilà.
En France, vous avez un chauffeur, j'imagine.
Voilà.
D'accord. Vous utilisez Deliveroo peut-être pour vous faire livrer Deliveroo pour vous faire livrer des repas ?
J'utilise Deliveroo, je commande mes livres sur Amazon, je commande mes ordinateurs sur l'Apple Store.
Et peut-être des covoiturages Blablacar
Non, ça pas, non, pas mes enfants.
Donc on vous a vu hier déambuler dans les allées du CES. Je suis sûr que vous avez rencontré plein d'entrepreneurs, certains doivent être juste ici. Quelles sont certaines des startups que vous avez particulièrement appréciées ?
D'abord, j'ai été très impressionné par le niveau de maturité de toutes les technologies qui vont conduire aux véhicules automatiques, aux véhicules autonomes. Et je pense que c'est vraiment au milieu de toutes les révolutions qui sont en germe ici, c'est celle qui est sans doute la plus mûre pour moi en termes de conséquences sur l'économie et sur le fonctionnement de nos sociétés. J'ai vu une toute petite, enfin c'est pas une petite start-up, mais une start-up qui s'appelle School, qui met en œuvre des contenus éducatifs sur des tablettes dédiées et qui m'a paru être vraiment quelque chose de remarquable.
Vous êtes le candidat de la droite et du centre. Les électeurs de la droite et du centre s'attendent souvent à des cadeaux fiscaux en faveur des entreprises notamment. Est-ce que vous pensez, après la série de cadeaux fiscaux en destination des entreprises de François Hollande, que l'on peut aller plus loin encore ?
C'est juste une grosse arnaque, les cadeaux fiscaux de François Hollande, puisque ça a consisté à augmenter beaucoup les impôts en arrivant, puis ensuite à en rendre un tout petit peu sous forme de cette formule que vous utilisez, mais qui est une formule qui me hérisse de cadeaux fiscaux. Ce n'est pas le sujet. La question, c'est comment donner aux entreprises françaises les moyens de se développer. Et pour leur donner les moyens de se développer, il faut leur mettre un niveau de fiscalité qui soit comparable à celui des principaux pays avec lesquels on est en compétition, au moins des grands pays européens. Donc ce n'est pas des cadeaux fiscaux. Ce qu'il faut faire, c'est rendre aux entreprises une partie de leurs résultats pour qu'elles puissent investir, pour qu'elles puissent se développer, pour qu'elles puissent faire de la recherche. Et moi, ce que je veux, c'est rendre aux entreprises plus de 60 milliards de charges, d'impôts, qui sont aujourd'hui injustement payés par ces entreprises.
Ça représente combien? 3 points de PIB, quelque chose comme ça?
À peu près. Et je l'ajoute à ce que François Hollande a fait, c'est-à-dire à ce qu'on appelle le CICE, qui est un mécanique très compliqué qui permet de rendre aux entreprises une partie des impôts qu'elles ont payés. Moi, je mets tout ça dans un seul système et je baisse les charges de façon horizontale pour toutes les entreprises. Voilà. Parce que je pense qu'en plus, il faut que les systèmes fiscaux soient simples, qu'ils soient stables. Et grosso modo, l'objectif, c'est être au même niveau que nos voisins allemands ou que nos voisins britanniques, puisque ce sont nos compétiteurs naturels.
Ça tombe bien que vous parliez de systèmes fiscaux simples, parce qu'un des piliers aussi consisterait à supprimer l'ISF. Or, l'ISF, c'est quand même un mécanisme important pour les business angels en France, qui investissent souvent pour réduire leur exposition à l'ISF. Qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pour compenser?
Alors, là aussi, on est, pardon, mais on a l'impression de marcher sur la tête en entendant la question que vous posez. On a un système en France qui prive les entreprises d'argent, ça s'appelle l'ISF, ça consiste à prendre un maximum d'argent à ceux qui ont du patrimoine et qui pourraient investir dans l'économie. On a mis en place un système qui permet de réduire un peu son ISF en investissant dans les entreprises. Et on nous dit maintenant, il ne faudrait pas supprimer l'ISF pour maintenir cet avantage. Mais si on supprime l'ISF, un grand nombre de Français auront des capacités pour investir dans l'économie parce qu'ils paieront moins d'impôts. Voilà. J'ajoute que moi je propose, pour assurer la transition, de mettre en place un système qui est exactement celui qui existe en Grande-Bretagne, qui permet de déduire de l'impôt sur le revenu, cette fois-ci, 30% de son impôt sur le revenu, jusqu'à 1 million d'euros, pour les sommes qui sont investies dans les PME et dans les entreprises innovantes.
Directement sur l'impôt?
Directement sur l'impôt sur le revenu.
Changeons de sujet et parlons de droit du travail. Est-ce que vous voulez assouplir le droit du travail existant?
Les 3 réformes prioritaires que je veux faire dans les 100 premiers jours de mon quinquennat, si les Français me font confiance, c'est une réforme de la fiscalité des entreprises, une réforme du droit du travail et une réforme en termes de sécurité. Sur le droit du travail, je veux d'abord permettre aux entreprises de négocier avec leur personnel librement le temps de travail, en dehors de la contrainte des 35 heures qui est unique dans notre pays par rapport à tous nos compétiteurs. Mais je veux surtout créer un statut de travailleurs indépendants, de prestataires indépendants, qui s'adaptent parfaitement à la nouvelle économie, c'est-à-dire aux gens qui veulent créer leur propre business de façon simple et sans tomber dans les contraintes du salariat, qui sont des contraintes très lourdes dans notre pays. Donc il y aura un statut, un peu sur le modèle de ce que j'avais fait quand j'étais Premier ministre, d'auto-entrepreneur. Il y aura un statut de prestataire indépendant. Et ces prestataires indépendants pourront passer des contrats avec les entreprises, des contrats de durée maximum de 3 ans. Et pendant ces 3 ans, il ne sera pas possible de faire ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, c'est-à-dire de voir l'administration requalifier ces contrats de prestation en salariat.
Et au bout de 3 ans, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Au bout de 3 ans, honnêtement, un contrat de 3 ans avec un prestataire de service, c'est pas anormal qu'au bout de 3 ans, les entreprises aient envie de le remettre en cause. Ouais. Sinon, si c'est un contrat à durée... Enfin, je veux dire, si une entreprise loue les services d'un prestataire de façon définitive, ça veut dire sans doute qu'à ce moment-là, il doit l'intégrer.
Alors vous êtes peut-être au courant de toutes les polémiques qu'il peut y avoir, notamment aux États-Unis, sur le travail indépendant, sur les chauffeurs Uber, les livreurs Postmates, qui est l'équivalent de Deliveroo aux États-Unis. Beaucoup considèrent ça comme des travaux précaires. Certaines juridictions essaient de requalifier ça justement en contrat de travail à plein temps. Est-ce que vous ne pensez pas que ça peut mener à des abus en France également?
Bien sûr, les abus, ils sont toujours... ça constitue toujours une menace et il faut un minimum de contrôle. Mais aujourd'hui, la question qui est posée en France, c'est comment sortir du chômage. Voilà, on a 6 millions de personnes qui ne travaillent pas. 6 millions de personnes. C'est à la fois un drame pour ces personnes, c'est un drame pour l'économie française en termes de consommation, en termes de croissance. Moi, ce que je veux, c'est redonner la possibilité à ces personnes de créer leur entreprise dans un cadre qui, en France, je vous rassure, ne sera jamais aussi ouvert et aussi libre qu'aux États-Unis. Il y aura toujours quelques contraintes, mais qui permettra, comme nous l'avons fait avec les auto-entrepreneurs, de créer son business dans des conditions qui soient des conditions simples et sûres, surtout en termes de sécurité juridique.
D'accord. Et c'était un des thèmes forts, d'ailleurs, de la campagne de Nathalie Kosciusko-Morizet.
Oui, enfin, c'était dans mon programme aussi. Voilà.
Les Français vous connaissent pour beaucoup comme l'ancien Premier ministre de Nicolas Sarkozy. Et on a eu l'impression, avec ce qu'on a lu dans les médias, c'est qu'ils ont tendance à vous redécouvrir aujourd'hui. Pensez-vous que vous allez réussir à les séduire dans les mois qui nous séparent jusqu'à la présidentielle ?
En tout cas, je vais m'employer non pas à les séduire, parce que je ne pense pas que la politique, ça soit une question de séduction. Je vais m'employer à les convaincre que la seule façon de redresser l'économie française, c'est aujourd'hui de prendre des décisions radicales qui modifient de façon profonde notre système économique. Voilà. La France, c'est le pays qui a, grosso modo, les horaires de travail les plus bas et qui a les dépenses publiques les plus élevées. Bon, il ne faut pas avoir fait de très longues études pour comprendre que ça ne peut pas durer, que ça ne peut pas marcher. Et qu'il faut se remettre à un standard en termes de durée de travail et en termes de dépenses publiques qui permettent le développement de l'économie.
Du coup, ça m'amène à la question qui fâche un peu. J'ai vu passer beaucoup de ministres. Certains séduisent plus que d'autres, arrivent à convaincre même plus que d'autres. Il y en a un qui a été extrêmement populaire dans la communauté de start-up ces dernières années, c'est Emmanuel Macron. Est-ce que vous êtes au CES pour chasser sur les terres d'Emmanuel Macron ?
D'abord, ce n'est pas une question qui fâche. La compétition est une compétition naturelle. Emmanuel Macron a failli être membre de mon cabinet quand j'étais Premier ministre, donc c'est certainement quelqu'un de très très bien. Je suis venu au CES bien avant lui, parce que j'étais ici en 1999. Je crois faire partie des premiers responsables politiques qui ont amené des entreprises françaises au CES. Il s'agissait d'entreprises de la région des Pays de la Loire. Maintenant, dans le débat qui s'ouvre, il va falloir convaincre à partir de programmes et à partir de bilans. Bon. Moi, j'ai un bilan en matière, comment dirais-je, d'environnement favorable aux startups et à l'économie numérique. C'est moi qui ai privatisé France Télécom et qui ai privatisé les télécoms en France contre
les années 90,
contre les amis de M. Macron qui étaient hostiles. C'est moi qui ai mis en place le crédit impôt recherche tel qu'il existe aujourd'hui et qui a donné un oxygène considérable, notamment aux startups, parce que sans crédit impôt recherche, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'entreprises qui n'auraient pas réussi à éclore. Donc, je veux dire, j'ai un passé, j'ai un bilan. C'est avec ce bilan que je viens devant les Français et un programme. Et mon programme, il a une caractéristique, c'est que je ne cherche pas à contourner les obstacles. Voilà. Quand je dis qu'il faut supprimer les 35 heures, on les supprime. Je ne dis pas qu'on va mettre en place un système de temps de travail variable en fonction de l'âge. Si vous voyez ce que je veux dire, parce que c'est ce que propose Emmanuel Macron. S'agissant de l'économie numérique, je ne dis pas aux start-up, on va vous créer un petit environnement spécial aux start-up dans l'économie numérique qui va être formidable, mais on ne va pas toucher aux 35 heures, on ne va pas toucher aux impôts, on ne va pas toucher au nombre d'emplois publics, à la dépense publique. Or, chacun voit bien qu'il n'y a pas d'avenir pour la France sans un effort de rationalisation de son organisation économique. Et donc, voilà, c'est le débat qui va avoir lieu. Ça va être un débat extrêmement, comment dirais-je, stimulant. Et je n'ai pas trop d'inquiétude sur ma capacité à convaincre les Français.
D'accord. Et au niveau des mesures du quinquennat actuel, comme la French Tech par exemple, qui est une initiative gouvernementale à l'origine, quel est votre avis là-dessus ? Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous voulez prolonger ?
Bien sûr, mais il y a de très bonnes idées qu'il faut conserver. La French Tech, c'est une très belle idée. Mais je rappelle que la French Tech sans le crédit impôt recherche, la French Tech sans un certain nombre de mesures qui ont été prises déjà depuis longtemps pour permettre l'éclosion des startups, il n'y aurait pas de start-up, ou en tout cas il y en aurait moins. Donc c'est cet ensemble-là qu'il faut conserver, et naturellement on conservera tout ce qui est favorable. Moi j'ai préparé mon programme en matière numérique avec une quarantaine de start-up et avec beaucoup de professionnels. Et c'est en les écoutant que j'ai construit avec eux un programme qui, je crois, répond à la demande qui est celle des hommes et des femmes qui veulent se développer et développer leur business dans le secteur
Est-ce que
numérique.
vous pouvez citer quelques noms dans ces soutiens dans l'univers des startups?
On vous donnera la liste, mais c'est difficile d'en citer 40, voilà, comme ça. Mais on vous donnera la liste pour votre publication.
D'accord. En 2016, on a vu qu'il y a eu le Brexit, l'élection de Donald Trump. Marine Le Pen se porte plutôt bien dans les sondages pour la présidentielle. Le sentiment anti-immigration, on a l'impression que c'est en train de prendre le monde occidental. Quelle va être votre politique migratoire? Ça va sans doute être un sujet essentiel pendant la campagne présidentielle. Et quelle est votre position là-dessus?
Ça sera un sujet essentiel. Il y a à la fois une demande de sécurité de la part des habitants des pays européens et singulièrement de la France, qui est l'objet depuis maintenant quelques années d'attaques extrêmement violentes. Et il faut que l'Europe s'organise pour lutter contre une menace que je qualifie, moi, de façon très précise, que j'appelle le totalitarisme islamique. C'est-à-dire, il y a une nouvelle forme de totalitarisme qui est en train de constituer une menace pour la paix du monde, pas pour la France ou l'Europe seulement, pour la paix du monde. C'est
des mots violents, tout ça, quand même.
C'est la réalité, c'est-à-dire que dans la vie, il faut nommer les choses. Si on n'est pas capable de nommer les choses, parler de terrorisme, par exemple, c'est un raccourci. Le terrorisme, c'est un moyen d'action. Mais derrière ce terrorisme-là, il y a un projet politique qui est le fruit d'extrémistes. Ce n'est pas le fruit des musulmans, c'est le fruit d'extrémistes musulmans qui veulent instaurer un régime totalitaire. Et ce régime totalitaire, ils essaient de l'instaurer du Pakistan jusqu'au Nigeria. Il y a une très forte déstabilisation du Pakistan. L'Afghanistan, malgré près de 10 ans de guerre, est pas loin de retomber entre les mains des talibans. En tout cas, il y a des régions entières qui sont retombées entre les mains des talibans. La Syrie a été déstabilisée, l'Irak a été déstabilisé, le Liban est menacé, le Yémen est en guerre, la Libye est dans une situation de chaos. Ce phénomène descend à travers le Sahel en Afrique occidentale. Donc oui, c'est des termes forts, mais c'est des termes forts pour qualifier une réalité. Et face à cette réalité, il faut une réponse politique européenne, une réponse sécuritaire, une réponse en matière de défense, en matière de contrôle de l'immigration, qui doit être une réponse conforme aux droits de l'homme, conforme aux valeurs démocratiques, aux valeurs des sociétés démocratiques européennes, mais qui doivent résister et se défendre.
Et alors concrètement, qu'est-ce qui va se passer pour ceux qui sont sur le territoire français avec un permis de séjour? Qu'est-ce qui va se passer pour des entrepreneurs qui veulent accueillir des ingénieurs étrangers?
Il ne va rien se passer du tout. Ils vont continuer à les accueillir.
Ça va être de la négociation à l'échelle européenne uniquement?
Non, il s'agit de réguler les flux migratoires. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire décider du nombre de personnes qu'on accueille sur le territoire et des qualifications, au fond, qu'on veut privilégier. Ça s'appelle une politique migratoire. Le Canada mène une politique migratoire. Les États-Unis ont une politique migratoire. La Grande-Bretagne a une politique migratoire. Donc on va essayer d'avoir une politique migratoire, parce qu'on a, au fond, jusqu'à maintenant rarement eu, ou vraiment, enfin, pas de façon vraiment construite. Ça ne changera rien pour le recrutement des cadres dont vous avez besoin, des personnes dont vous avez besoin. En revanche, ce qui doit changer, c'est la sécurisation des frontières européennes. Voilà. Quand on vient ici aux États-Unis, on passe 2 heures à l'aéroport au contrôle de sécurité, au contrôle de police. Bon, quand on rentre en Europe, pour l'instant, c'est un petit peu différent.
C'est un peu lourd de passer 2 heures.
C'est ça aux États-Unis, non? C'est ce que j'ai vécu à chaque fois que je suis venu ici.
Ah, il n'y a pas de fil spécial pour...
Quand je viens en vacances, non. Voilà.
D'accord. Une dernière question, parce qu'il nous reste très peu de temps. Vous l'avez un peu mentionné, mais j'aimerais revenir plus en détail là-dessus. Serez-vous, si vous êtes élu en 2017, serez-vous le président des startups ou le président des grands groupes du CAC 40?
Ni l'un ni l'autre, parce que moi je veux être le président de l'économie française qui réussit, c'est-à-dire que je veux être le président des startups, je veux être le président qui permet aux startups de devenir des entreprises matures, et je veux dans certains cas être le président qui permet à des entreprises matures de devenir des grands groupes. Voilà. Et cette idée qu'il faut opposer en permanence les grandes entreprises et les petites entreprises, c'est une idée absurde. La France est le pays en Europe qui a le plus grand nombre d'acteurs mondiaux parmi les pays européens. On ne va pas s'en excuser. Alors je sais que parfois, c'est de bon ton en France de dire tout le mal qu'on pense des grandes entreprises. Quand j'étais Premier ministre, il y avait toujours un moment difficile dans l'année, c'est le moment où Total publie ses résultats. On est tellement malheureux que Total gagne de l'argent qu'on ne sait pas comment gérer la communication. Ben moi, ce n'est pas ma position. Je suis très heureux que Total gagne de l'argent.
Comment on change les mentalités?
Je souhaite
pour
que
ça
Total investisse dans des startups, que Total permette à des entreprises de se développer. Voilà. Et ce qui manque aujourd'hui en France, c'est ça. C'est-à-dire que d'un côté, il y a des grands groupes mondiaux qui n'ont pas trop de soucis pour se développer parce qu'au fond, ils se mettent en dehors des règles nationales françaises compte tenu de leur marché. Il y a des startups qui sont formidables. Et il manque l'échelon du milieu, c'est-à-dire la possibilité pour ces startups de se développer en France, de réussir. Pour ça, elles ont besoin de capitaux, donc elles ont besoin d'argent. Pour ça, il faut qu'il y ait une fiscalité qui soit adaptée. Elles ont besoin de règles en matière du droit du travail qui soient un petit peu plus souples. Et puis, elles ont besoin d'avoir un marché. Et pour avoir un marché, il faut un pays qui a une économie en croissance.
François Fillon, merci beaucoup d'avoir accepté notre interview.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Hello. All right, so we are going to try to follow that. For those of you who aren't here before, my name is Anthony Ha. I am a writer for TechCrunch. And what we're going to be talking about now is Wi-Fi, which is something that's incredibly important. But as you probably know, sometimes it's not so great around the home. One of the companies that's trying to fix that is Eero. So with us, we have Nick Weaver, the founder and CEO of Eero. Please join me. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So for people who don't know, what is like the 30-second pitch for what Eero does?
Yeah, Eero is this really simple whole home Wi-Fi system. So instead of having one router in the corner of your house, you have a few of our units plugged in everywhere. They mesh together, and you end up having perfect Wi-Fi coverage, in every corner of your home, whether it's in your kitchen, upstairs in your bedroom, or even outside.
So how does this compare to just sort of like hacking something together? Of like, all right, I'll just put like a router in like different parts of my house.
Yeah, that's what I did initially. That was the pre-alpha version of Eero. Some things you run into if you try to build this system yourself. It's really hard to do roaming, really hard to do handoffs. Performance is poor. So all of this is, we tune all the pieces, make sure you have a really seamless experience. It's super simple and easy to set up. You can give it to your parents, and they'll be able to set it up in a couple minutes. It's really the easiest solution out there.
And when did you put your first model up for sale?
So the company got started in the beginning of 2014, and we started shipping product in February of 2016. So been in the market a little less than a year.
So how has that year gone?
It's blown away all of our expectations. We started shipping, we did a pre-order the previous February in 2015. So this year, or last year, we started shipping to all of our pre-order customers. We're live on Amazon. This summer, we started rolling out to Best Buy. We're now in all of their stores across the country. It's been really exciting to see. And in terms of just awareness, both of what is a Wi-Fi system and what is Eero, I mean, this year has been incredibly fun. Just in the last month, we were featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. We were on the Ellen Show, live with Kelly, and the best Christmas present was being on Good Morning America on Christmas Day.
Does that mean you had to work on Christmas?
There are a number of us glued to their laptops. It is well worth it.
So I imagine you can't give us exact figures, but can you say anything about how many you've actually sold?
We're still like wrapping up the year. So yeah, nothing specific today.
But you're happy with it. You're feeling good.
Really happy with it.
I mean, one of the other things that's sort of flattering is I think that now, as you said, that you've introduced this concept, and now there are a bunch of other companies that have tried to do, something, at least elements of what you guys are doing. So as that happens, I mean, I think with Wi-Fi routers now, I think we're at the point where people don't necessarily think a lot about the system that they're using. How do you keep that from happening in this sort of new version of Wi-Fi?
Yeah, to us, stopping at just Wi-Fi, that's not what we built this company for. Really, it's all about enabling, the connected home. and making the first stepping point is making sure you have great ubiquitous connectivity, and that's what our product allows you to do. But then as you think about it, the only way to really improve our homes is once it's connected, then you can start measuring it. And once it's measurable, then you can improve it. And so what we've done is we've built all this data infrastructure to process what's happening on every Eero network. So that's allowed us to do things like we rolled out a brand new mesh networking standard, True Mesh. We rolled that out in November using all of that data. We'll have more and more features like that coming out that's harnessing that data set. A good analogy there is look what Tesla's been able to do with the data set they have around their autopilot system. We're trying to do the same thing for people's home networks and all the other connected devices in their home.
So I mean, something that you're talking about in terms of using the data is basically just is still Wi-Fi related, but it's about making it better.
It's about rapid product improvement.
Right. So I mean, what are some of the other ways that you think you could use the data to improve the connected home?
Yeah. So things around device connectivity, how well the devices stay connected, how strong is their signal, how often are they joining and rejoining, what devices might be behaving poorly, either targeting malicious sites or just causing overload on the network. So being able to have that data set allows you to look at how these networks are performing and then react really quickly.
Do you find that the people who use Eero are the ones who are early adopters who have a ton of connected devices in their home already?
That's definitely where we started. But as 2016 progressed, especially through the holidays, it's definitely a mainstream product where people with homes with 10 connected devices are just as likely to use it as people with 30 or 40.
So, but 10 is, you think, like kind of the normal, like?
Well, if you have a family of 4,
right.
Everyone has a phone. You got a computer, maybe an Echo. One thing we saw that over the holiday season was, Echo was the gift to have. The number of Echoes that were added to Eero networks blew everything else out of the water.
Right, and this part of what I was getting at was less, is everyone who uses Eero a nerd? Although I'm always kind of curious about that too. But more like you must have like an interesting insight into seeing how connected even sort of techie homes are becoming.
Yeah, I mean the transition's definitely there. Most homes now have a couple of connected devices that aren't phones, tablets, computers, and it'll be really interesting to see how that evolves through 2018 and beyond.
How connected is your home?
I believe I have 22 devices connected right now, and no one's home. If my wife and I are both home, usually somewhere around 30.
And they all have a very strong Eero connection.
Yes, great coverage everywhere.
So, I mean, I wanted to go back to a little bit about what the actual setup is like for Eero, because I would imagine that part of getting good coverage is that it depends on where the routers are being placed, and so how much of that is what is the installation process like? Do you just send people the routers, or do you actually go in and install them yourselves?
Yeah, it's all done on your own, so do it yourself. So what you do is you buy your Eero system either at our website, at Amazon, at Best Buy, or with any of our other retail partners. You pull the box out, you plug the first one into your cable or DSL modem just with an Ethernet cord. And then the other units, you plug into power, they boot up, you use your phone to set them up, and we'll give you instructions like you actually need to change the placement here so you have a stronger signal, and we walk you through that flow.
I guess because you have like very easy sort of feedback to figure out if it's working or not, just in terms of like how strong the signal is, basically.
Yep, and we run some speed tests and diagnostics between the Eeros as they're getting set up. That's what's great about having the cloud controller too, is all that information hits our cloud and we're able to keep improving the setup experience.
You also brought up the Amazon Echo, and I know you guys announced Alexa integration last fall. I mean, first of all, like what does that actually mean? Like what does Alexa integration bring you?
Yeah, it lets you interact with your network. Like setting a guest network and setting up some of those features. The most noteworthy one though, and this is the one that I love, we've gotten pretty good at figuring out where devices are in the home because we've got a few Eeros. So you can ask Alexa, you can say, hey Alexa, tell Eero to find Nick's iPhone. And she'll say it's either in my kitchen or up in the office or in the bedroom. I'm one who misplaces my phone quite a bit, and that skill's been really helpful.
Although again, on the Alexa front, that's something that you're starting to see other companies starting to do. And I mean, so you talked about this idea of not just providing Wi-Fi, but like using that data. I mean, do you think that, I mean, particularly since you don't necessarily see a lot of those benefits until you've installed it into your home, like, is it going to be tough just from like a marketing perspective to get people to like know, what you guys are doing versus what everyone else is doing?
Yeah, I think it's we've already kind of had this groundswell with our early customers. We've got well over 2,000 product reviews out there. So a lot of this is just activating your very passionate customer base. And for the best products and the best brands, the biggest driver of growth and sales is not how many marketing dollars you spend, but it's word of mouth and how likely are people to rave about our product experience. Everything we've seen. We track our Net Promoter Score very carefully. After every feature, we see that improving and increasing and driving more and more referrals.
So for people who are either watching here and don't have an Eero, or watching at home and don't have an Eero, what would you say is sort of the one sentence of like why they should pick Eero over any other Wi-Fi provider?
It's the easiest to use, simplest to set up, and we have this key promise, which the hardware is going to keep improving. We push software updates, almost every other week, and as this landscape changes, it's changing incredibly quickly. We're going to be the one that's going to keep evolving and improving the product, so you have the network you deserve within your home.
So we're at the beginning of 2017. You've had a product on market for almost a year. What's next for you?
Continuing to build great products for our customers and improving the product experience that we already have in the market.
Does that mean are you going to have sort of like distinct generations of the routers, or do you sort of kind of like blend all that together and it's really about sort of continuing to sort of update the software side?
We'll always keep updating the software, and there'll be a pretty interesting evolution of hardware. As we get a much better understanding of how people are using it and how they're performing in the real world.
And as you look ahead, I mean, one of the things I think about is, especially as you were sharing those numbers about the connected home, is that, when people were first talking about like Google Fiber, I thought like, how fast does like internet have to be? Because like, at some point, like, it does everything that I want reasonably well, although it wouldn't never say that at CES, but then like, the technology has sort of kept up with that, and then like that now we get higher and higher like forms of video, more and more devices being connected, and so the need for something like Eero seems to increase. I mean, do you see that ever sort of stopping, or do you think that's just going to continue to accelerate?
Well, every time we add capacity in technology, whether it's connection speeds, memory, processing power, there's always new uses for it. So while you might not use a gigabit per second connection like every second of every day, we're going to have more and more devices in the home that need very quick, rapid connections, and that's where it'll be really interesting to see, how this whole landscape evolves.
Well, and I mean, because I think like especially again at a place like CES, we walk around and we see things that are amazing, and we're like, this is like the future, and there are things that are like
sometimes unlikely.
Yeah, and there are other things you're like, why are you doing this? No one ever asked for this. And I'm curious, I mean, do you feel like, in general, like, is the future that everything in our home becomes connected, or do you think there are some things where it's like, it's fine that like that our refrigerator is dumb, that my coffee pot is dumb, or do you think that, in 10 or 20 years, everything's going to be connected?
I think it's important to look at like what are the specific benefits. Connecting something to be able to control it from a phone isn't the end all be all. When you look at the home, being able to measure things, being able to measure how is the product performing, is it functioning as it anticipated, does it need to be repaired, how much energy is it using? That's where where the connected home is actually very valuable. And so while you might not need a connected refrigerator, if it's able to tap into energy prices and provide that information back so you can improve the product for future generations, that's where things become much more valuable.
Are you guys mostly US focused for now, or is this available internationally?
The product's only available in the US today.
Are there any plans to change that?
We'd love to be in as many markets as we possibly can.
Okay. Soon, or?
No specific deadline or timelines.
Fair enough. All right, Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Check out Eero, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the dance, man. All right, we've got upcoming panel. You know that Matt Burns here is from Flint. I think if you're watching at home or you're here in the audience, you know he's our local Michigander. And there's been a resurgence in hardware creation in the Detroit area, and so we are going to take a peek into that right now with our next panel. So please welcome to the stage Jake Siegel, who's the founder and CEO of Tome Software, Manoj Kumar is CEO of Powerly, and Itai Bengal, who's the co-founder and CEO of iRule, with our moderator Matt Burns. Big round of applause. Or small.
Yeah. Oh, how you guys doing?
Doing great. I feel like it's day 6 and we're on day something.
Oh,
less
CES
than-
is killer. Okay, so to dive right into this, because we have 15 minutes, I live in Michigan, you live in Michigan, you live in California,
That's
and we'll
correct.
get to that, and you live in Michigan.
Yes.
So question 1, are the Lions going to beat the Seahawks tomorrow?
Yes.
Because Vegas doesn't think so.
Yes.
And I really want to put some money down on the Lions.
Yes.
All right.
No. Don't put money down on that.
Never put money down on the Lions.
Yes.
All right, great. Well, guys, thanks for joining me. It's really an honor to talk to you. I've lived in Michigan my entire life. I live just outside of Flint, so my water is fine. To clear that up, my water's always been fine. My property value is terrible now, though. But Michigan is experiencing a resurgence in everything.
Right.
And startups is fueling a lot of that. And you guys bootstrapped your company from the beginning. And this is your second company. So Jake, tell me how you went from company 1 from Michigan to company 2.
It's just what I do. You know, the passion that we have in Michigan is the same innovation spirit we have all over America. And, you know, I got to tell you that the people love to build great products and great experiences. And, you know, for me, we solve one problem with apps and cars and, you know, just on to the next. And it's being in this area really provides us the opportunity to work with people that passionate about solving problems.
So Jake, your first company was Livio Radio, and you sold that to Ford.
Yes.
Right? When you sold that to Ford, did you bring anybody with you and you started your new company?
Just my business partner, and you know, I do everything with my business partner Massimo, and then we build our team up from there. In fact, Livio is still a fully independent subsidiary of Ford, and they're exhibiting, and in fact, they've grown and announced major partnerships with companies like Toyota. So it's a great example of how you can build something, and then that mission and the passion stays through even post acquisition.
Great. Now, Manoj, your company is based in Detroit, but you live in the Bay Area. And I really want to know how that dynamic works. How much time do you spend in each?
Well, I go home for 48 hours about on the weekend, and I just can't wait for Monday morning to wake up, get on my plane, get my weekly commute, and then head back on Friday. There's just a lot of excitement and passion. And I you know, I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley with, you know, tech companies for the last 25 years. And I feel that Detroit at this point is going through a major renaissance, right? There's a lot of tech startups there. You know, GM is doing an amazing job with the Bolt. You know, there's a lot of innovation going on. It's the second largest population of tech talent after Silicon Valley. And the cool thing is that for my product, which is home energy management, right? We're looking for reliable, secure products. The automotive industry brings that to the table because that's kind of in the DNA. So, I mean, the talent has just been phenomenal. And, you know, we've kind of broken all kinds of benchmarks in bringing hardware and software in record time to the market. So, I feel that, you know, the decision that I made and the excitement, you know, it just keeps growing every day.
Why not have the company in the Bay Area, though? Why have it in Detroit?
Well, we kind of started it in Detroit because the innovation actually came from DTE, which was all about real-time behavior change.
DTE, let's say what that is.
Oh, DTE Energy, it's, you know...
Yes, it's Detroit area.
Yes, it's the utility out there.
Yes.
Our solution is designed by utility for utilities, you know, to proliferate the intelligent home, which is what we're doing, combining energy efficiency with automation. So since our first customer and investor is there, right, we built the company around it. And, you know, I was worried about getting talent, but I have just been amazed and surprised. We have an amazing team, and if I contrast and compare it, I don't regret, and the cost profile is lower. There is more passion because anything you do that's non-automotive is super exciting, right? Not only to people in my company, but the ecosystem. We have third-party design houses, manufacturing. They all want to jump in. So it's all around super exciting.
Now, Itai, I understand you just sold your company.
Yes, 2 weeks ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you started, how long ago did you start iRule?
My partner and I started iRule 7 years ago. We spent the first 2 years doing it as a hobby. And audio video has always been a hobby and a passion that sort of spiraled out of control. And 2 years later, I started doing iRule full time. We raised some money, grew the company. We're now, around 25 people and looking to grow now post-exit.
That's really interesting. So your company deals with audio video switching, right? And you sold to a firm out of Israel?
Correct.
Why did you sell to that particular firm?
So Kramer, we actually partnered with about 3 years ago, and we were doing some software for them that they were reselling, and they were doing the hardware side of it. So it was a really great partnership, and they were also an investor starting about 2 years ago. And as things progressed and things continued to evolve and improve, it just made sense for everybody for the acquisition, and we just completed that.
All right. Now that we ran through everybody, and we can talk about things, now that everybody's equal stage time, let's talk about Detroit. Right now, what is the biggest barrier for a startup to operate in Detroit? Anybody can answer.
I'll jump right in on that. I think it's fear, and that barrier is going down. So being able to see success stories, especially outside of traditional automotive, and that includes mobility outside of traditional automotive, as well as power utilities, IoT connectivity, all these things, it's bringing that fear down, but it's still there. And it's fear for employees where they're, you grow up and you're taught to go get a job somewhere at a big company and work there forever. Fear with investors where, we better sell early, so, we don't want to put in the extra money to see the big exit. And we have a responsibility to help reduce that fear in southeastern Michigan.
Is there a community? I'm sorry, I do not spend a lot of time in Detroit. I spend more time in San Francisco than I do in Detroit, and I need to change that. But is there a community in Detroit that's large enough to sustain a Silicon Valley type atmosphere?
I think so, and it's growing every day. And that community is, from our office, we probably have 30 different startups that we're friendly with, and we help each other out, and there's not a week that goes by that somebody doesn't ask for a lunch or a coffee to bounce ideas off of. But you don't just have startups, you have mid-sized companies, large companies. Just down the street from us is GM. So there's an incredible pool of talent, and there really is that sense of community that people are going beyond just trying to make their own company successful, but helping others as well.
So, I kind of agree with what they're saying. One of the things that I found interesting, having spent all my time in the Valley, is I wanted to make sure that everyone in my company was an owner, right, and had equity. Now, just the fear aspect, right? When you join a startup, right, it's not, you're there because you're passionate about the idea to build something, but there's also financial gain to it. And fear of that, because you don't see a proof point where your neighbor, had a company and you sold it. You don't know what a stock option means or what's the value of that, right? And that's going to develop over time, and people will take more risk and push the boundary, right, to go develop something.
Did you have to educate people in Michigan about that process?
Absolutely.
Yes.
How long did that take? And is there a story about when you had to talk to your first engineers or your first product managers about selling not only for the company but for themselves?
Well, it's a process. So, and typically you kind of build a senior team first, right, and then you grow it out. So our senior team helped kind of propagate the message and help people appreciate. And then every time, we look at our value as it grows on a quarterly basis, I make it a point to communicate that so people kind of realize that, okay, I have this piece of paper, and I own this, and it's my company, and I want to go out and be passionate about it in every possible way. So, but I think we've it's been a journey over the last 12, 14 months, and it's coming together.
Great. Now, Jake, you have a fantastic line. I've heard from many people, and I don't know if you know this line is popular, but I've talked to people about the difference between Detroit and Ann Arbor.
Oh, I was like, oh, you're gonna put me on the spot for this line.
And
of course.
So you have
this line too.
So there's a competition in Michigan. There's Detroit, and then there's Ann Arbor 45 minutes down the road. And Ann Arbor has long had an entrepreneurial community. And in fact, 50% of the VC money in all of Michigan happens in Ann Arbor. And Detroit's growing. But you have this line, we both fly out of the same airport, which is the Detroit airport. Do you see a lot of crosstalk between Detroit and Ann Arbor startups, or is there a divide?
Yeah, we've really put this all together, and we just call it One Detroit. So One Detroit is southeastern Michigan, and we're all in this together. So a little bit about that education process is just understanding that we're not better because we work in small companies, just like you're not better because you work in big companies. We're all trying to solve problems, and that passion is what unites us together. So when we talk about One Detroit, all flying out of one same airport, that divide that was there, even 2 years ago when we talked about, I think we started this about 2 years ago here at CES, a lot of that's just gone. I mean, a lot of those walls have been knocked down, and the community has really supported that we're all in this together.
What's driving that passion?
I think that it's the feeling that you can build something and that you can make a significant impact, not only in your company, but in the industry that you're choosing to solve problems with. And I feel like for a lot of people that leave school, they just don't get that opportunity. And even if you're working at a large startup in the Valley or in New York, you may not have that opportunity, that significant impact opportunity to go work with some of these companies and go change the way that your industry works. So I think that's the biggest one. I don't know if you guys have a feeling.
It's kind of a catch-22, right? The talent has always been here, right? There's so much of innovation that's happened in automotive.
When you say there, do you mean in Michigan or in general?
In Michigan. I'm talking about Michigan right now, right? Now the fact that we have proof points that there's been success. There's been 2 exits right here. We just talked about that. Students when they graduate, they have the Silicon Valley model out there, and they feel that they can do it. Capital markets are accessible. There's money out here. There's risk, which is being mitigated now with all the success. So that all is driving. Now we have a bunch of folks, my colleagues that are in Ann Arbor, they commute. But we have a small satellite office there for them to, do the. And I feel that I don't feel a difference there. In fact, we are also working very closely with the University of Michigan on our data analytics, because we do a lot of coaching about energy efficiency. So for us, this One Detroit thing is pretty meaningful.
Let's talk about Dan Gilbert. I talked to him yesterday, the billionaire investor and developer in downtown Detroit. Right now, he's trying to build new buildings in Detroit, and he's asking for state aid to do that. He told me yesterday that there is absolutely no workspace in downtown Detroit. Now, you're in one of his buildings.
We're in one of the buildings. We still have office space. We've been in that building for a couple of years. We've been down in Detroit for about 5 years, and it's been fantastic. And we have seen companies grow and more buildings get acquired to fill in more of those positions. So
my question is there really no office space in downtown Detroit?
There's no parking in downtown Detroit, so you need to park a vehicle today to go work in Detroit. My company's based in Royal Oak, which is a suburb just north of 8 Mile, or outside the city limits. And I think that if you are in Metro Detroit, or we call One Detroit, even Ann Arbor, there are plenty of opportunities, but getting companies in close proximity is challenging unless you're in one of the more Main Street-able, if I'm going to make a word up, suburbs or in downtown.
Your first startup, I went to your office years ago, was in a 3-unit strip mall.
Yes, it was.
Is it still there?
No, they moved. Livio's gotten bigger now. They are also in Royal Oak, and they've actually just expanded in space. And Royal Oak does have a lot of space for that. But quite frankly, there's plenty of space in Detroit, but it comes down to price per square foot and to bring in some of the larger companies that want to be closer to smaller companies, where those larger companies have different real estate needs. And parking and travel commute is definitely a big issue. I mean, you just mentioned you opened a satellite office. I mean, that kind of story is, nobody wants to spend an hour each way in a vehicle going into work. So that's one of the challenges that we face without mass transit.
One more thing about Dan Gilbert, and we have to wrap this up shortly, is he told me he's trying to make Detroit into a fintech capital. Do you see a cluster of financial technology companies in Detroit right now?
I'm personally friends with a couple of them, and they're doing some amazing work, and they're growing, and they're hiring. I think one of the advantages of the financial sector is it's an industry that can pop up anywhere, and at least a couple that I personally know have been incredibly innovative.
I want to throw something real quick in on this. I don't think that you can tell Detroit what Detroit needs to make or do. I think it's great to help, but we'll figure it out. I mean, that's what we're good at doing. And we have business with a human scale in New York making furniture. We do business with Ford and other great companies. I mean, you guys are doing power. It's like, I think that someone that would say, well, Detroit is the X, and let's get rid of the old one or focus. That's just not the grit, innovative nature of what we do in the Midwest, in my opinion.
Detroit's Detroit.
Detroit actually has surprised me. If I go back and compare it to 2008, I'm amazed at the renaissance that's happening there. There's all this space that truly is not available. The financial industry has to be there to fund the innovation. But just look at the gourmet restaurants that are popping up there. You go in there, you feel like you're in New York or London or someplace like that. They're just amazing. And all this is being driven by the talent that's coming into work and live there. And I think there's a huge change happening.
What's your favorite restaurant in Detroit right now?
Oh, geez. Slows.
Oh, I like
Classic.
Slows. Yeah, I like barbecue. What's your favorite restaurant?
Selden Standard.
Oh, I haven't been there. What's yours?
Green Dot.
Oh, I've been there. That's good. All right, fantastic. And with that, I have to wrap up today's panel. Thank you so much for joining me. And Jake, thank you for putting this together for me. I really do appreciate it.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't collect mics, but thank you. Yeah, we can leave them. We're going to need 2 on this table, so that's perfect. We're getting into trivia. Woo! You guys love trivia. The reason this is fun is because the prize is a ticket to Disrupt. Raise your hand if you know what Disrupt is. None of you. It's our biggest event, so that's good. We're killing it. Disrupt is the world's biggest tech startup conference, and the price of a ticket is around $3,000, so it's definitely one worth winning. And we're all here because we love tech, so you guys are going to love these questions. I need 3 volunteers from the audience.
All right, Ned Desmond, come on up. You guys get to play with the COO of TechCrunch. You can just pitch him as much as you want while you're up here. Come on, people.
And he never
loves
wins.
it.
So come on up. That's a really nice badge. Good job. You look like you'd be into tech trivia, right? Yeah, you like tech trivia. Come on up.
Guys, you beat Ned Desmond.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy lives
Go ahead.
tech.
You too.
Engadget, TechCrunch.
We got to put
everything.
these
You beat him? Woo!
a little closer.
Yeah.
Sit down. Have a seat.
What is your name and where are you from?
Juan from China.
Nice to meet you. What are you doing here?
Okay.
You don't remember?
Yeah.
TMT Post. Oh, you've been here for 5 years. You're an influencer. All right.
Tell she's going to win. She's definitely going to win.
She's a shark.
Hey, man, what's your name?
Charlton.
Where are you from?
Well, the company I'm with is from Taiwan, but I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Nice.
Lots of rain, lots of green. Okay, contestants, please have a seat. I'm going to explain how this game is going to work. I'm going to ask a question. You're not allowed to buzz your buzzer until the question is completed. Go ahead, have a seat, kids. And my boss. Here, the buzzers are interesting. They buzz actually from the bottom, so all you need to do is a light tap. You don't have to bang on it. Just press it down. Actually, get a feel for it now. Just press it. See how it's buzzing at the bottom? Okay. Because what happens is if you bang it too hard, it'll light up someone else's buzzer.
Is it buzzing now?
Do they have any color? Are they on again?
No.
Okay, we're full of tech problems. Okay,
Reset.
this one's on. We're getting there. And we've got really good questions for you.
We're gonna make it happen. Come on.
Okay, we're ready to go.
All right.
All right, hands off your buzzers. Quick reset from Tito the man.
Woo-wee.
Are you settled? You seem like you have a lot going on right now.
Hey guys, come and hang out. Just play the game while you're in your seat, and then hang out and watch some cool people that are gonna be on stage. All right, let's do this, Jordan.
All right, question number 1. Again, do not buzz until a question has been said.
5 and 6 in my hand.
Wait, is he cheating, Ned?
Let's get him a mic.
Hey, you better not cheat, bro. I got
If we
you. I
can.
got you.
No, this guy needs a mic. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. I
Is
don't
this called
understand
mic
that at
musical
all.
chairs?
All right. And we're off. Okay. First question. What does SSL stand for? Goes to the lady.
Sorry.
Now's the time to answer.
SSS?
SSL.
SSL?
Next person to buzz, go.
Okay.
Oh.
Ned.
Secure socket layer.
That's right.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you deserve this job.
Ned,
man.
how man, for an old guy, like that's amazing.
Dude, Tito, that's so nice.
Really,
Trigger
great,
hand.
great
I don't think you're
job.
old. I think you're great. Okay. Not that old people aren't great. Damn. Okay. Next question.
This is all on tape.
Yeah, this is awesome. Who develops the Signal protocol?
The Signal protocol.
They are Crunchy's finalists.
The Signal protocol.
The Signal protocol.
The Signal
You don't know either? None of you guys know?
protocol.
Okay, we're going to the next question.
I have no
That's-
idea.
by the way, the answer is Open Whisper Systems. Oh, yeah. We've been talking about them for a month. Way to go. All right. If you swipe up in Tinder, what happens?
Nobody wants to admit they know.
Nothing.
No, it's not a trick. Super like. Okay, let's get, maybe we need some
Go
other
ahead, Ned. What
questions
is it?
for you people.
You move to the next person?
No, that's right and left. Oh,
It deletes your
that's
account.
sweet.
That's
He's been
deletes your
happily married
account.
for decades, and he doesn't even know.
Jordan, it deletes your account?
It deletes your account.
Does it?
No, it's super like.
Oh.
Super
Damn.
like. Okay.
Okay, let's move to something that might work for you guys.
100, by the way.
Yeah, but
Just a
his
heads
don't
up.
count. So, okay.
Oh.
Who acquired Pebble Software and some of its staff?
Oh, God. We've written about this a lot, Ned.
Go ahead.
Fitbit?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Who says I don't read the blog?
I don't. I don't say anything like that. You wanted to be up here. Are you still want to be up here?
I do.
Okay. We're gonna give you.
have
do
stage
you have like
fright.
a specialty or something that I can help you
They're
out?
waiting for hard questions.
I should have got
Jordan.
the Tinder one. I thought it was a trick.
Oh, so you're a big Tinderer.
No.
I'll see you on the app.
Dirty.
All right. Next question. What year did the iPhone launch?
Come on, people.
I'm gonna give it to the lady. What year?
97? 99?
1999.
Yeah.
So you think that the iPhone is 17 years old or 18 years old?
2007.
Yes, that's right. I'm giving it to you. I'm so excited. Okay. Woo. Deep breath, Jordan. All right. Good Lord. Oh, nice.
And what do we have for our winner?
We got sound effects.
Let's do the next one.
Okay, next one.
Give them like easier ones. Come on.
What do you mean? This is okay.
Okay.
When Facebook first launched, the URL was not facebook.com. What was it?
TheFacebook.com?
Yes, that's correct.
Good
Uh-oh,
job.
we're heating up now. Okay.
211?
Yeah, I mean, I expect you to keep count.
Yeah, 211.
Okay, cool. Next question. Milliamp hours is a term that is used to describe the capacity of what part of a smartphone or tablet?
Anybody in the audience? Because we're not.
There we go. No, you don't get to steal from the audience.
Nice try.
Okay, next question. Google recently reorganized the company to fall under an umbrella corporation. What is the name of that umbrella corporation?
Alphabet.
Alphabet is right.
Good job.
I'm so excited by your success. Oh, okay.
That's 2-2-1.
Okay, so the first 1 to 3 wins then. We're doing it. Who is the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch?
Oh man. That's a hard one.
I think in future he'll be the chief editor.
You think in the future he's gonna, not me?
Yeah, watch it there.
You're in trouble now, girl.
Oh
You
no,
in trouble now,
That's
girl.
very wrong. I'm very dumb.
Next question.
Yeah, please, Jesus. Okay. Name the famous whistleblower who leaked information from the NSA. Yeah, sure.
Edward Snowden?
Yes, that's correct. Okay, next question wins.
Wait, that was he got 3, and he got 2, and she got 1.
Yeah, but Ned can't win.
Okay. Well, okay, let's go. We're still going? We're still waiting?
What is the largest storage capacity you can get on an iPhone 7? Go ahead.
64 gigs.
Incorrect.
3 gallons.
Incorrect. Okay.
Last one.
Yeah, you guys got to get one right so we can finish.
Last one.
I'm trying to find an easy one.
Who is the founder of TechCrunch?
No. How many gigabytes are in a terabyte?
1024.
Correct. We have a winner.
Winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, thank you, our lovely contestants. No, you did a great job, buddy. Okay, go get your ticket from Emma, and we're going straight into the hardware battlefield. Enjoy, guys. Thank you very much. Round of the hardware battlefields before the actual finals. I phrased that really confusingly. Basically, we're going to have another 4 companies on stage competing. They're competing to participate in the finals, which will be tomorrow afternoon. They're going to have 6 minutes to present. They're going to have 6 minutes of Q&A from our judges, who I'm going to introduce right now. First up, we have Greg Revelle, the Chief Marketing Officer for Best Buy, where he's responsible for marketing strategy, branding, and execution across all consumer touchpoints, both in-store and online. Second is Jeff Clavier, founder and managing partner of SoftTech VC, a Silicon Valley seed fund that has closed more than 175 investments since 2004. Third is Rob Conybeer, co-founder and managing partner at Shasta Ventures, where his investments include Nest, Fetch Robotics, and Turo. And last but not least is Norma Cadena, co-founder and managing director partnership Port Los Angeles entrepreneurs ecosystem. So the judges, we're gonna hear from a little bit more from them in just a second. And we have our first company, Mati Babu. Presenting for Mati Babu are CTO Josiah Kavuma and CEO Brian Gita. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. What you see, What you see in the picture behind us is actually what happens when a patient goes for a malaria test in a clinic down in Kampala. One doctor attending to over 20 patients, waiting in long lines with their children crying before having their blood drawn to get results on their malaria status. Actually, a simple malaria test takes about 30 minutes. That is from the time the blood is drawn from the patient till when the results are obtained. This process requires a lot of equipment. That is from the glass slides, the syringes, and the chemicals, as well as a medical doctor to get conclusive results from this test. All these factors combined make it very difficult and expensive for both the clinic and the patient. Malaria is actually a blood disease caused by a parasite transmitted to the body through a bite of a female Anopheles mosquito. And over 3.3 billion people are at risk of catching malaria. Those are the people living in the sub-Saharan Africa, people living in Asia, and the people living in South America, and perhaps all of us that travel to these locations. According to the World Health Organization report of 2015, over 400,000 deaths were recorded globally due to malaria. And 90% of these deaths were in the sub-Saharan region, and most of which were children below the ages of 5. All these numbers are high due to there is no quick, rapid diagnostic test that can help curb the disease early and the people get treatment in the early moments. That's why we came up with Matibabu, a non-invasive way to diagnose for malaria. I am Jita Brian, co-founder and CEO of Matibabu. Let's switch the overhead camera.
Hello everyone, Josiah Kavma, CTO, Matibabu. Over there is the Matiscope. Carry on a test for the patient. To ask the patient to set up and power the device. We then ask the patient to put their fingers into the device. The process there is the test going on. It takes up to 2 minutes maximum. We could switch back to the slides, then we could see the results later. Malaria affects the shape, that's the physical and chemical composition of the cells. So our technology basically looks at parameters such as the shape, color, and concentration of hemozoin to detect for the disease. We have an African patent for the technology, and we also filed for one globally, and we're in the process of acquiring product certification in Uganda. What gives us advantage over other technologies? The fact that our technology is pain-free. We have patients being encouraged to carry on tests compared to the normal way they always do it because they always fear to be pricked. Our technology is easy to use. With just taps and no need for any skilled personnel to be right next to you, you're able to do a test on your own. Our technology is reusable. Unlike syringes that are single-use and for the Matiscope, no microscopic microscope text micro that makes Matiscope times fast more microscope. Hospitals all customized portable hardware for the use. Be free from the stores, and the hardware go to $80 maximum. WHO noted that one of the best ways to bring down the global deaths from malaria globally is by encouraging the development of rapid diagnostic technologies such as Matibabu, which could, encourage people to test early and perhaps solve the self-medication problem. The team behind this is not just we, it's more than, we actually have other people who have medical expertise and who have actually developed better technologies that could do, for example, fetal heart rate monitoring and others, and such products already on the market. For more information, you could contact us on our website. Could you switch to podium 1 for the results? Over there is a curve that really shows, the intensities of light picked up from the red blood cells. And down here is a simple script, or what we would call a medical report for the results, which says negative. Thank you so much.
All right, judges, who wants to start us off? Please, Norme.
Sure. Is it on? Yes. So at $80 a device, I'm skeptical that it's really viable for consumers, especially in the areas you're targeting. Can you talk a little bit more about why it would make sense for a consumer to buy an $80 device when they're maybe living on, I don't know how many dollars a day?
We basically look at the fact that our device is reusable. It's not like you're going to pay $80 all the time. And particularly for people in rural areas, for example, the other device in the clinics, would go way too affordable for such people. So they can always access them from the nearby clinics, and they can do diagnosis cheaply.
Is that what research told you, or is that what you think?
That's what research told us. For example, a normal test down in Africa goes to about $15. So usually in a year, you're going to get malaria perhaps maybe 3 to 5 times a year. So that's $15 times perhaps 6, 7. So that's less than a year, so you're out. So for $80, and you're going to use the device always, and not just you, but everybody else, I think it's good enough.
But do you think it'll be challenging to get someone to pay that much up front?
So yeah, what is happening is, since it's for a household, it's not actually challenging because both, let me say, the parents of the household can be able to pay over time at a subscription rate for the device.
And then maybe just to add to him, we've done costing surveys before, and we've found it to be the best model that's going to suit down there.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific country that you're going into first?
Sure. We have done the primary tests in Uganda, and that's the specific country we're going to roll out first in.
And the follow-up is, with the countries that you're going into, starting with Uganda, how do you get it certified to show that it's accurate and that the results, I mean, if you think about the equivalent of the FDA that you'd have in the US for other countries?
So what actually happens is the certification goes through a process of called a National Drug Authority process. So this ethical board sits and asks you to do a number of tests, say 1,000 tests, and then these tests are read, and that's what is verified to allow your device to go to market. Yeah, and this process takes about 6 months.
So you said that the device can be shared. It sounds like you're pricking your finger, so is there a risk of infection when people sort of just pass the device from one person to another? And you said that it's 4 to 5 times a year that you have to take the test?
So I will answer the one of pricking, of the cleaning. So before a person inserts or a patient inserts their finger into the device, they have to swab or clean up their finger so that we avoid any other skin contamination to our other patient. And then about the testing, yes, the more you test annually, the better it is for you as a patient because you know your malaria status. And what he was trying to say is a person catches malaria a minimum of 2 times a year. So the more, if you have this device at a household level, you can be able to test as frequent as you can, you and your family, throughout the year. So which is cheaper in the long run.
And last question, will sort of Uganda try and subsidize some of those machines so that people sort of see that if it works and then start your distribution, or you just have to go for a traditional strategy of marketing the product and then getting consumers to buy it?
So we are in talks with the Ministry of Health in Uganda to try to subsidize them at the health center 1 levels so that people can actually go for either free test at the health center or get it at a very, very cheaper price for the household device. Yeah.
What are the benefits of early detection? So you said that people get this a lot. Do they not know? Do they not feel it when they contract it? And how much earlier can you detect malaria than what they would do today?
So one of the major benefits of early detection is you get the medication in time. So what we do is, when malaria affects you, it takes about 2 weeks to get to the bloodstream, and that's when it can be detected. But for a person to get the symptoms into play, it can take about 2 more weeks to do that. So, but when the plasmodium is in the bloodstream, we can detect it. That is as early as 2 weeks when it has moved into the blood.
And how much did you say the existing tests cost today if they go to a doctor?
$15. 15.
Yeah. And so your innovation is the form factor, is the fact that you actually use a device as opposed to a blood sample. So it's the 2-minute, sort of delay to actually get the result, or is it sort of the ability to very quickly, prick a bunch of people? What's defensible here?
So it's in 2 ways. The advantage to the user is that they get their results faster as compared to the traditional method that takes 15 minutes. With this, you get it in two minutes. But to the health centers as well, you get to diagnose more patients over time. That's creating business for the health centers as well.
And maybe just to add, for the time factor, even the motivation to go to the clinics for testing, normally thinking about it, the fact that you're going to spend over an hour waiting in the line, you prefer not to go, So for this point, the fact that people know it's going to take, just about 5 minutes, you're encouraged to go do the testing, you can go do your other business.
But it sounds like part of what you're asking is also, could somebody else build a similar test, like a competitor?
What he said, yes, we filed for a patent to secure the technology. So our competitor, maybe through licensing, would get the technology for now. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, give it up for Mati Babu. All right, so our second company is going to come up to the stage. They are going to get ready. While they're doing that, I'd love to hear from the judges. What did you guys think?
One thing I failed to ask was their product development status. It's unclear whether they have a working prototype, they've tested in the field, what kind of work they've done in country.
I mean...
Sounds like they have a prototype.
Yeah, that is a working prototype. I think it takes a little longer than you can do. So they preloaded a sample that was the data they were looking at. But as far as I know, it's working.
Well, we have a company in a different space called Nima, which does food allergen detection within 2 minutes, which tells you whether something has, gluten or peanuts or whatever. And for people who have serious allergies, it's a great advantage to actually have the ability to run those tests very quietly, so they know. So I think it's definitely sort of interesting. This is sort of on the med tech side of investing, which we don't typically sort of do. But clearly, the fact that you can test more people faster is a great advantage.
Anyone else have thoughts about it?
I'd probably look at a different market. I'm not sure the home market's going to be the main destination for a product like this. I'd look for schools and institutions.
Yeah, it wasn't totally clear if that made the most sense for them.
I mean, I think it's one of these things that it's a laudable product, and the mission is very clear for what they're doing. But the scale that they have to get to at that price point in these markets is enormous to be able to build a real business here. That's the biggest challenge.
We have a portfolio company working in these markets, and what's been incredible for them are the distribution partnerships, which give them, order quantities in the 100,000s, right? That's what I think they're missing.
Well, if you look at the work that the Gates Foundation has been doing in those countries in terms of trying to prevent disease, this is basically what I would do. I would try and get initial grants from them to get the wheel spinning, so that you don't actually get users or consumers to pay $80, even though if you run the math, number of tests, $15 and so on and so forth, the math is there for a family. But how you get the efficiency being proven is really what they need to figure out at the beginning.
So what they should do is call Bill Gates.
Yeah. Seriously.
So I know this was like a bit of a challenging one in terms of like malaria. It's not necessarily sort of the area of expertise, but I appreciate you guys it seems like you were able to at least analyze them from understand them from a business model perspective and think about sort of going to market. Oh, are we almost ready? No.
That's the point of a lot of connected hardware investments, is that a lot of what's obvious has been done. So now you're going to have to go into frontier tech, which are basically at the edge of two different worlds. So how to bring those kinds of innovations to the world of medicine or transportation and so on and so forth. So it sort of forces us to open our eyes and our investment dollars to those kinds of opportunities.
So would you guys invest?
It's outside of my world, so I'd say no on this.
We're not bringing it into Best Buy, at least not in the immediate
future.
Probably
not this year, no.
Well, I think the number one thing you'd have to find out is if the product works or not.
Yep.
That's the number one piece of diligence. For us, it's outside of the geographies that we focus on.
The market size is huge. We invested in our first B Corp late last year, so we're very interested in social enterprises that can make a business model work.
So real quick, for people who don't know, what is a B Corp? A B Corp, what is that?
Social benefit corporation.
So basically, it's both a for-profit, but also mission-driven at the same time. Cool. All right, I guess they're still setting up. What else do you guys want to talk about while they're setting up?
I want to know why my picture is not up on there.
Yeah, we are going to talk to some of the events people after that, and somebody's going to get
Probably
scolded.
because I'm the easy find, but yeah.
Where can people find out more about you and about Make in LA?
MakeInLA.com, Nora May C on Twitter.
Well, we'll work
And
on
I look like
rectifying
this.
that. Or they can just come up to you afterwards and say hi if they want.
Absolutely.
Pillar, how are you guys doing? Are you still setting up or? Almost there. All right. Yeah. You guys seeing anything cool at CES? You got a chance to walk around?
I just came straight here, so you're the first thing I see at CES. It's fascinating.
I mean, they get to see this amazing stage, which is, I mean, it's better than like the early years when we had this tiny,
2 years
tiny
ago,
area.
It was on the parking lot. This is much better.
We were literally in the parking lot, so this is nicer, yeah, for sure. What about you, Greg?
Yeah, I've had a chance to run around a little bit. The place is so big, you can't possibly see the whole thing. But the TVs that are out this year are just amazing. I thought last year's TVs were incredible, but you got to go down. You got to check out the new ones. They're just absolutely phenomenal.
Do you have a super thin TV at your own at your own home?
We have like 7 of them. Yeah.
All right, we are ready for Pillar Technologies. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and thank you to the judges for their patter skills. Pillar Technologies presenting is co-founders Alex Schwarzkopf and Matt Joyle.
Check, check. Can everybody hear me okay? Cool. Awesome. Hey everyone, thanks for coming. Alex, Matt with Pillar Technologies. We're going to talk to you today about the construction site. But first, we're from New York City, fairly iconic skyline. We went to school at a primarily engineering, architecture, and construction management university. And so we're all familiar with London as well. These are fairly iconic cities. Finally, anybody been here? Anybody know what this is?
Right.
Yeah? Okay, we got a few. Yep. But really, they all started as holes in the ground. And that means that they started as a very unpredictable environment. In fact, construction sites are plagued with water damage. For example, temperatures drop, pipes burst, water leaks. That's a lot of money. Humidity, mold growth. That brand new building you built, that tenant's suing you because they can't breathe anymore. Emphysema. It's a real problem. And finally, you never, never, never want this. This is a catastrophic loss. In fact, in the insurance industry that insures construction sites, 30% of the total claims payouts are from fire damage. But there's currently not a common adoption of early warning fire detection systems on construction sites today. So that's why we built Pillar Technologies. Pillar is the first real-time environmental monitoring solution designed to prevent or mitigate damage from the top 3 causes of loss: fire, water, and mold, and also to help contractors use environmental information to improve logistics and secure their profitability. So we're actually going to walk you through a mock deployment for the sake. We prepared a little show for you here. Matt's going to come over and demo the multiple mounting methods we have. So this is 2 years of learning. We have the magnet mount, so it basically straps right on any piece of metal. Easy to deploy, that's done. To get it out of the way, we included a hanging strap on the side. So if the walls are finished, you put a screw in the wall, you just hang it up. And finally, if you have a PVC pipe or a metal pipe, and you just use the silicone strap built right in, it's designed to be moved in 5 seconds or less because this environment is incredibly dynamic and people have to move around it. So Matt's going to bring up the dashboard. Oh, cue computer screen, please. Uh-oh.
Yeah, sorry. Technical difficulty. Dashboard, you want to explain a little bit about it?
There we go. Yes, all right. So on the dashboard, we have everything the contractor would want to see, including site health, sensor health, active alerts, and basically a weather station, because weather.com isn't really the best for finding out the weather exactly where you are. And so we have a couple set up here. We have a space heater and a humidifier. This is actually meant to demo, and it's kind of challenging because we're not actually on a construction site, but this is going to demo for you some alerts. So we're going to explain these. First one we're going to do is humidity. So humidity, as I mentioned, starts with mold growth. It's temperature, humidity, and time that lead to mold growth. And the challenge being that contractors just don't have an awareness. I can't stick my finger in the air and measure humidity. So with this system, we're basically making the information we're measuring from the environment proactive. So contractors can actually drill into the sensor data specifically, and we can also push alerts right to their smartphone. So the second one, temperature. Temperature not only increases the risk of fire damage on construction sites, but it also leads to worker fatigue. So on one of our job sites, contractors were working at 110 degrees Fahrenheit for an extended period of time, just because nobody really knows. And it's just a very chaotic environment. Back to PowerPoint, please. Wow. Uh-oh. We'll roll through it. Go back to the other one.
Go to that one.
PowerPoint.
This is my apologies here.
So anyway, the industry spends $12 billion in damages that otherwise could have been preventable or mitigated. They're competing for over $1.16 trillion in new construction alone, and the average contractor makes about a margin of 3% on every job, which is very, very low. Next slide, please. So we charge in a way the industry understands. We charge on a per square foot basis, 3 cents per square foot, one-time deployment fee, that's for us to go in and set it up. And then we charge 2 cents per square foot per month. We're bundling hardware, software, and firmware all into one package as a service, so it makes it really easy to use. Finally, my team and I have been working in the EV space, consumer electronics, and defense contracting, and we really feel that this technology is going to change the way we build the environment, bringing buildings to life in less time, for less money, and with a quality never before seen. We're Pillar Technologies. We're building the first environmental monitoring solution for the construction site. You can follow us at pillar.tech. Thank you so much.
So in a typical site, when you go in, how many of these units do you need to put in per square foot, or what's the metric?
Yeah, it's a good question. Unfortunately, we had some challenges. But what we do is we digest the floor plan, and we understand high-risk areas. We basically get 2,000 square feet per sensor. And so you can basically, it's fairly easy to do a contract value on that, too. On our website, we're working on a pricing calculator, so contractors can go in and enter the square footage of their job, the duration of the job, and the type of project, and get a quote right from there.
And how often do you have to go in? Because it's construction, it's a building going up or something going up. So do you have to put in new sensors every week or every couple weeks?
Yeah, it depends. So sometimes we're doing high rises, in which case they're finishing a floor every week. And so what happens is we'll ship them the box of sensors. The actual locations are predetermined from the floor plans, and they're already programmed in the dashboard. And so when they finish a floor, they go to the dashboard, they look at where the sensors need to be placed, and then they just place them as they go up. So yeah.
You don't have to worry about charging the batteries or anything. Each device will last for 2 years before it needs to be replaced.
And so what's in there besides the sensors? It's like some access to network, which I assume is just regular sensor networks, or what do you guys use?
Yeah, so we use a low-power wide-area network, around 900 megahertz.
Okay.
Great for penetrating through construction materials. Everything goes directly to a gateway, which backhauls everything cellularly. So now everything's on one network that the general contractor doesn't have to even worry about. We take care of it for them.
Why construction?
Why construction?
Yeah, so it seems like the sensors you have and the easy form factor, it seems like I could use it at home. So can you talk about your customer discovery process and how you figured that construction was the best market? And along those lines, do you have an initial customer?
Yeah. So the home space is actually quite crowded. When we looked at the industrial space, we realized nobody was really addressing the construction site. As I mentioned a little earlier, we went to a specifically construction engineering and architecture school. So we had incredible exposure throughout the 5 years that we attended that college. So when we graduated, we saw a need, and with our previous experience, we were able to fill it. In terms of like our customers, we're working with 6 of the largest GCs in the United States right now. We did 4 pilots last year, and we're bringing 10 pilots online this year in Q1.
Congrats, that's great. You
Thank
should have
you.
mentioned that as part of your pitch.
Yeah, it didn't quite go as we planned.
Since it's not really sort of clear what 3 cents per square foot or 2 cents per square foot subscription service gives you, what is your expected revenue per construction site on average?
I'd say average contract value is between $25,000 and $50,000 per job site.
Per job site.
Correct. So each sensor makes about $50 per month when they come online. That's how the math works out.
Okay.
We break even in about a month and a half at the current rate for unit economics. And then the average duration of those job sites is usually between, I'd say, 6 months to 11 months.
And when you look at these sites today, how do they measure these environmental conditions? Is it something that they don't measure, or is it something that's really more anecdotal today?
It's actually measured by handheld. So they'll walk around sporadically and take readings intermittently. Currently, they do like data logging, but they put it in an Excel spreadsheet, and then it just goes into a black hole. So there's no active analytics done on it.
And one follow-up question around it. Are there some things that the GCs actually don't want to know? So they actually don't want to know that it's a little too hot on the site. And then once they have it, they might be worried about OSHA liability or things they didn't have before. So have you gotten a sense for that at all or not?
Yeah, I think it's a tough question. I think any sort of breaking into any industry, one thing we have heard is that companies that have been proactive understand it's coming. They understand that this is going to become an integral part of their business, technology in general, more specifically quantifying the environment. So I can't really convince somebody that this is going to hurt them in a way. It could potentially be a challenge for their business. But ultimately what happens is you see the intersection of the relationship between the insurance company and the general contractor. And so I think the economics are going to force them to come together at some point in time. And the partners we've found, those 6 companies I mentioned before, have been very proactive about it. So there is a potential, but so far companies have been willing to take that risk.
One quick question. So why movable sensors as opposed to just trying to embed something in different walls so that you can actually still monitor, fire and water and mold after the floor is finished? Just out of curiosity.
Great question. So in order to do that, we would need power and infrastructure to support connectivity. So we actually have to bring all this to the job site.
Okay.
Exactly. Now, this box behind you can be repurposed and actually installed permanently in the building. That could be another potential revenue source we'd explore. One interesting use case is actually large-scale commercial residential. So for unoccupied units, we can actually bring the network to your building, and you can put those in any of your unoccupied units as well.
So you talked about how low the margins are for your customers. So they're going to look at every expense really, really closely. So it's $50,000 to install your system. What are they getting back for that? What's their ROI as a customer?
And answer in 1 or 2 sentences.
Sure. So our ROI, I can tell you what we got on our last pilot program. So with 20 sensors on half of 1 floor of a 3-story building, we had 9 times ROI. It cost them $3,000 to use our system, and we saved them about 50 grand or so. The reason that's interesting is because the damage expenses come out of what's called general conditions, which is actually what's used to pay bonuses to the construction workers.
I think that's a good note to end on. Give it up for Pillar Technologies.
Thank you.
All right, we are bringing up our 3rd company, Blytab, up onto the stage. Judges, what do you think? Are you convinced? Is this going to change construction?
Well, I think it's something that's inevitable, that these sites are going to be measured and monitored and all these pieces will be there. I think the thing we didn't get a chance to get into as much is who's the real buyer? Is it really the general contractor? Is it somebody that's actually the architect or somebody that's specifying the project and says, well, you actually need to put these things in place, whether it's insurance or something else. So I think it's a glimpse of the future, but the real question is, who are you really selling to and who's that buyer going to be?
Well, it could be the insurance company that just mandates that they use this because that reduces the exposure to risk. And then they will eat up the cost because if you look at their actual model, that's how they avoid, sort of fire or water or whatever.
Is everyone mostly thumbs up?
Yeah, I think it's a general trend that we see in industrial where we just have a provision of sensors. The question is, how well have they thought about the economic model that makes their business viable without, as you said, adding too many costs in super low margin sort of businesses?
One of the things we're seeing with consumers is just this need for monitoring. So a lot of these connected home devices, one of the main use case is control, so you can do things remotely, but the second most important one is remote monitoring. So when you're not at home, people want to know what's going on in the home. I could see the same thing in construction. When you're not on the job site, like at night, you kind of want to know what's going on. So I could see this is pretty interesting.
Yeah,
so, go ahead.
Look at that massive fire we had in San Francisco where someone just left something running, after 5 p.m. and next thing you know, the entire building gets torched. So, it pays for itself very quickly.
So that also brings up, because you were asking about why construction. It seems like potentially this could be useful outside of construction as well, too.
Sure. I think the issue is always for entrepreneurs trying to find a focused marketing strategy that gets them in, prove the value, and then expand it. So, it seems reasonable to me.
I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't find some way to do a more spectacular demo on stage, like setting something on fire.
They had to bring the fire, and you said no.
I'm sure that was not our decision. It was probably the owner of the building's decision, which I understand. But yeah. Anyway, we have our third company, BlyTab. Presenting for BlyTab, our co-founders, Kristina Svetanova and Slavi Slavev. Take it away, guys.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Kristina, and together with Slavi, we are glad to be here today and to present you BlyTab, the tablet for the blind. Actually, the idea came to me during my studies as industrial engineer. At that time, a blind colleague of mine just asked me to sign him for an online course. And I did it, because he just couldn't do it by himself. And I asked why he couldn't read a normal web page without using a braille interface. He showed me, and I was shocked. Now let me show you what's the state of the art today. Devices that interface between blind user and computer. Essentially, it's a $5,000 up to $8,000 keyboard, and where a blind person can read, it's extremely limited to just a few words. Imagine reading Moby Dick, 5 words at a time. And the reason of this is the old, bulky, and limited piezoelectric technology currently used by all manufacturers on the market. And exactly this leads to low literacy rate among blind children. We want to change that. Thanks to our outstanding team and my experience in engineering, we developed an innovative actuating technology. We're using a high-performance membrane bonded to an electrical actuator, so that through an airflow channel, we can control and deform each braille dot individually. During the last 10 months, we successfully scaled the technology and produced the world's first tactile display without any mechanical elements. Now, we can control thousands of dots, and this is the innovation where other 64 groups and companies worldwide failed to deliver during the last 20 years. But now, let me introduce to you our innovative wish for change. And we call it BlyTab, the first tactile tablet for people with sight loss. It allows blind users for the first time to learn, work, and play with one single device. And now I will give it to Slavi to run a short demo of the tablet for you.
Here also from my side.
Awesome.
My name is Slavi. So as you can see here, maybe we should switch to the front camera, please. So as you can see here, that's BlyTab. And it consists of two main components. We have our tactile screen embedded, and below we have a touch screen which acts as a control unit for the whole tablet. And it's activated via voiceover. So the user just have to slide his finger over the screen just like this,
YouTube, Pro,
and can control the tablet via voiceover.
double tap and hold to long press.
So let's just open an ebook now and see what will happen.
Docs. Showing item. Innovation ebook Google Docs pin button. Innovation ebook.
So now the user can either choose to listen the ebook via voiceover,
Edit Checkbox. Imagine a world where every person with sight loss has the opportunity to grow and prosper, where it
Or by,
document, normal text.
or by just pressing one single button, here, more than 1900 dots will be activated on the screen and the whole surface of the screen will change. So that's the button here. Yeah.
Overview. Home button. Double tap to activate.
All right. So
Showing items.
So yeah, now the user can read more than 1900 dots over the screen. But we also develop our own cloud-based software Braille converter. And here it is.
BLIT. Braille Converter API.
It can convert anything into Braille, like text files, documents, even whole web pages. So for example, we have added the hardware battlefield web page here, and if we press the convert button, it will go to our cloud, convert everything, and get it into the tablet
Convert button.
in 1 second.
Drive.
And here it
Page 1
is.
of 2. Zoom 2. Eligibility fax sign in.
So now we can again read everything in Braille on the tactile screen.
And it's feasible. It's
Thank
there.
you.
So overall, BlightApp can output one whole page in Braille. And this makes it the digital e-reader for blind users. And this, can we switch to the PowerPoint slides? And this with the affordable price of $500 US. But what about the market? Worldwide, there are more than 285 million blind and visually impaired people. And it's a growing market, not only in the States. But the thing is, and the question, how we are going to bring the tablet to the hands of millions? Well, first, we will start directly to our website online. Moving forward, we're going to scale through global distributors, as we have already 23 signed distribution agreements. And finally, we're going to make BlightApp accessible to developing countries. Today, we are glad to share with you the Ministry of Technology and Education in Kenya has already requested 10,000 devices to make their schools accessible for everyone. And exactly this gives us the confidence that we are not only the next innovative hardware company, we are a venture with social mission. We are proud that with BlightApp, we can change the future of millions of children, and we can open the way for them to be part of the modern high-tech era we live today. Later this month, we'll be opening pre-orders. Sign up on our website and be the first to know. Thank you very much.
So my first question is, can we touch it? Can we try it?
Of course.
So maybe we'll pass it down. Do you guys want to start with questions first while we're doing that?
So is the innovation sort of the process that allows you to create those bubbles on the on tablet? That's really sort of the one thing you guys figured out and the one did?
Exactly. The innovation itself is the whole display and the processes materials we have used. So as I mentioned, we're using a smart fluids, and we're using a complex network of airflow channels. And the innovative part is how to figure out and trigger all of the dots so that they can move individually.
And how fast is it to sort of create, like, when you have a web page, you basically go through a web page and do page up and, get the next one, or?
It's exactly, it takes milliseconds, so it's very fast. And here the user itself can control the pages. Right now they can go 5 words by 5 words.
When you look at a product like this, I think it's really remarkable what you've built for a whole variety of reasons. How do you think about the wave that we're seeing at CES right now with Echo and Google Home and natural language processing and all this work that's happening right now where the web is becoming massively available from an audio both input and feedback point of view? How do you think about that?
So it's very important also to mention that in this direction, we position BlightApp as a consumer electronic product, because we are not only B2C but also B2B company. And we would like not to use the structured channels that the competitors are using right now, these bulky machines. And it's a very good application for licensing the technology itself from the consumer electronics point of view, but also for smart textiles, and we have already received inquiries about licensing.
Okay.
You're putting something on the market at $500 where your competitors are at, I think
Yeah.
you said, thousands, right? Up to 5,800,
Yes,
if I remember
very
correctly.
expensive.
So can you talk about how you were able to achieve that price point?
Thank you for this question. At the beginning, 1 year ago, we thought to sell BlindTap at a price of 2,500. However, during this time, we managed to optimize our bill of material, and right now we can achieve, thanks to the second part, which is components that are off the shelf. We are not going to invent the touch screen, and we are able to reduce the bill of material, and we're using two main manufacturing parties, and we are assembling by our own. So this is the main idea how we're going to reach the $500.
What's your distribution strategy? Who would you sell through?
Yes, later this month we are going to launch our pre-sales, and we are going to sell directly to our website. It's very important this market to have also very good global distributors, so very good positioned. We have already 23 agreements signed for global distribution. And as I mentioned, B2B is a very strong market for us. For example, T-Mobile already agreed that we are going to distribute to their network.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Where are you guys based?
We are based in Vienna and have already entity here in US because right now and from now we want to scale from the States.
What is your margin on $500 a unit?
I would like to share. However, I will mention that we are very good positioned in the margin, and we are between 40 and 60%. Yeah.
At the end of the day, do you see this evolving more into a licensing play where eventually you will have your technology being licensed by many different device manufacturers as opposed to you building the device? Or maybe you'll build the device, but the big play is really sort of in that technology?
Yes, we have. At the beginning, we started with the idea of a tablet for the blind, and we develop it. And here, the next thing is really to put it. This technology itself is very scalable. So, for example, in consumer electronics, we can use our actuator for the physical movement within the camera sensor, or in the smart textiles, where we can improve the performance of the athletes when we put in the sole our technology. So there are specific two industries where we would like to focus as next.
Are you able to use industry standard hardware for the tablet or whatever's interfacing with the device? And how have you arranged that?
Yeah. So actually it's running on Android. So it's we opened also a developer platform. It's completely open source. Anyone can contribute. And just to add to Christina's developer option, we actually we want to sell this product not as an assistive product. So not only specific shops where blind people or visually impaired people can go, but also to the mass market shop. And that's also diverse us from everyone else.
Any last questions? All right, I think we're good. Give it up for BlindTap. Great work, guys. All right, so we have one final company that's coming up. It is our editor's choice, which is I will explain in just a second. But judges, what did you guys think of BlindTap?
Well, this is really sort of interesting because the pure innovation that suddenly sort of makes feasible something that has never been done before is always sort of interesting in any category, and so that can be life changing, and we really sort of care about those kinds of opportunities. Never looked into the market, so can't say that this is a big company in the making, but certainly sounds very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Reducing a full order of magnitude and cost compared to the competitors is pretty huge, and
but then it's like going from the old tape to an actual screen, right? This is sort of the equivalent. So
I think the biggest challenge though is they've built a great technology, and it has a very laudable goal, but it's almost like building a better camera and trying to compete with what was happening in the iPhone and other devices, because voice is moving along so fast. And the thing that I would want to understand if I was digging deeper as an investor is to understand people that are blind, how do they view things like Alexa? How do they view audio cues? And how do they view things that allow them to interact with the web and really understand where the demand is, and are people going to spend money on that, or would they spend money on what's effectively a
Voice.
faster horse and buggy?
So the real competition isn't necessarily those. At least in the future, is not going to be those devices they're talking about. It's going to be our phones.
That's the question. Is fundamentally, is it a different technology thread that is the biggest challenge for them to build a big business?
One of the other points that you guys brought up, I think it was Jeff, about like licensing versus like just selling the tablet. I mean, is there one or the other that you think is more interesting?
Well, it's so much harder to build a licensing business as a startup that typically you prove the technology through your own, sort of end-to-end integration technology product, and then you start opening the B2B aspect. It's just very time-consuming to build distribution and partnerships to get technology embedded in someone else, because then you depend on their release cycles and so on and so forth.
You guys, I mean, we all got to touch the screen. I mean, I don't know that we have many points of comparison, but how did it feel to you?
Well, I think haptics are very interesting. If you take a look at what you have today in the most recent iPhone, you have haptics instead of a physical button, and you get used to it pretty quickly. So the idea of having that physical feedback in a screen and things that we touch, that in itself is very interesting.
Yeah, you could definitely. I mean, it was a great product. You could feel that it was readable.
Yeah.
And back to the point on voice, I think as these voice products come out, they are going to get better and better. What I would do is actually talk to potential users and say, you can use these voice activated, voice recognizing appliances, but would you just rather read? I mean, much of the content we're going to consume forever, we're going to continue to read. So I would spend some time with potential consumers on this, but it did feel like it worked.
Yeah, and I guess that's something that we didn't actually ask too much about, was how much sort of consumer research they did. So it's possible that they've talked to consumers, and it's also possible they
the
haven't.
question is, are there other types of applications where the haptic feedback that they sort of invented could be used? VR systems, you're trying to sort of figure out how to pass actual true, touch through an interface, and people are sort of using ultrasounds these days. So you basically have a sound waves which gives you feedback. That's a very open sort of area for new technology and innovation.
What did you guys think of the tablet? I mean, the screen itself was like definitely the coolest part of the technology. What did you feel about like the rest of the tablet?
It was really heavy. I think
It is pretty
they need
big.
to get that form factor down a little bit so that it's viable for everyday use.
Yeah, but it was a V1.0 product, no doubt about that.
I mean, companies at that stage are what we call the ugly prototype stage, and so it's always 10x heavier, uglier. Like, I'm sure the first Nest you saw, the first Fitbit I saw, were really sort of much bigger than, this.
But if they can carry that margin, that double-digit significant margin through next iterations, then I think that they're in a good place.
Did you guys? So the stand was. I mean, I should probably have asked this while they were there, but the stand was a separate product. Did anyone know, or?
Yeah, it felt like it was just something to demo. I mean, to
Okay.
show, right? It
All
was
right.
just a stand. Yeah. She says yes.
All right, how you guys feeling? Are you still setting up, or are we good to go? All right. So we have our Editor's Choice Company. That means they were chosen from Eureka Park. They found out, I think, at around 1 p.m. So, they've put together a presentation very quickly. But let's check it out. So the company is Naki. Presenting for Naki is co-founder and CEO Jake Bosher-Nietzen.
Yeah.
Take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm Jake, co-founder and CEO of Naki. And so I'd like to start off with a question. What is the core purpose of technology? There are a lot of answers to that question, but one of the most common answers by far is that technology is meant to simplify our lives. But if the technology around us would make our lives easier, why does controlling it often feel so complicated? Nowhere is this contradiction or paradox more relevant than in the smart home space. We're increasingly surrounded by connected devices, smart door locks and light bulbs, even smart coffee machines. What all of them have in common is that they aim to simplify our lives, yet there's still unnecessary complexity in the control experience. We still need to reach into our pockets and pull out a smartphone and navigate through a myriad of mobile apps just to find the right one for our smart thermostat or light bulb and so forth. Or we have to walk up to a specific switch, let's go to the next slide, a button or switch on the wall to control a connected device. And even even voice control, which attempts to provide an even simpler experience and remedy some of these complexities, can be rendered unusable in loud environments, and in quiet environments it can be disruptive. It's also prone to misunderstanding people with accents, people who don't articulate in the right way like children or the elderly. So on the whole, all of these supposedly smart control interfaces are still more complicated than they should be. So we believe there's a better way. Naki is a small Wi-Fi enabled device that instantly transforms walls, tables, doors, and other ordinary surfaces in your environment into powerful and highly accessible remote controls. With Naki discreetly mounted underneath a table or on a wall or furniture in your home, the entire surface is activated as a control interface. So we actually integrate with Nest, with Philips Hue, LifeX. We're officially a Trigger on IFTTT. So we work with a whole wide array of smart devices. So here you have a kitchen counter that's activated as a control. With a triple tap, you can make your lost phone ring. So that's just one example. You can actually activate a single surface to recognize a variety of gestures. So you can set up a double tap to do one thing, 2 double taps, or a triple tap to do something else. And let's go to the next slide. You can also allow one gesture to trigger multiple functions all at once. So for example, if I put Naki underneath a coffee table in my living room, I can sit on the sofa, get comfortable, and with 2 double taps, I can instantly dim the lights, boot up my TV, and activate my Sonos speakers. So another example, I could put Naki behind my nightstand, get into bed, and gently tap a simple pattern to set my alarm, adjust my thermostat to the temperature I want to sleep at, and so forth. So it's really powerful, and you're just bringing the entire environment to life. Let's go to the next one. So here are a few examples of some integrations. We have an open API, so beyond the integrations we already have with a broad range of smart devices on the market today, as more devices become connected and the developer community taps into our API, the possibilities will continue to expand. And our technology, it really transcends boundaries. Unlike voice control, which can be restricted or to a specific language, tapping surfaces is something that people everywhere understand. And so a few months ago, we took Naki to Kickstarter, setting a goal to raise $35,000. We hit that goal in 1 hour. And by the time the campaign was over, we raised well over $1 million on Kickstarter, becoming one of the most funded technology companies, actually #1 in our state of Texas. And we've actually sold into more than 90 countries. Next slide. We have a pretty great team to actually make this happen. The co-founders and I we're serial entrepreneurs. I've founded the first online marketplace for sharing rides before Uber and Lyft. Sold that company. It was called Ridester. Founded Linkable, an online bookmarking tool. Ohad has had several software exits as well. And we've actually doubled our team, so we're growing very quickly. And it's an exciting time ahead. We're going to get Nakis deployed all over the world. Let's go on to... All right, so that's the end of the slide, guys. I put this together in like 30 minutes, so thank you for bearing with the chaos. I'm going to actually do a demonstration of Naki right now and cross my fingers. So before I show that to you, Naki itself, it's a small Wi-Fi device, like I explained. It actually runs on 4 AAA batteries, giving you more than a year of battery life. And to activate a surface after powering it on, you take the included mount that uses 3M tape, so it's removable without damaging surfaces. You attach it. Typically, you don't even have to see it to use it, like I said. But you would attach it to a surface. Then you mount Naki to that surface. And are we connected? Wi-Fi is connected?
Oh, wait, yes. Okay. Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Quickly.
All right, so we've got everything connected.
It's on. Turn it off.
Okay, so we're going to
turn it off.
So this entire surface will respond. I'm crossing my fingers. But I've set up a triple tap to turn that light off or on. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. All right, and we're going to let's do it a little bit further away. to turn it on. There you go. So, and what's really exciting about it is you can create all kinds of patterns. You can create a secret, put Nokia on your garage door and create a very complex pattern, a double tap, quadruple tap, double tap, triple tap to actually unlock your garage door. You can put this, in your kid's room, and they may not be able to reach a light switch on the wall, but they just go up to the wall and they know 3 taps will do whatever they want. Send a text message to their parents that they need help or turn a light on or so forth. So.
Cool.
That's Nokia.
Judges, what do you think?
A few quick questions.
Yeah.
One is, what does it cost? Let's say you had very high volume. What will it cost you to make each of these, and what do you expect to sell each of them for?
So the actual internal costs for us, we have competitors on the market, so I won't discuss that. But I'll say that our margins are very, very healthy, and we actually have 4x margin. Typically, so the suggested retail price for 1 unit is $79.99. On Kickstarter, we find that a lot of people actually buy multiples, so they'll buy 3 packs, 5 packs to activate their entire home or office or environment as a control interface.
And the quick follow-up is, how do you configure it? So you talked about the IFT integration, Nest integration, all that. Is there an app? Is there some other way of doing it? How do you do that?
So that's a great question. The question is, how do we set it up? And our philosophy with everything that we design with this product is that simple is better. And so that has to go beyond how you experience using it once it's set up. It has to actually be a simple process to set it up. It does have a companion app for iOS and Android. You use that app to set it up to your Wi-Fi network at your home or office. Then you create a gesture, a certain pattern, and then you add tasks that you want that gesture to trigger. And you see a menu of integrations and select what functions you want.
So it feels like a great user interface to IFT. So have you built your own version of IFT interfacing with IFT, or is the guts of the interface actually, a front end to IFT?
So you were asking about our IFT integration?
Well, it's sort of, yeah. It's basically, did you rebuild your own version of IFT?
No, so we actually did not have to reverse engineer integration with IFT. So IFT has thousands of endpoints or results, and it has only a small set of triggers. Amazon Echo, for example, is one of them. So we actually are working directly with Joey Khalid and some others at IFT. We actually are officially a trigger on IFT. We've also worked with Philips, and we're met with them in California. We're integrating with their Hue in a pretty powerful way. So.
So I'm totally digging your boots, I have to tell you.
Yeah, boots.
We're from Texas. Yeah, no.
Does the device know where it is? So can I program different gestures for a bedroom versus a living room, or do I have to buy 2 different devices?
So the way Nokia works is it actually activates the space that you're in as an interface. So if you want to make your whole entire kitchen counter a remote control, you would actually mount a Nokia under or somewhere on the kitchen counter. If you want to activate the coffee table, your nightstand as a remote, you would set up another Nokia there, and then in the app, all of your Nokias are visible on a dashboard, and you would actually add whatever integrations you want specific to that location.
So the price point is $79, so the Echo Dot is $49, and it feels like, going back to one of the questions Rob was asking is, voice interaction versus very simple interaction. I think the interface, awesome for demos, not clear this is a big company in the making because it feels like a great feature of IFT, not sure it's standalone. So how do you think about that? How, in a voice-controlled world, how do you build something which is a real sort of moat?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So, ultimately, there are options out there to control our connected worlds, beyond, obviously, smartphones and buttons and so forth. Voice control, so Amazon Echo and Google Home have made enormous inroads, rapidly growing the market, because what they're doing is they're providing magical simplicity, something that's natural, extremely accessible, reducing the friction. We're doing that as well, and I don't think our role is not to displace voice, but there are many contexts when voice is not the best option. So I'll tell you what, when I'm in bed with my wife and she's asleep, I don't want to say, Alexa, turn off the lights and set my Nest thermostat to 72 degrees and set my alarm for 7 a.m. in the morning. I'd rather go tap, tap, tap.
Me too.
Yes. What are the use cases? You mentioned temperature. What are the things that people are using it for most often?
So that's a great question. So we integrate with all kinds of devices. We integrate with smart locks, thermostats, but smart coffee machines. What's interesting though is we've actually surveyed a lot of our backers on Kickstarter, and our mind is blown. Obviously, lighting and those common smart home functions are a good share of the use cases, but we had someone just the other day tell us that they actually bought this for their elderly parent that has dementia that forgets to take his medicine every day. And so he bought this Naki for his dad to put on his medicine cabinet, and instead of calling him to say, hey, did you take your medicine, his dad taps twice. And so at the end of the day, if he doesn't get a call or if he doesn't get an SMS message saying, hey, you can actually create a custom text message, basically, that gets sent by a gesture. And so he can be alerted very easily by his parent. So there's all kinds of functionality, but anything that you would use an app to control or voice control to control, a Naki would be a control interface for.
Unfortunately, I think we're actually out of time, so give it up for Naki.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so the judges are now going to go backstage. They're going to deliberate. We're going to choose some finalists from all the different presentations, which you will find out on TechCrunch tonight. There'll be finalists back on stage tomorrow afternoon. So we're all going to go backstage. Before we do, give it up one more time for our awesome judges.
No, you don't want to leave. You don't want to. You want to know why? Because we're about to talk about augmented reality. Raise your hand if you know what augmented reality is. Yeah, but it's not like what you think it is. It's actually in your ears. And then we have some other stuff coming up later in the day. We've got 3D printing. We've got Hyperloop One here. It's going to be a raucous, amazing afternoon, and I hope you guys enjoyed the hardware battlefield. Without any further ado, it looks like they're ready for us to go. Please welcome to the stage Noah Kraft, the CEO and co-founder of Doppler Labs. Big round of applause. Come on up, bruh.
Good. Happy CES.
Oh, yeah. Is it a happy CES? I don't know if CES is ever that happy. Are you guys
CES.
tired?
How's everyone doing? Awake? It's Friday.
Oh, so you guys talk to him. I ask questions, no one says a word. You guys don't even blink. Okay, let's talk first in case you guys don't know exactly what this guy builds. I've been covering it since the beginning, so I maybe know it too well. Why don't you explain to them about the Here One?
Yeah. So my name's Noah Kraft. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Doppler Labs. We create tech for the ears. The product we will ship next month is called Here One, and we consider it the first computer for the ears. What does that mean? We believe the next wave of computing is going to happen on the body. Everyone's been talking about wearables, but we're big believers that it's actually going to happen in the ears, not on the eyes or in the wrist, where a lot of other companies are focused. And the reason is we think the ears, not only from a cultural and social standpoint, are a more elegant place to put technology, right? We've been wearing headphones for decades. But also audio is a subtler way for you to interact with a computer, right? Voice is a very human way to interact. Typing on a piece of glass is not. And we want to leverage voice and audio as a way to really kind of bridge the gap between the human-computer interface. And so what we did is create this product, Here One, that basically takes the notion of a headphone, it's a really good true wireless headphone, and builds on that with a lot of other functionality that should add not only more value to your day and how you use that product, but also allows you, the big difference is it allows you to interact with your world. So our steady state, as Jordan just tried, is when you put the product in, it actually sounds like you don't have anything in your ears. We've created a very natural zero. People talk about ambient computing, there's all this terminology, but the basic premise is you put the product in and you should essentially forget about it. What that does is it allows us to use a baseline that's really natural, and you can talk to people with it in your ears, but you can also shut out the world, you can turn the volume up and down, you can stream music, take phone calls, and really do a lot more than you would be able to with a normal headphone.
Yeah, so I mean, there's two ways we can go with this.
Yeah.
And you guys have talked a lot about it. There's the kind of hearing health route.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people out there who feels like they're a little bit hard of hearing or has just trouble hearing a little bit. They can be honest. I do. And
Okay.
the issue is that it's like young people feel like, oh no, there's nothing wrong. I can hear.
Sure.
It's all good. But the truth is there's a lot of us out there.
Yeah, and I think for us, we think noise is pervasive, right? And so whether, quote, you have a hearing health issue or not, the idea of superhuman hearing, we think, really applies to everybody because there's no scenario where you can't make it more ideal. Right now, for example, I can hear the din of the lovely people who are all around us, fraternizing, talking, right? And let's say you and I were trying to have a very intimate conversation and not one that's so public, or we're at a restaurant. With our product, what you can do is you can sit down, and for example, we have directional mics. So you can turn on the directional mics, you can turn on a restaurant mode. What's going to happen is the entire background is going to go shoo and go down, but your conversation's actually going to be totally intact. And so that might not be the thing that you need every day, but there are certain environments where that's really beneficial. Or, for example, because we have this pass-through that you just tried, let's say you're listening to music in your open office, right? And what happens right now is if someone comes and tries to talk to you, you have to take whatever apparatus you have in your ears fully off to interact with someone. With our product, you're listening to music, someone comes by, you literally tap it once, pass-through goes to what we call bypass mode, and that just mimics the exact audio of your ears. So you have a totally normal conversation. Oh yeah, I forgot to print that. Tap again, you're right back in your music. The flight attendant comes up to you on a plane. Same thing. I want a ginger ale. You tap again. And we're trying to create these very fluid UIs that whether you have a hearing issue or you just want to have a more fluid auditory experience, we want to provide that to you. And again, use the headphone as kind of the baseline to do that.
Well, and what I find so impressive about it is that this isn't, and you guys should know this too, this isn't passing it into the computer of my smartphone. This isn't going to some data server somewhere far away and crunching the numbers. This is all actually happening within your ear.
Yeah, there's actually 4 ICs in each of your ears, 3 mics, and the product's the size of a nickel. And that was not easy to achieve. And to your point, because it has to be 0 latency, all the computation has to happen in the ear to create all this augmentation and transformation.
So then that begs the question of what's next, right? Because it can live tune my world. I can listen to concerts in a different way. I can have a conversation in a different way. I can listen to my music in a different way. But when we're talking about AR, right, that's a whole nother layer of information, right?
Totally. And so people use AR, mixed reality. We call it layered listening. That's kind of our terminology. We've built, so our goal for the future is what we call kind of smart listening. The idea that right now, even though the tech we've created is very magical to your ears, you have to still control it manually. And so you have to take out your phone and use our app interface or tap the buds. And for right now, we think we have a pretty elegant UI, but it can definitely get better. So our goal long term is, let's say every morning you walk into your office and you turn it on Spotify, and you, because you have our tech, turn on office mode, which is a certain filter, and you turn on the directional mics because you know you're going to have a conversation. Right now, you have to do that manually. We have created an entire machine learning backend that's actually, and I know that's such a buzzword, but the basic premise is we're training the system to be smarter with your use and with the wisdom of the crowd. And so we're actually using a ton of heuristics to try and learn you and start proactively feeding you, first through what we call smart suggestions, and then through proactively serving you filters. So if you go to JFK, we don't want you to have to take out your phone. We just want to serve you airplane mode. And so what will happen is we see you're at JFK, and we'll say, hey, we see you're at JFK. Can we turn on the baby reduction filter and the jet noise reduction filter? And you're going to tap yes or say yes. And we want to create this very fluid, to your point, mixed reality. And the last point on this is the reason we called this product here is even though it's a double entendre on HEAR, it's really about being present. And that's the big point. Like, the future will be digitized, right? This is what we talk about a lot. There will be so much tech. There'll be bionics. There'll be things in our blood. And we think a lot about how do we make that transference more elegant. And so we want you to be present. And we want this to be a non-isolating, very social product that starts to bridge the gap of what it means to put tech on your bodies more and more.
Well, and what I hear you saying is that you're kind of distancing yourself from the phone itself, right?
Yep.
In terms of the UI, knowing where you are, but you still need the phone to know where you are.
Yes.
So here's a question. Is there, in the future, some layer of auditory signaling where I'm walking through the West Village or I'm on Broadway and I'm right next to a Uniqlo? Is there a way to do that, and who builds that? Do you build that? Does Google build that?
So there's a lot of stuff. There's ultrasonic, right? You can actually send signals that the human ear can't hear. There's beacons. There's other ways to trigger. But for the near term, we're absolutely tethered to the phone. I think most tech is going to be. But there is a future. We're bumping up against physics, but once batteries get small enough CPUs, you could imagine a world where a lot more can enter your ear. Maybe you do have a GSM type thing where you can take phone calls and not carry your phone. We're not there yet, but we definitely think a lot about kind of what does that post-mobile future look like. And even so, the way we built this system is a cascading model. So we run certain things on the buds, certain things on the phone, and certain things on the cloud. So what does that mean? There should be a future very shortly where if we know you're going on a plane flight, we could actually serve the baby crying and the engine filters and store them, just those 2 filters, locally, so you don't have to be tethered to the phone. But again, we're getting into a world where to your point, the phone is just such a powerful device. It'd be naive not to leverage it. But the question is, when do you take that leap to distance yourself from it? And I think the other question becomes, we're very interested in the idea of what we call distributed on-body computing. Like, there's a world, again, in the very near future where you're using a lot of computers on your body. There's a nice question to ask, how do you harvest all those cycles efficiently so that you actually utilize all the CPU you're carrying on you? And again, I don't think we're going to be the people to figure that out. We just want to be the ones that basically own the interface of the ear. We think that's a powerful and important entry point.
Yeah, I remember a meetup company once where they put batteries on your shoe, and as you walk, you could fill it up and then plug your phone into it, which I thought was really cool.
Even think about the phone. It's a GSM, a screen, a battery. When you take phone call, you're still draining battery because your screen's on. Like, it's an incredible product, but it is inefficient. And so why don't you have 2 weeks of phone GSM battery in your belt? So we're all carrying our phones anyway, right? And so who knows what that future looks like.
So I want to ask you a little bit about what your ideal use case is for this, because do you expect, from what you've explained, it sounds like the Hear One could be in your ears at all times, but it shouldn't, because that would be painful.
And socially awkward. So I'd say Hear 5, right? If we're talking like hypothetically, maybe is a product that's in your ears all the time. So first, even before we get into the tech side of that, we don't want to be Google Glass. You know us well enough. We launched our last product at Coachella. We're like, the cultural side of this is as important to us as the tech side of it. And tech can be, there's a really thin line between differentiation and alienation, right? And if I'm like, hey, buy this thing and put it in your ears, that's a huge leap. This is a very episodic product. It's an incredible headphone. Like, as a true wireless headphone, we will happily say we believe we're at as good, if not better quality than any other true wireless on the market. That being said, that's not the consumer promise. There's going to be a lot of good commodity true wireless headphones. People seem to really start liking the AirPods, some aesthetics aside, etc. But for us, there are really specific use cases where we've found people actually starting to come to us and saying, again, these open office scenarios, these commuting scenarios. One of the most interesting ones is new moms. There's 16 million new moms out there who don't wear headphones as much because they need to hear their baby. We solve that problem. And so we're really interested in saying, hey, who are these cohorts of people where having access to the world around them, and again, with full fidelity, and we're talking about this, until you try it, we've spent most of our time making sure it sounds like it is the world. It is your ears. And that's a big deal because it allows you to have that. So to answer your question, we're actually in we're beta testing right now. We know we have an awesome product, but we really want to find the users who find unique use in this and maybe even have a pair of wired headphones on the side that they use just to run around with. But this is when they go to a restaurant. And to your point, one of the biggest cohorts that has come to us is APD, audio processing disorder, and hard of hearing, because there is a huge gap in the market where if you don't need a hearing aid, but you just need a little help, or autism, PTSD, these are all auditory processing. We have white noise. We have the ability to manually control frequencies. If you have tinnitus, we can actually pull down certain frequencies, or you can manually. And so once you have signal processing in the ear, the spectrum and the tool set we can give you is pretty vast.
You said something about your AirPods.
Yeah.
I mean,
we going there?
Yeah, we're going to go there because Apple is like the biggest consumer electronics company in the world, and they jumped into your pool.
Yeah.
And
well, we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, and the products are different in plenty of ways, and I could listen to you talk about it, but in reality, it's a threat. So what's the plan?
So what I'd say is, one of the good things about being a smaller company, we're not that small now, we're about 75 people, is I don't need to sell tens of millions of units, right? And frankly, outside of Apple, there's been a lot of other people who've made claims in this space that have fallen flat. And we've talked about this a lot. And we delayed our product. We were supposed to ship end of last year. And the reason was we knew we had hit a standard. We just wanted to be able to scale at a level where we could go big box retail and make the promise to the consumer that every single Hear One you buy will have no connectivity issues, will have none of the Bluetooth stuff that has happened with other wireless products. Because if you're buying our product, especially just from the headphone functionality, it has to be on par with anything else, and if not better. If you're getting rid of wires, you can't have dropouts. And so we said, look, we're going to delay, we're going to make sure the product's perfect. And to your point, we think really the only competitor is AirPods. We're a more premium product at a more premium price point, and I think there's definitely room for both. That being said, if you just want to run around pair of headphones, the AirPods I think are a good option. But if you want something that's truly sophisticated, a computer in your ears that gives you a lot more functionality, we think we will set the standard, definitely.
All right, what would you say is the greatest challenge? I mean, because educating the user on something like this is hard, and there's nowhere to go test it. I'm lucky enough to have use this product. I
Yeah.
know what it's like. But even to write about it is a
Yeah, it's
challenge.
tough.
I remember the first time I was trying to write a headline for it. It has to be short, but it has to explain what it does. I
Right.
have no idea what to do. How do you explain to someone, these people who have never used this product before,
Hey, guys.
what the hell they're
Let me
spending
tell you about
like
Here One.
$300 on? You know what I mean? Like,
No, it's a really good question. So again, you know us well enough. So this is our third product. Our first product was an earplug called the Dubs. Then we did it. Jordan covered the Dubs. So this is awesome to be sitting here because you can imagine the first time we met, we had like 7 employees, and she's like, "Oh God, I'm gonna go meet with this other entrepreneur," and it's
OG over here.
Exactly. Got to go out to Brooklyn. We started in New York. Anyway, the point being, it's not easy. And so in this space, you have a very sophisticated group. Yeah, guys, you're sophisticated. Sophisticated group of CES tech-savvy individuals where I'm using a lot of highfalutin language. To the consumer, we are selling a true wireless headphone. That's a premium to the AirPods. Full stop. And if I can get you with that, and you heard the audio quality, like it is a killer headphone, that's a win. Because then I get in your ears. There's a good analog, and I'm not making any claims or anything like Apple in the sense of scale, et cetera. But like Steve Jobs had it right when he called the iPhone. He could have launched a pocket computer, but everyone said, "What's a pocket computer?" He was smart enough to say, "Look, there's already phones in people's pockets. We're going to leverage the phone to get in your pocket." We all know the iPhone is much more than a phone, and it's easy to forget. The first version didn't even have an app store. But it's become this indispensable thing that we all use. We follow that playbook and say, look, if we can get into your ears by saying, buy us as a headphone, we are a beautiful, true wireless option, and then seduce you and allow you to learn all these different features, that's great. Now, that being said, if you're going to come to our website, we're going to give you all the information you need. If you want to dig, we want to provide you with everything. But again, we don't want to I would never say to a consumer, this is an in-ear computer. These are smart, true wireless earbuds. Small, with real-world sound control. Well, what's real-world sound control? Come on the journey with us and learn a little more. And so it's a great question because you do need to simplify things when you're going to the mass market. And I think we spend a lot of time making sure that we can one of our partners are the Tao Group. And they invested in us early on. They're incredible dudes, and it's always funny being in Vegas. And one of the greatest quotes that they told me is they said, first get them in the door, then double the prices. Love it. It's an incredible business act. Like that you need to get people to adopt. You need to get into people's ears. And I believe that our tech is differentiated enough and special enough that if you buy us a headphone, you're going to turn to your friend and say, dude, this is so much more than a headphone. You have to check it out.
I feel like you're in a little bit of a tougher spot too, because like you can look at a couple different models right here. You can look at Google Glass, and they gave the definitive picture of Google Glass is Scoble in the shower with a selfie of Google Glass, which was like, okay, well, no normal person wants to buy that product now. You just ruined it, right? And then you have Snapchat Spectacles. They didn't give that to us. Reporters, tech journalists, anybody who's a nerd or geek had to go buy that, okay? They never seeded us with review units. And so those are two totally different marketing tactics, and I think we know who won.
But if you remember, so to jump in, like, I got to be honest, I think we did the Spectacles play first. Here Active Listening for us was a Spectacles.
Coachella.
You're right. It was Coachella. It was a constrained. Spectacles were a toy. Only 10 seconds. Put it on your eyes. Have fun. We did that a year ago with a constrained product saying, use it to curate music. And of course, they are on a much larger scale. But I totally get Spectacles did it right.
But then again, you have to think Spectacles is in a lot of ways a toy. There's no true technological feat there. Yeah, it's cool to put a camera in such a small space and the Bluetooth, that's great. But you guys have a highly technical product. I mean, this is new technology.
Yep.
So you have this catch-22 of, do I seed it with the people who will understand just how powerful this technology is, or do I seed it with the cool kids?
So I think you do both. And I think, again, because you can take our product, open your phone, pair it immediately, and just use it as a wireless headphone. The barrier to entry. Or you can go through our 3-minute onboarding. I think for me, the better analogy, because you're using the eyes, is I think Beats did a great job. And I think more importantly, we look at Tesla a lot. Tesla is a car. But you perceive Tesla, because they've done a great job, as being much more than a car, because they have digital, right? And they have app updates. I think Tesla said, look, everyone knows Tesla's a car, but they know they're much more than a car. I hope we can do the same and say, look, everyone knows we're a headphone, but we're much more. That being said, there is nuance to this, and we're very aware of that, and I hope we have the self-awareness to, not jump the shark, and really, to your point, both explain how this is different, but also say, look, you can use this as a headphone.
Okay, and I have time for one more.
Yeah.
So I want honesty in this because
Sure.
this is one of those. And
Jordan,
if you were
I would
in our,
never give you anything but.
Sure. if you were in our audience earlier, I did ask this question to Fitbit, so I'm sorry if you're hearing a repeat. But it's a good question, I think, and I don't want bullshit.
Yeah.
So what is Doppler's greatest strength as a company?
Yeah.
And what is its greatest weakness? And I won't count, we try too hard or care too much.
No. Those are really good. The first one's easy. The strength is the team. We've hand-selected a group of 75 remarkable individuals. I call myself literally the idiot savant, like in the sense that like I show up and like say some stuff, but there's a whole group of people who are making the tech we've made. I can just tell you, we work with manufacturers that all the big boys, and they're like, no one's doing this. And so I wake up every day very blessed to work with an incredible team. Weakness, there's so many. No, it's the truth. I think for us, we started in Brooklyn, and it's actually good on the brand stuff. I think sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves as it relates to being cool. And I think we can be a little hipster, and we can be a little too niche in the market. And I think one of the things that I'm learning to do is say, look, there are a lot of consumers out there who speak different languages and have different needs. And I think what we're trying to do right now is really understand, as a company, how do you scale in a way, because we've been good at being niche, that actually speaks to a mass consumer. And I'd like to see us, and this is just you asked for raw honesty, like I'd like to see us over the next 6 to 12 months to really evolve an apparatus that is a mass marketing engine. And we've done really good in the Coachellas, but to make that turn to say, hey, I need to sell something at a big box retailer to someone in Minneapolis who is going to walk in and spend $300 on something, that's a leap. And I think we'll get there, but that's what we're working on right now.
Noah, it really is a pleasure. We've been working
Always.
together for a long time.
3
Glad to
years.
be on stage with you.
Awesome to see you, Jordan. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Noah, please.
Cheers.
You can be excused. And with that, I'm going to get into Are we ready for our next guest, team? Oh, yeah, sure. All right. Hyperloop 1, transforming transportation, which is alliterative in so many ways. Please welcome to the stage Rob Lloyd, who's the CEO, and Daryl Etherington, my husband.
Thank you. Thanks, Jordan. Hey, Rob.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Excellent. Enjoying the traffic?
Yeah, loving the traffic. So you can help with that, right?
We're trying, and I think Las Vegas is a walking use case as a place that does require a Hyperloop.
Yeah, and in fact, you guys are already underway building the first at-scale test track here in Nevada, right?
Yeah, just about 33 miles from where we're sitting right now, we have a full-scale test under construction. Probably in the next couple of months, we'll be able to show the world that the idea of Hyperloop is real at scale. We also did our motor test in May, and we've moved on from that to actually continue to innovate very rapidly on the propulsion system. We are going to show the world that Hyperloop is real, and so far we're seeing interest from around the globe actually coming our way because we all have some transportation challenges we want to solve.
Yes, that's true. It's a problem anyone can sort of sympathize with, right, regardless of where you are. I think just getting back to the test track here, so you said within a couple months, so that means that you'll have an active test of the finished test track within a couple months?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that Josh Geigel has done, who's our co-founder and president of engineering, is he's actually looked at the speed with which his team is innovating, the speed with which we're continuing to develop some of the key technology. So we're going to build out a certain amount, finish that, run the test, then continue to deploy the next version of whether it's the motor or the track or some of the methods and techniques we're using in construction, so that we're constantly kind of doing a DevOps model but for hardware, and each one of those build-outs will incorporate further innovations in the cycle that his team is focused on. So, we're up to 225 people. We were less than 100 when we were here at CES last year. We'll be over 500 when we come back to CES next year. And the pace has been very, very exciting, but I think the product is equally exciting. And the fact Hyperloop is going to be real, the world's going to see it, and I think there's a lot of people looking forward to that.
Great. So what can we expect then? What we're going to expect this trial to look like once it actually when the first one goes down? What kind of technology goals do you have?
It's a test of the architecture. It's a test of the technology, and we're not going to have people in it. Okay. It's going to be accelerating very quickly over 300 plus meters of our latest version of the motor, and then it'll be stopping very quickly, and then we'll expand that and do further testing over years, actually. So we'll be in a test and development mode for a long period of time, but we'll show the levitation, we'll show the track, the guidance, the propulsion system, and its electronics and power management systems, which have continued to be very exciting work that's going on. It's kind of like flipping a data center on and off with in a very, very fast sequence, and that technology is proving actually very exciting, and there's nothing like it in the world where you're flipping 6 to 8 megawatts on and off in a very, very short period of time as the pod travels over that. So no people in it. There'll be a test that includes the sled that will look a little bit like the May test of our propulsion system, and then we'll also have a pod which will test the aerodynamic capabilities inside the pressure-reduced environment. So we're installing the vacuum system now. The welding's underway, the track's being deployed, and I guess once we're pretty sure that we're ready to rock and roll, then we'll give you a call and want you to drive up the road here and visit us.
All right, that sounds great. And is it, the pods are sort of just pods that are demoed pods, or are they the kind of design you would imagine people being able to use, or cargo specific?
Yeah, the test pods that Josh's team are developing will have the aerodynamics required to be able to move at the speeds that we're designing for, which is over 700 miles an hour.
And this one will go 700?
No, we won't be going that fast because you just need more distance to keep going that quickly. And what we do want to do as we continue to achieve higher speeds, we'll be incorporating cost-reduced versions of the technology, because this is really about two things. We know we can do this. So what we're really innovating around are the methods to actually construct and the materials we're using, because we need to hit a cost point, so we're going to be 3 times more effective than any other transportation technology on the ground today. And I think the 3 times more effective, whether that's 3 times faster or 3 times cheaper or 3 times greener, I think that's going to create the breakthrough to create this transformation that the world is hoping for. And I do believe the market is there for us to actually make something very, very special happen in the next 5 years.
Great. So actually, that brings up my next question, because cost is kind of, seems like possibly your greatest concern. Like, I think you guys have done very well at raising. You've raised quite a bit of money, but all of that money goes pretty quickly when you're doing the kind of basic research and like development that you guys are doing. So how do you get to the point, you mentioned a few years out before we're looking at anything that's sort of commercially active, right? Or at least transporting passengers.
No, I think your question is very good. So we've raised $160 million so far, and recently, I think in October, when we announced that Brent Klinicus had joined us, former CFO at Uber, treasurer at Google, and had spent a long time at Microsoft. He had joined our company. We also announced we'd raised $50 million. So that was our latest raise, which was part of our program, which will be our Series C. So I can tell you that we'll be beginning the effort to close our Series C, several $100 million. But to your point, that's all to actually move to the next level of commercialization of the technology. Right. And that's actually, you know, we're not really using a lot of debt, so we're actually using equity to finance a lot of capital. So in order to really make this scale, we are working with projects and customers around the world that would take a route, and then we'll work with them very closely, and with the regulators and with the actual customers, and really make them the next part of our development process, and spread that out around the opportunities that we see around the world. So a couple $100 million is our goal in the first half of this year in our Series C, and we're also now starting to see interest around the world to really partner with a customer to build the first of the production legs of a Hyperloop, and that's why we're pretty excited about what we saw in the Global Challenge, which we announced last May.
Right. So talking about the Global Challenge, you also announced an update to that today. You've got you're down to the 35 semifinalists, and you've got some locations chosen. Can you give us a bit more detail on sort of what that looks like now?
Yeah. So when we were here and we were showing the world the first propulsion system, it was outdoor, and we also announced at that time that we were looking for the best ideas in the world, whether it was cities, countries, teams that wanted a Hyperloop to come to their country. So we actually had 2,800 people registered and said, "Hey, I'd like to be involved." We had some really serious submissions. They worked with our transportation economists. They worked with our engineering team, and we just shortlisted down to 35 semifinalists that we want to do more work with, because these are actually really, really viable routes. We had the entire company took the afternoon and got together and reviewed and discussed and thought about these projects, and we maybe thought we could get it down to a smaller number, but we do have 35 projects, 6 continents. We didn't get one from the subarctic or Antarctica, but hey, maybe they don't have internet yet. So we're pretty excited about that, and we'll be working with those in 3 global workshops that we're going to kick off starting in February. So in India, we're going to have a workshop in February, then we're going to do one in DC. I was super pumped to see some submissions from the US, because it's been kind of quiet here relative to what Hyperloop seems to mean to everyone else around the world. I keep wondering, why do people in the US not feel as strongly about a transformational link?
Why?
What's that?
Do you have any guesses about why?
I think it's okay for people to now realize that this is a moonshot, but it's going to happen, and it's more real than people thought when Elon put the paper out and had both those that imagined it was very exciting and those that wanted to doubt and criticize. Yeah. So US, Canada, Australia, Northern Europe, India, all around the world. Then we're going to have a session in London, and by the time we get through that process, our objective is let's bring it down to a smaller number and then work with those projects and the governments that are fully supportive to take them to the next level, which means a deeper level of engineering study and some serious work on financing the projects that come as a result of those studies.
How deeply did that factor in? So when you got these submissions, you were looking at them, how much of that is like, well, these people will be able to help us with the goal of achieving that next level financially? Like realistically, they have the funds.
I think we can help them achieve the next level financially, which is project financing to manage to actually finance viable infrastructure projects. And that's actually work we're doing now, and Brent Klinicus has really helped that, having invested in some of those projects when he was the treasurer at Google. So what we're looking at now is to saying, not only one with those new projects that we identified through the Global Challenge, but the other 7 that have already gone through a preliminary or entering a secondary phase. What is it that makes a good project? Yeah. First of all, it's on a route that makes good economic sense. We had some ideas, they made sense, they were kind of interesting to the community, but there wasn't really the economic viability of building infrastructure that would have to generate revenue.
Which is not to say that that will always be the case, it's just right now with the cost that you would associate with building a project like that, it doesn't make sense.
Well, we don't want to wait for a government to come and go through a 15 to 20 year process to say they want to do this. We'd rather build a public-private partnership. We'd rather look at different ways in which infrastructure can be built. We've learned a lot from solar farms and wind farms in terms of how you can actually introduce this technology in a different way instead of just waiting for the government to come up with an idea. It takes too long. Yeah. So we want great routes that make economic sense. We want routes in which the regulators and governments are supportive instead of, let's say, blocking what we're trying to achieve. And if someone's blocking what we're trying to achieve and wants to just put the straight arm out and make it hard for us, we're just going to go to another country, because there's interest everywhere. And we don't need to fight with a regulator. We'd rather work with a regulator to write new regulations that don't exist, because there is no book about how you regulate a Hyperloop. There's books about the airplanes and cars, and they're struggling now to even keep up with the autonomous car.
Yeah.
So imagine when you get a train and a plane and an autonomous vehicle all into one. There are regulators who want to work with us and actually write new regulations. That's what we're doing in Dubai with the Road and Transport Authority there, who are working together with us to actually understand what it would take to certify and regulate a Hyperloop. And that's pretty exciting stuff. And then finally, so great routes that make economic sense, governments that want us, that aren't going to try to block us. And the final thing is projects that can be financed, where there's capital, where there's a government or a private-public partnership mechanism, because we're going to be building something that hasn't happened before. And our goal is very clear. We want 3 of these in operation by 2021. So that's only 5 years from today. So we can't let this just flow the way infrastructure normally flows. We're doing it differently, and I think so far we feel pretty good about where we're headed.
Great. I think actually, can you give us an update then on some of those other projects you mentioned that are already in progress and that are the likely candidates for that hitting that goal?
Yeah, one of the first ones that we announced was a project together with really great partners in Northern Europe called FS Links, Finland to Sweden links, and the idea was to connect Helsinki and Stockholm and the cities along the way. That's a fairly low density population with a large geographic region. Very significant interest, especially from the Finnish government, which is struggling to find the innovation to replace some of the Nokia fallout that's occurred in the marketplace. So that one is something that we're working with the government, having conversations about what we could do together. We're seeing other countries in Northern Europe that are also very interested, and you'll hear more about that shortly. We've done a study, and we're in the midst of a study with DP World, who were our largest investor in our latest round of financing, and are the operator of the third largest port called the Port of Jebel Ali, to actually examine a Hyperloop that would move containers directly from the dock 32 miles inland and actually create a dry dock in the desert rather than using expensive real estate that's mostly been reclaimed, as you know, in Dubai. Yeah. And we have another project underway as well in Los Angeles and Long Beach, looking at the opportunity to get some of those trucks off the 410 and 705 and make it available for people to drive, because right now it's the worst highway experience in the United States, because there's just no other way to get the containers that are offloading from that port to the Inland Empire and elsewhere. So you'll see more of the results of those studies probably in the next 60 days.
Okay. And those are all proceeding sort of on your desired targets and everything, your timelines.
Let's be clear. We're not in the business to do studies. We're in the business to build a Hyperloop.
Right, yeah.
But the way you do that is you have to create an economic case that makes sense. You have to do some preliminary engineering. You have to identify the right-of-way and the routes that could be obtained. And you have to have a government that's cheering you on and trying to make things happen instead of it making it difficult. And I can tell you, they're out there, because even our experience in Nevada, where we were able to get the approvals to construct what we are constructing today, we got that done in 2 months. And if you said, what would it take to have the state government, the people that actually would be required to approve a transportation corridor, the Army Corps of Engineers, it got done in 2 months. So you can get it done when people want to get it done. And Nevada's been a tremendous experience for us. We've got, I think we've got over 50 people here now of new jobs we've created in the States. So the fallout of Hyperloop is we create jobs, we build new infrastructure, we improve economies, we redefine how cities can be defined. You could live 300 miles from where your job is if there's a Hyperloop, and that redefines how all of you that come from San Francisco, right, and that expensive real estate and increasingly difficult balance of work and travel could be redefined. So historically, all of us have felt okay if we were 30 minutes from our work. That goes back to the agrarian societies. If you could walk 30 minutes and get to a farm, you could work on that farm. Now 30 minutes, when I was a kid, took us to the suburbs. But 30 minutes today, the highways are clogged, so it's gone to an hour and a half. So a Hyperloop could take the distance, the diameter of a metro area from 20 miles to 300 miles, and you could still be at your office in 30 minutes. That's completely redefining real estate, defining how our cities are built in the future, and that's what governments get. They actually get this as a great big deal, because we do want to live in the world's greatest cities and work there. There's so many jobs are being created, but it's getting too expensive.
But doesn't it also sound like it's incredibly transformative, right? But doesn't that then become a liability potentially later on? Like when regulators see kind of the impact that you're having, if you get to market and you're doing this stuff, are you not afraid that they're going to become kind of bitten by the speed with which things are changing, and then maybe kind of peel back and start instituting more?
Well, it's kind of like broadband. You know, when I was in the networking business. And Singapore was out there putting 100 gigs of broadband when some countries, like this one, were putzing around with...
Canada, too.
Canada, right? I'm Canadian, so yeah.
Oh, me too, all right.
Putzing around with very low bandwidth. And you had a Singapore and then you had Northern European countries that just said, look, this makes a difference. And if you looked at that over 20 years, the broadband that was put in place in the leaders made a difference. They attracted the data centers, they got the jobs, and people are actually seeing that transportation infrastructure should be the broadband of the next 20 years. We take it for granted that what we have today available on our mobile phones and the bandwidth we have at home, but it wasn't taken for granted 20 years ago. So I actually think transportation and high-speed transportation is embraced by governments. They just think the way to do it is look at a high-speed rail or have some project that goes on forever, and we're trying to rewrite those rules and make something happen in 5 years that might have taken 20.
Yeah.
And that's why we're all so excited to be at Hyperloop and try to make this this great vision really, really real, really, really quick.
Great. I think just before we go, one question that comes to mind, given Shervin, your partner Shervin there, and his political affiliations with the Clintons, like, are you at all worried that under a Trump administration that might impact your ability to have a sort of friendly relationship with government here in the U.S.?
No, we're going to have a friendly relationship with the government in the U.S. As a matter of fact, we expect that the new Secretary of Transport is going to be very interested in the impact of having a U.S. company that's building transformational infrastructure, creating U.S. jobs. We've just created 50 here. We could be creating thousands of jobs in the U.S. I think we are one of the best plays in the infrastructure investment that will occur in the United States over the next few decades. So not worried about that at all. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty pumped about once I think the Transportation Secretary gets in her seat, I think we're going to be one of the coolest things for her to spend her time with, as Secretary Fox had with us while he was the Secretary of Transportation of the DOT.
All right, great. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Pretty sure I left my phone in this chair, and it's been buzzing under Daryl's butt. Okay, we're going to jump right into our next interview. Please welcome to the stage the CEO and founder of Form Labs, Maxim Lubovsky, and John Biggs.
All right, we have a couple of seconds. This isn't Maxim. This is a 3D printer.
That's a technician.
That would be really cool if
printer.
we had.
You're Max. You don't remember me, even though I covered your launch. Jerk.
Ready to rock and roll?
I'm just kidding. Okay, have fun, guys.
All right, welcome, Max, to our stage here at CES 2017. Look at this thing. So do I put my head in here? How does this work?
You should keep your head outside of the shielded red
always
zone.
keep your head outside of the box.
Yeah, there's a sticker on the front.
So Max, introduce yourself and tell us what this is.
So I'm Max Lubovsky, co-founder and CEO of Form Labs, and Form Labs makes high-resolution desktop 3D printers. So this is the Form 2. It's our second generation product, and it works out of the box, easy-to-use 3D printer for professionals who are designing products, artists, dentists, jewelers, all sorts of different applications.
Okay, so these guys like toys, so why don't we describe all the pieces and how this all puts together?
Sure. So what you sort of see here is, I'll just start with the cover close here. This is what feeds the machine. It's a cartridge of resin, and there's kind of a liquid glue that's inside there. And it goes into this tank here. And what's inside this machine is a precision optical system that scans a high-power laser at that liquid. And this liquid solidifies when that laser hits it. And so it makes really precise thin layers of your part and does that layer by layer, and your part actually grows up out of that tank of resin.
So it sticks to this
Yep.
plate here.
Yep.
And I think there's actually some stuff under there, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, cool. And this little guy just kind of like cleans the resin.
Yeah.
All right, so out of that, you get this, one of these rooks or whatever here?
Yeah, so there's a few new things that we launched at CES, different things we're talking about. These are our sort of standard sample parts. You can go to our website and order one for free if you're interested in checking out what our machine can do. And one of the updates at CES is we're improving our base gray material with significantly better surface finish and detail. So this is the old one, and and the dark gray is the new one, and it's got a much smoother, higher detail finish.
And I think the interesting thing is actually inside here, I don't think we can see it, but inside there's like a little hollow, and you can actually see little stairs going up this tower.
Yeah, and fine text around the top. And
do you guys want to see this? Does somebody want to play with this? Yeah? Here, grab it. There we go. You just lost that.
The interesting thing with this new...
Pass it around if you could.
The interesting thing with this new material is we've always, one of our main selling points has always been really high resolution, high detail. And with this latest update, pushing that further, it's sort of at the point where you don't see any of the printing artifacts, and it's just, I guess you can maybe call it like retina 3D printing, because it's basically at the limit of the detail that you see.
Okay. So you guys have been doing this for a number of years. So this latest one reduces almost all the lines on here, so it looks really nice and smooth. What's the difference between like some of the 3D printers in there versus this 3D printer? Is there a reason why I would buy this one over a MakerBot or whatever?
Yeah, so we just talked about that high resolution, high detail, which you can't get on pretty much any other desktop machine. But a really big part of it now is the range of materials. So we've expanded that to about 10 materials now. And we're launching one new really interesting one, which is a ceramic material. So this is a teapot actually made out of real ceramic. And so what it is a material that prints on our machine, comes in a cartridge, and then makes kind of like a clay, a 3D printed clay, and then you fire that in a furnace the way you would normal ceramic.
So this doesn't sound like ceramic, is that?
So it's not identical to
Okay.
to porcelain, but it's a hard high temperature ceramic.
And this would be fairly difficult to hand do, right?
Yes. So we were trying to show off the sort of things you can do with a printed a 3D printed ceramic that just completely impossible with other types of ceramics.
Okay. So the hope has always been that we're going to have one of these in our homes. Everyone here can have one of these, and we start printing, I don't know, ceramic teapots. We don't have to go to IKEA anymore. How close are we to that future?
Not very close.
Okay.
So we got started because we looked at, there were starting to be desktop printers coming to the world, and people were really excited about them. And the problem is they were pretty much for hobbyists, and we didn't really see a clear path to bring that to the home. But there's a lot of people developing a lot of interesting things, professionals designing products, and they don't always have access to the tools they need and the capabilities they need. So another thing we're showing off at CES is this is a project from an organization called Handsmith that's developing a new low-cost robotic prosthetic hand. He's a really interesting guy, Lyman Connor, he's doing it as sort of a nights and weekends project. He's an engineer at GE, but he sort of had this accident, had this experience in a hospital, and met young men missing a hand, and found out that he just couldn't. There are good solutions out there. He just couldn't afford it. So he wanted to build a better, lower cost hand. But along the way, what he's done is he's printed all the plastic structure here is printed, and so he was doing that originally just to prototype it and develop it faster. But the plan now is actually to produce each hand custom fit for a person, and he can, because it's printed, not only is it lower cost for this sort of low volume product, but actually custom fit for a person.
And this is all 3D printed except for obviously the motors and stuff.
Yeah, all that green stuff is in our tough, high impact strength resin.
And you can use this on a daily basis and smack it around and whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, he's been testing it with some patients and trying to roll this out.
So this is a homemade 3D printed hand. So
you can
just
call
to be clear,
homemade, but what this is, I think it's something bigger than that. This isn't just a hobbyist project. He is he's a trained engineer, but he's doing this in far faster and with far less resources than something like this would have taken in the past. And so this is, it's a project he started on the side, but it's something that is really seriously commercially relevant, and has the capabilities of the $50,000 high-end hands.
Okay.
And I think that the thing we're really excited about is like the dream of accessible professional 3D printer like this is that developing hardware can look more like developing software. Like nowadays, it takes a couple people and in a few months and almost no resources to potentially bring a groundbreaking app or a website to the world. Hardware has always been much harder. It's slower, more expensive, and with tools like this, it's starting to become something that you can, with a good idea and some dedication and a small amount of resources, actually make some real impact.
I mean, how does it feel to be able to go from not being able to do a really high quality print like this to seeing it come out for the first time? That must be pretty crazy.
Yeah, you should really hear Lyman talk about it, because it's a powerful feeling to take this concept which he had in a sort of really emotional meeting with someone who needed something like this, and dream it up, and in a matter of weeks and months, design it, make it real, and hold it in your hand.
All right. So what else are you guys working on? You guys have something called FormX, I guess?
Yeah, so with this ceramic material, we're putting it under a brand we call FormX. And one of the challenges we've had is because we've been really focused on works out of the box, throw any model at it, just press print, and it works every time. That's our core proposition. But there's a lot of interesting experimental things you can do with a 3D printer, especially one with a high-performance optical system. But we have a hard time releasing that stuff openly without kind of mixing up our brand. So we're going to start doing some of those things under FormX. So ceramic, because you need to know a bit about using ceramics and how to fire it and all of that. We think it fits well there. We also have something we're announcing called OpenFL, which is open access to the Form 1 and Form 1 Plus, kind of open access API, really targeted at researchers and people experimenting with materials and things like that.
So you could get this to start printing whatever you wanted, really.
You can do it with the first generation machines, the Form 1 and Form 1 Plus right now. That's what OpenFL is rolled out for.
So in terms of say I'm thinking about getting a 3D printer. Am I buying this one? Am I buying something cheaper? Am I looking at your FormX stuff? Just describe to me who should be looking at which model.
If you are developing, especially at CES, if you're developing any kind of sort of consumer electronics, especially anything where industrial design or aesthetics or ergonomics is important, you definitely want a printer like this for that high resolution detail. If you are a jeweler and you want to work with our lost wax casting resin, which you can use to actually make precious metal parts from your digital designs. We actually have a number of dental applications as well, where you can print parts that are used in dental procedures. So a whole range of applications.
But that's not, I shouldn't get one of these and put it up in my basement and make Yoda heads all day.
You can do that too. We have some customers doing that too. We won't say no.
Okay.
But that's not exactly what we had in mind.
All right, very cool. And you also have biocompatible and some other materials as well?
Yeah, so one of the materials targeted at the dental market is an FDA certified biocompatible material, so certified for temporary contact with mucus and blood. So it can be used for different medical device applications and things like that.
And can you drink out of this? Will this cause any untoward effects?
You can. It's a dense sintered ceramic now. Yeah.
All right. So we're in a world where this kind of stuff exists, but at what point is it going to be commonplace? Again, that same IKEA question, going back to it. But at what point? How many more years do we have to wait before I can print this?
Before the challenge with everyone sees these things advancing and saying, yes, we can have the replicator box at home. One of the challenges with that way of thinking is that so people say, I'll be able to print an iPhone at home. That may be possible at some point down the road, but what we can make with bigger, more expensive equipment will also have advanced, and so you might not want the 20-year-old iPhone. So I don't know whether I believe long-term in everyone printing things at home. But this technology is becoming available, and these parts are becoming available to people today through, for example, services and people starting to offer mass-customized products. I mean, one of the best examples of 3D printed parts consumers encounter every day is Invisalign. Invisalign braces are actually, every single one is made from a 3D printed form. And most people don't know that, even though millions of people have them. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot more applications like that, where it enables these mass customized end-use applications, even if it's not you printing it at home.
And there was a lot of hype about 3D printing a couple years ago, and obviously that's sort of died down. Where are we in the hype cycle? Are we talking 10 years before there's going to be a really established, is this an established industry, or when will it become an established industry?
The industry's been around longer than people think. It's 30 years old, and it's been growing steadily. The hype has been really exciting, and allowed companies like us to get started really quickly. But honestly, hype or no hype, we're okay. We've been growing quickly. This will be our third 100% year growth in sales, and the core use, the core value here, doesn't matter whether it's hyped up or not. There's real things to be done with it.
All right, and just one as we close out. A quick question about the patents. You had some patent issues early on when you first started making these things. It was still under patent, or it could have been, or whatever you want to say. What's your best advice for dealing with folks who want to attack you on the patent basis?
It's a really difficult thing for a small company to deal with, because the court system is kind of built around all these expenses and fees and lawyers, and if you're mismatched against a much larger organization, that's a tough thing. I definitely believe in the patent system. I mean, I think it needs some reforms, but in general, patents encourage innovation, and so you do need to do your research if you're getting into a space where there can be patent activity, and make sure you're clear there. You should be hopefully inventing things and patenting them, and sometimes you have to deal with pretty tough situations like we did. It really made everything we had to do a lot more difficult, because we had barely gotten started before we had to fight that. But it's just like any other challenge a startup deals with. You got to figure out the sort of guerrilla underground way to get it done with less resources than you should have.
If you guys want to see an interesting movie, there was Print the Legend, right? I think it's on Netflix. And you can see this poor guy running around and being abused by lawyers for a good 2 hours. So it's a pretty cool thing. So Max, thank you very much for bringing this thing. How much is this?
It's $3,500.
Could I get it for $45?
Maybe like the cover.
Maybe the cover?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll just build it slowly over the next couple years. All right, thanks a lot, Max, and thank you guys.
All right. You're going to 3D print yourself a Formlabs with your MakerBot?
Yes.
Okay. All right, guys. We are going to be back at 4:45 with a interview. I'm going to interview Damon Johnson from Shark Tank. And until then, we are going to throw to some live roaming of the show floor. So stick with us. See you at 4:45. Bye-bye.
Guys, we are at the Sands Expo Hall at CES, checking out some of the, kind of bigger companies today, and some startups probably. I'm Lucas.
I'm Matthew.
Yeah.
Actually, before we start, I have a question for you, Lucas.
Yeah, let's hear what you got.
Is your Wi-Fi this smart?
No, but my washing machine is running.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Okay. All right. We're off to the next place. All right. So a lot of the stuff that we've seen today has been mostly smart home stuff, like as I've been walking around. These guys are in the air business. So tell me a little bit about what Ultra Haptics is and what you guys are trying to accomplish.
So we have a technology that lets you feel things in the air without touching anything.
And this is the tech.
So this is a car dashboard, and if you're driving, you can hold your hand over the center console, and we'll project a sensation onto your hand, and we can make you feel the dial spinning around on your hand, and then you can control the volume or the air conditioning to turn it up or down.
Are cars the main place you're looking to use this? What are the applications?
Cars is one of them. It's probably our strongest market at the moment, but also embedding it in industrial devices such as elevators or ATMs, or even consumer electronics devices, so that you can walk up to them, just hold your hand out, have the controls projected onto your hand, feel them and operate them without having to actually touch the device.
So this is something that for augmented reality or virtual reality could possibly be a pretty
VR and AR is another massive area for us. That ability, if you can see the digital content, you're going to want to reach out and touch it and interact with it, and we can make you feel it.
Okay, so how can I try this out right now?
Yeah, sure. So if you hold your hand out here and then do circles, it's supposed to come from the front, so you're actually driving it. Sort of wax on, wax off. You're you'll feel the sensation on your hand. You'll turn it up. And then
Okay.
the air blowing.
Very cool. So are you guys, have you partnered with any automotive companies or anything yet?
So there's an automotive demo over in the main convention hall in the Bosch show car. So we partnered with Bosch there and made helped them make their concept car that they got at CES, which is very cool. So you should definitely check it out.
Awesome, very cool. Hey, well, thanks for chatting with
Thanks
us.
a lot. Thanks
Awesome.
for stopping by.
All right, we are off to a very strange sort of Blade Runner-esque light show with Elgato.
Yes.
What's going on here?
Hey. So we are with TechCrunch. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what's happening here? So we've seen a lot of smart home stuff. Is that what we're seeing right here?
Right. Although we don't have a living room here, we have those light objects.
Where's the living room? Why didn't you bring a living room?
Because everybody's got it, and we had it last year, and now it's 2017. So our approach is, these are connected home products, but they are also lifestyle products. They are fun to use. You want to have them. They are separate, standalone products.
Which one is the most fun?
I would say the power plug.
All right, let's go look at the most fun one then. All right, so why is this one the most fun?
Well, it can do something. It can switch on whatever appliance you connect. You can connect a floor lamp or your coffee maker, and you can use HomeKit and Siri to get up in the morning, say, "Good morning, Siri," and stuff will just turn on.
So, like, if I want to get up if I get up at 8 a.m., I just kind of yell at my phone and say, "Start making me coffee, please."
Right, that's what you can do. Or otherwise,
Do I have to yell really loud? Just be like, Siri, make me some coffee.
Nah, you can even automate that stuff. You could set a timer using HomeKit, and your stuff would just turn on automatically.
Okay, so what else we got here? So what is this? The Eve Extend Bluetooth range extender. What does that do?
This is one of the products that are coming up this year, and Extend, the name already says it. It's a Bluetooth range extender. All of our HomeKit products are Bluetooth based, so in some parts of your house, your Apple TV 4's Bluetooth reach will not be good enough, and then you put one of the range extenders in between, and your Bluetooth devices will be bridged to the Wi-Fi network and then be able to talk to your Apple TV and be available remotely and do automated stuff.
So are these are all connected to the internet, right?
As long as you have an Apple TV 4, yes. That's the home hub in HomeKit.
Are they going to bring down the internet like the other webcams and things like that like a couple months ago?
Very good question. And the answer is no. HomeKit is very secure, and there's probably no point in, even if it was possible to hack the Apple TV or the iPhone, why hack a Bluetooth device? Because that doesn't have an IP address and can't ride any attack against a network.
And also, we haven't seen much HomeKit here. Why are you guys focusing on HomeKit instead of the rest of the IoT-related things?
Security is definitely one of the biggest advantages of HomeKit, and we don't need to run our own cloud service. We don't need to maintain our own cloud service because it's all based on iCloud. That's a huge advantage for us, and Apple is taking care of establishing interoperability. So you have vendor-independent setups at home, all kinds of products mixed and matching and being unified in the Home app of Apple, deeply integrated into iOS.
Cool. Well, thanks for showing this. I see Lucas standing over here anxiously. So
I'm just chilling. How's the smart home stuff doing?
Well, it won't bring down the internet, according to him. So
Okay.
did you see any cool watches?
Were they a HomeKit one?
Yeah, which is weird. I haven't seen any HomeKit stuff here. Well, that's the first HomeKit thing I've seen here.
I know, like the encryption standards they use are like hard to expensive to use and stuff. So like it's been pretty slow for Apple for the most part.
Why do you think that is?
I think that like it's just like as opposed to like being able to use like all the other hubs like Wink and everything.
Or smart things or something like that.
Yeah, I think that those are just a little bit cheaper to get implemented on. So I think that Apple has like tried to set the bar pretty high, but everyone's just been kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. And
Well, you can still be lazy with Apple, I guess. I love the backwards walk you've got going on here, by the way.
I'm doing a little
I
campus tour
can't
here
do this.
for you guys.
I'm just gonna run over someone.
If you walk backwards, you may land on a smart toilet back here, which
Wait,
we're
what?
about to check out. Hey guys, so you are the first and only toilet booth I have seen. I don't know if there's other toilet tech happening.
Spectacular toilets, by the way.
Spectacular.
Oh, unbelievable. Have you ever test driven one?
I don't know if I want to do it live on TV, but
we'll work it out for you. We have a back room here. It's spectacular.
What's special about these toilets?
Well, what you're going to find on this Toto toilet, especially the NeoRest 750H, is not only does it have the bidet function, and if you've not test driven one, right?
I've not
So
tested
it-
one of your Toto.
So,
Toto
so
bidets.
if you've never had a chance to actually sit down, press the remote control, have that wand come out and start rinsing you off. And by the way, it's got an air dryer on it, it's got a deodorizer, but when that wand begins to come out and spray you, you can actually move it around, get the right spot when it sprays.
I'm feeling a little strange right now. It's a little intimate, right?
Let's get a bit closer here. So what will happen here? You can then push the button, and the water will then pulsate.
So as far as
the water will oscillate, it'll clean it. So it'll clean you off after every use. Then the dryer comes on and dries you off. But here's what's also remarkable. Not only will this toilet clean you, it'll actually clean itself.
Okay.
This toilet generates an electrolyzed water after every use. You get up and you walk away, it'll flush. And then it generates an electrolyzed water from standard incoming tap water.
Okay.
Runs across an anode cathode, creates a mild solution of sodium hypochlorite that then cleans the bowl after every use.
So is the toilet like internet connected or anything? Like how much tech is inside of it? Or is it mainly just the?
It's the engineering.
It's
the
not Alexa
chemistry.
enabled yet, is
It's
it?
not. It's not Alexa.
Okay.
It's not, Alexa, wash me. That's not. We're working on it yet, but not quite there yet.
Can we walk into the hall?
Oh
of
yeah,
toilets?
you can walk in the hall of toilets. It's
Okay.
got an infinity lounge. It looks like it goes on forever.
Okay. All right. This is a very, very beautiful setup you got here.
Thank you, thank you. And what's also, excuse me guys, what's also compelling about this is that you'll notice here there is this light. Now this is actually a ultraviolet light. It generates a 220 nanometer wavelength light. And if you
Okay.
look inside the bowl, it looks a little bit pearlescent. That's because the bowl, the engineering of the chemistry of that bowl, there's a titanium zirconium dioxide coating that's glazed into the surface.
These things have a lot of elements in them.
Oh,
it sounds like.
absolutely, absolutely. But this is where the science comes to bring a value proposition to the consumer, because this light will come on every single day. That titanium dioxide is photocatalytic. It will actually react to the light and break down and decompose anything that might be residual on that surface.
Gotcha. How much is one of these toilets?
For you, $10,000.
$10,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much you got?
No, is that actually how much they cost?
That's exactly how much they cost.
Okay, I was like, I want to.
And we have a floor mount version here, as well as a wall mount version over here. Now, this wall mount is coming out of the European market. We're going to launch it into the United States. And what's interesting about that is it also addresses this floor mount toilet. It's a little bit longer. The wall mount toilet, if you come over here and see this, it actually hangs on the wall here and actually has a dual flush capability on it. So this remote control with the dual flush, light flush for the liquids, heavy flush for the solids, at only 1 gallon for the heavy flush. But here's the remote control that gives you the features of the bidet rinse.
When I think of smart toilets, I generally think of like Japan as like a main market. Is that an error in thinking, or?
No, you're not. You're not. You're exactly correct. In fact, we're a Japanese company.
Okay.
And as a result of that Japanese marketplace, we have a 65% share in the market of Japan. It's absolutely spectacular.
Why are people willing to spend so much on toilets in Japan, and not in the U.S.?
Well, you know, the U.S., everyone's a little bit hesitant about, it's going to spray me where and do what? No, wait. You sit down and you test drive this product. I promise you it will change your life.
All right. Well, I think we'll come back and do a separate video at some point, but we'll need a lot of black bars for it, most likely. Hey, thanks so much.
Take good, guys.
Have a good one.
Enjoy the day.
All right. Okay. So that was mildly tantalizing.
Toilet experience.
I felt a little too close with that founder, to be honest. But all right.
Wait. We have something over here that I
they're
want to take a
pets
look
and
at.
stuff.
So.
Okay.
Look, we're not going to follow you the whole time. I have some. I have
I
some
think
stuff
we
that I'm
might be
interested
chatting
in
about
too.
poop here also.
Okay. Yeah. So
Perfect timing because we're actually playing with the kitty cat.
So wait. So what are you showing me right now? This is PetCube, by the way. So
this is our PetCube camera, and we're actually playing live with a kitty cat right now. The PetCube Play is in the room with this pet. It's got a laser pointer that you actually move your finger around the screen, and it allows you to remotely play with the pet. It's got two-way audio, so you can talk to the pet, and the pet can talk back to you or meow and purr back to you. 1080p night vision, because we know kitty cats are kind of nocturnal.
so when is this coming out though?
So this is actually already out. You can buy this right now. Best Buy.
But you have something new coming out, right?
We do have something new coming out. So if your pet's not as much into the laser, which I would say a lot of people think this is a cat toy. A lot of dogs like laser as well. If your pet's more treat oriented, this is PetCube Bites. You fill it up with your favorite treat and it shoots a treat out the front.
Like shoots it like.
Well, I mean, it's not going to put like a hole in your wall, but it's
Can you shoot one right now? I want to see this.
I don't have it actually plugged in right now, so I can't shoot one right now. I'm so sorry. I can toss a treat at you if you like that. But it's actually got Amazon Dash replenishment in it as well. So when your treats get low, it'll automatically reorder your favorite treats.
Wait, do I have to like push a button or something to reorder this, or can I just yell at it like, "Give me more treats"?
No, it's got the Dash replenishments automatically in it. So in the app, it'll be like, "Oh, you've gone low. Do you want to reorder?"
What if I'm sick of giving my cat treats? So can I just tell it not to reorder?
Yeah, you can absolutely. We're not going to perpetually trap you in treats.
Can I mess with this cat for a second here?
We're in line, actually. There's so many people that want to play with this cat. Let's see if we can. I'll actually show you my cat. My cats are really boring, though, unfortunately. Here we go.
This is good because I'm actually allergic to cats, so I can mess with one from far away.
This is actually my apartment. You can see I'm a cat lady because I have cat art in there. And we'll see if we can get Godzilla to play. And we can actually call to her as well. So let's see if... Godzilla! Godzilla!
This is not a very interesting cat.
She's cleaning herself. We'll see if we can get Joey and those guys to come up again.
So how long have you guys been around?
So we've been around 3 years. We were actually a Kickstarted company. So we've gone through 2 Kickstarters now. We most recently did a Kickstarter to raise for this product and this product. And we were actually on our first Kickstarter one of the top pet products that's ever been on Kickstarter.
So are you guys like another one of these? Would you consider yourself another smart home device then?
I mean, this definitely falls in smart home and Internet of Things.
But there are a lot of IoT things here. Like, how are you guys different then?
I think when it comes...
I mean, aside from shooting treats at your cat.
Yeah, aside from shooting treats, I think a really special thing about PetCube is what's in our app. The community of pet lovers that want to play with pets with one another. This is not, a security camera is not about, we found out a lot of people that are using security cameras are using it for their pets. So it's a really special community for pets. It's a device designed with pets in mind. You're not just like watching your sad dog sitting there. Yeah, so I think the engagement is a really different part.
All right, I'm going to mess with this cat really
6
fast.
Seconds. Wait, here we go. 5, 4, 3. Where did he go? Oh, he's down there. Okay. Connecting. Getting video. 1 second. The Wi-Fi's... Okay. Let's see if we can get him to come.
Is this your pet, Emily? Whose pet is
No, this is not my pet. I'm going to mess with someone else's cat for a second here, though. So.
I think
Oh, there he goes.
I think we might be heading off to place number 2. Aw, is that Joey or George?
I don't know which one this is.
Okay.
All right. It was nice to meet you, Joey or George. So
I don't know if
I'm going to say bye to the cat instead of the company.
Do you get to play with some cats, or the cat's kind of hiding most of the time?
No, I got to play with a cat, which is, like I said, it's probably a good thing because I would not really a cat person. So
Yeah, I feel that. All right, so we hit all the hot spots in tech,
including toilets,
toilet tech, pet tech.
Blade Runner.
I think those might both be as popular as IoT actually is right now. Toilets and pets.
All right, what else we got here then?
Let's see.
Any watches yet? Have you seen any watches?
Not too many in the smartwatch category. I mean, I feel like last year may have been the year for that, and then
I already know because I'm wearing the ultimate wearable right now. So
what happened there?
I fell over.
We don't have to go into too much detail.
Yeah, I fell over very
personal.
hard, so it's extremely embarrassing, and I'm not very proud of it. But.
All right, I think this whatever these plants, there's very often very little signs of life at CES because it's mainly hungover tech bloggers. And
like yourself, basically.
Yeah. Well, I'm not speaking from experience, but I can tell maybe others.
Hey guys, what's up? We're getting close to the end of our day. We still got an upcoming interview with Damon Green, but I wanted to take a quick break from our programming to Damon John. I said Green. Thank you. I'm losing my mind. It's exhausting up here. But I noticed you guys have stopped and checked out the new Toyota over there. We're going to bring up our sponsor right now. Thank you for keeping the lights on. They have a little announcement to make. So please welcome Toyota to the stage.
Are you guys ready to talk about the future? We all like the future, don't we? Oh, come on. Ready to talk about the future? Yeah. So we are going to be talking about the concept car for 2030 by Toyota. It's called Concept I. And Ian Cartabiano here. I said that right.
Perfect.
There we go. You are the studio chief designer at Calty, I think it is, right? Calty, which is the North American design arm for Toyota. So you basically headed up the entire design for Concept I.
Yeah, for Concept I was the chief designer for the entire project. A little bit of pressure on that project, but basically it was a 2-year labor of love to try to explain what does Toyota driving mean in the year 2030. So what are we going to do to be different and to stand out in an industry that's changing really rapidly, changing my career as a car designer. Actually, to be honest with you, this is my first ever CES.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I've been to 1 million auto shows, and cars are my life. So you can tell the world's changing by the fact that our major concept cars debuted at CES this year.
That is actually crazy, as opposed to the car event of the year. That's really, really cool. Well, first of all, before we get into the design aspect of Concept I, how has your first CES been? Exhausting?
It's yeah, I can barely talk right now. It's super exhausting, but it's crazy exciting. It's a little intimidating, to be honest with you. I want to spend my whole time looking at those cool TVs, but it's really exciting, and I really love being part of this process, and I love being able to bring our passion for cars into this type of environment and try to help explain how technology is not going to remove us from the driving experience, but it's actually going to connect us more with the driving experience, and we're going to have a better experience and a more passionate experience with cars. So, yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk kind of about that in terms of the actual design choices that you made. We look at these concept cars every year, and new things are constantly coming out, and these grand ideas. But what I want to understand and dig a little deeper into is the choices behind those, because I think that's where concept cars get a lot more depth.
Right.
So, if you haven't seen Concept I yet, it's white and gold on the outside with some exterior messaging from UE, the interface, and then inside you've got different color lights. So, can you kind of walk me through outside to inside all of these different lights and color choices and why you chose everything?
Okay, there's a lot to cover.
I know, but we'll take it a step at a time.
But basically, our main goal was to make future technology that was warm, approachable, humanistic, and soulful. So we don't think soulful. We don't think future technology means we're all going to be driving around in a smartphone on wheels, or we're going to be enclosed in an aluminum box that just takes us from point A to point B. I think our intention was to make something that felt like it still had the touch of the human hand. And we had the design keyword of kinetic warmth. Kinetic meant the feeling of energy and motion. Warm was the feeling of artistry and emotion. And then we actually designed the project. We designed the whole car from the inside out. So usually in the car world, we design the outer shell, then the interior, then the graphics and the UX. But this time, we actually did a couple things different. We utilized Calty's in Newport Beach. We also have an Ann Arbor studio, but we also have a studio in the Bay Area called Toyota Innovation Hub. And TIH is our way to reach out to the tech industry and the Bay Area innovators to try to change our point of view and to get a different take into the world of cars. We can be kind of a traditional corporation sometimes, the whole industry.
And I think that's a noble attempt as well, because with anybody in their jobs, you get kind of inside this bubble. And so what I hear you saying is that you're trying to get outside of that bubble of that day in and day out stuff that you do, and to look at things from a different perspective. So is that right?
That's totally correct.
So what are some of the things that you've actually kind of that have come out of that relationship, and you've designed something crazy around it?
Well, basically, instead of going from the outside in, inside out, we actually started with the UX, and we spent 5 months thinking about the philosophy of the connection between car and driver using AI and UX. And we had to sort that out before anybody on my team started sketching. So we actually created Yui, our AI agent, and Yui is a name we named it for the show. Theoretically, you could give it any name or any voice you would want.
What name would you give it?
Bruce? I don't know.
Really?
I like Tom. I gotta think of a cool name. It's too much on the spot. But I think the key thing was, how do we make technology that's smart in a car approachable and friendly and engaging in a way that you actually want to engage with the technology? And so instead of doing something like with a robot head or a hologram or any of that sci-fi stuff, we actually went back to a 2D animated graphic, the simplest of forms, but we wanted to give it a charming and endearing quality. So we animated it to have it make, basically the animation is visual communication and vocal communication like you noticed before, using light and color and sound. And it's a way for you to feel a deeper connection with the AI inside Concept I, because you're going to be, you can be working back and forth like a partner. So we figured when you buy this car, you're like meeting a friend for the first time. You don't know much about each other in the very beginning. But as you spend hours and days and years together, you start to know each other a little bit more. And for example, like if I'm communicating, like we just first met.
Right.
So if we become deeper friends, then maybe sometimes I know you want to talk a lot. And then sometimes you may know I want to be super...
Nobody has ever said I talk a lot.
You may know I want to be super quiet, but there's still a need for communication. So we've designed that into the AI. It can adapt to your physical state, to your mental state, the state of the driving condition.
So is it reading, is it have biometric sensors? Or
Yep.
how? Okay.
So our Concept I features biometric feedback. It has visual cameras inside the cabin monitoring your facial expression, your eye movement, your blinking. Also in the seat, you get temperature, heartbeat, breathing rate, and also just through interaction from voice. A lot of times when you're excited, maybe like I am right now, you're like talking really loud and really fast. You can tell what state you're in, or if you're tired, it can tell. But one thing we actually thought about was, okay, it communicates traditionally using the kind of sound and animation and movement, but we want Yui to move around the car and move around the interior to communicate with you and a passenger and rear passengers, but also move from the inside to the outside and communicate with other cars, other pedestrians. So, as I mentioned before, designing from the inside out, knowing that our AI agent had to travel around the vehicle, we gave it a shape to create a pathway. So all the interior form...
The shape that you're mentioning is the car itself or the shape? Okay.
So the car itself, the interior form language, derives from the movement of our communication agent, and then the moving from the interior to the exterior is derived from the movement of Yui going from inside to outside and then back in again.
Awesome. Okay, and so let's talk about the color choices as well. So white and gold on the outside. Why?
So we wanted to... So when I talked about kinetic warmth as our design keyword, we wanted the car to feel like a piece of ceramic sculpture. So we looked at kind of ancient Japanese ceramic and ceramic artwork and jewelry. And so we chose the white. We actually created a new white paint.
You created a new white?
Yeah, it's
paint.
a beautiful white. Go see the car. I don't even know what hall we're in, but go see it at the Toyota booth. It's a beautiful white paint with this blue pearl clear coat. It's gorgeous. But
it is.
But it also is developed to show the lighting technology come from inside the paint. So when you guys see the car, it has external messaging. It has headlamps that wink. They seem to come out of nowhere. Nothing is projected from the stage. It actually is embedded in the car. It comes from behind the paint. And we had to develop new paint technology to allow that to happen, which is really cool. Now the gold has both an ancient and a futuristic meaning. So we looked at again, ancient jewelry and ancient pottery, like museum quality gold, as this beautiful human handcrafted experience, right? But on the flip side, NASA, JPL, they use gold in their satellites to explore the solar system, like the Cassini probe or the Mars lander.
Right.
And so gold's really cool because it has an ancient quality, and a futuristic high-tech quality. So we thought the combination of those two elements would create both a futuristic kind of image, but with a human taste.
Interesting. So let me ask you this: the first color choices for the outside. Do you remember what those were before you wound up on white and gold, or the brand new white? I'm sorry.
I got to be honest with you. We decided the white and gold before we even came up with the car shape.
Okay, then.
So when we came up with the design keyword of kinetic warmth and our whole philosophy about the car, we used kinetic warmth to apply to the design of the UX, the design of the color, materials, and finish, the design of the tire, the design of the font, the heads-up display. It informs everything. So we actually kind of called the interior, we called it Future Crafts. So it's a beautiful combination of ceramic, fabric, high gloss, like this really cool plastic, and then the gold foil finish. So Yui's home, I don't know if you saw it, but it's actually like a gold piece of jewelry. It's a gold foil dish with this beautifully trimmed aluminum ring around it. And what's cool is it looks like it's gold, but then when Yui comes to life, it becomes a full color display. And I just want to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
Regarding that color choice, one thing you'll notice when you see the car is there's no black tablets in the interior. We wanted to remove the tyranny of the tablet. So in my office at work,
the tyranny of the tablet.
I have 2 computer monitors, I have 2 keyboards, I have 3 company phones. When I get in my car, I don't want to look at any more black screens.
That's fair. Actually, that is a concern of people's. You know, we have monitors in front of us at all times. So
info overload. So we wanted to use contextual information. Japanese, it's an ancient Japanese term, omotonashi, which is basically giving you what you need in a beautiful way, when you need it, at the right time, and when you're finished with it, it's gone. So we want to share data that you need by anticipating your needs in a beautiful way. So the information is there, but again, it seems to come out of nowhere. It comes from behind the white surfaces on the interior. It's shown in the beautiful, we have a 600 millimeter wide full color 3D heads-up display. And so everything is simple, serene, beautiful, but again, still informative. And when you want information, it's there. But if you want to get in your car and drive home and chill out, you can just chill out.
I love it. All right, so one final question. The steering wheel kind of stays around no matter what.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I just want to kick my feet back and relax and let the car do its thing.
Well, we made a conscious choice to keep the steering wheel. Again, another trend is in autonomous show cars, the steering wheel always disappears. It's kind of a gimmick. It takes too long for that to happen if you need to control the car again.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
So we always have the steering wheel there, but with our 2 modes, we have manual mode, we have automated mode. It relies on you to tell the car, I want to switch to automated mode. When it does, the steering wheel does stay there, but the seat, we've actually designed the seat to move to the most ideal relaxing condition for your body. Your hip stays at the same point, height-wise, and slides forward, the seat slides back. You're super comfortable, a beautiful breeze, blows on your face. The lighting changes in the car, the sounds change, but the steering wheel's still there. You're not touching it, but if you need to, you can grab that steering wheel at any time.
Okay, I guess that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I wanted the steering wheel to go away, but I can understand why now.
Well, for us, driving is still a key component of this car. Driving is who we are. We're a car company, and driving can still be fun.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you so much for letting me dig into those design choices, because I think it really adds depth to a concept car as opposed to just this gorgeous thing kind of sitting there. Well, wow, that's what the future looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining. If you have any questions for Toyota, you can use the hashtag Toyota CES. Pretty easy to remember. And we appreciate you being here.
Okie doke. Oh, I'm not going to get in your way because you pay the bills. So, okay. Toyota is done, and we're back to TechCrunch. All right. very special guest we have coming to the stage right now, Shark Tank's Damon John. He's also the founder of Fubu. Please come up with me, man. Real excited. You're going to actually sit over on this side. How are you doing?
I'm well.
Good. What brings you to CES? Are you shopping?
I'm shopping for a lot of things for one of my new spaces, my space that I'm creating, like a co-share workspace, but I have a couple of companies out here as well.
Cool. I hear that it's called Blueprint & Co., right?
Yes, my new space is called Blueprint & Co. I'm opening the first one in New York, and we're going to roll out about 75 of them across the country.
So WeWork has been massively successful. It's like the New York sweetheart, right?
Yeah.
Because they mix tech with real estate,
Yeah.
and that's the dream. How are you going to be different? How are you going to win, or are you looking to win? What's the plan there?
Well, I think that WeWork has done a really, really great job. I think that there's a lot of startups there, but as I speak to a lot of corporations, whether big or small, a lot of them want to try and create innovation, but they want their people who currently work at their current company to be around like-minded entrepreneurs. So, the space is really for people doing anywhere from $1 million and up. So you don't want somebody who is doing $50,000 sitting next to somebody doing $5 million, irritating the crap out of them, right? So this is really for companies to have, in the low end, 3 employees, and then I can take as many as 20 or 30.
I found something really interesting. I got on a call recently with, and I hate to bring up WeWork a bunch, but it's an interesting kind of parallel. They have opened up space for Microsoft salespeople. Did you hear about this?
No.
So Microsoft salespeople, instead of going to the Microsoft office, can use any one of WeWork spaces and kind of bring back the idea of the traveling salesman. You said 1 million to 5 million-ish. Would you bring in big corporations who want kind of a space to touch down?
Yeah, so we've talked, many people are doing that. So you look at Harvard, I think have taken some spaces in WeWork as well. No, we're going all the way up to Fortune 500, but I'm saying the startup, the smaller size companies that are fully contained there are 1 to 5 million. And then we're talking to obviously big companies like Shopify will put people there, and various other companies will be there. And then we're going to add my Rolodex to it, and then a lot of course, workshops and hackathons and things of that nature will be there.
Well, I'm based in New York, so I would love to come see it.
Absolutely.
When it's time.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm going to hold you to that.
Next week.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Shark Tank. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear that you guys have reached $100 million in investment. Is that correct?
Not yet. That's going to air, I believe, in February, the 100th millionth deal will air.
The 100 millionth deal, or the $100 million
cash,
in deals.
cash, yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I was mentioning to you earlier when we were standing over there that we do our own little battlefield thing, and we consider it our portfolio. We're not putting our money into it like
Right.
you are. You're putting your money where your mouth is.
It's our money.
We choose, and our judges do an excellent job of choosing those companies. And we're actually, if you considered the battlefield as a portfolio, we're in the top quartile. So I'm curious, with $100 million invested, what is the actual portfolio of Shark Tank looking like in terms of its value?
I wouldn't know because none of the sharks really share their other information with the other ones, right? Because we don't want to share when we're losing. We're only talk about when we're winning, right? And if you think about that, it's Cuban is probably about 30 million himself out of everything. He just likes to spend money like a drunken sailor. So, yeah, but I wouldn't really know because, you look at it from a hard stance of $100 million in hard cash, but then you look at our time and all of our due diligence and all our staff. Every one of us has an average of 20 people who are vetting and operating the deals. So it's really more than $100 million we're putting in.
Right. So you specifically, how much have you put in?
I think to date I'm at about 12.
12?
12
and
million, yeah.
And you're up.
And I'm up. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Probably I would say about my deals that I close on, I would think that about 4 out of 10 I'm up on.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's a great portfolio, sure.
So you're obviously well known as an investor, but you're also an incredible entrepreneur. I don't know if you guys know this, but Fubu started with you sewing the clothes yourself.
Sewing hats out of my basement.
Yeah, you're a hustler,
Mhm.
right? You guys mortgaged your house, right? I wonder what advice, because how many of the people in the crowd right now are entrepreneurs? What advice do you have for these guys?
Well, I think that many entrepreneurs, the thing that we have in common is we're doing something that we love. But the thing that I find that entrepreneurs do that win is they always take affordable steps. They don't go out and they don't raise a shitload of capital and then all of a sudden don't have a way to execute it and make a big mistake. They take affordable steps and then they act, they learn, and then they repeat. And I think that my mentor, Jay Abraham, always said OPM should be other people's manufacturing, mind power, marketing, and mentors, and not always stressing the fact of we need capital. We're in the day and age where we hear too many of the Instagram stories and all this type of raising capital, but we really don't need that. We really need to create a community first and then deploy the capital and then grow the company. And that's what I noticed on Shark Tank. The people that are most successful in Shark Tank are the ones that they feel like they're going to move forward with or without you. You're just going to be fortunate to be part of the ride. They don't say that the sharks are going to change their lives. And I always say, if I knew everything, then FUBU would be Ralph Lauren, or that would be Nike. It's not, right? So I don't know everything. And the people that use their resources that are directly in front of them, those are the ones that we find successful. And I always say Mark Zuckerberg started out with one friend. 1.5 billion friends later, he's okay, but you have to use the capital that's right in front of you. The biggest reason I see that companies fail, startups, are actually overfunding. They take in too much capital, they give up too much of their company too early, then when they make mistakes, they make large mistakes.
And those investors want to see them spend that money. That's the thing. You spend it, invest,
exactly,
grow fast,
exactly.
and then if they do it the wrong way,
they're dead. Credit's ruined for 7 years. Their name is crap out in the market. Nobody's talking to them. Instead of starting small, because you know what? If I give you $1 million for 30% of your company right now, if you get to $10 million and you need to raise another $5 million, I'm not giving up the 30% I just got. Now you got to give up another 30, 40%. Then you got to give it up again. Then all of a sudden you have 10%. You don't love the business anymore, and you're working for everybody else.
okay, you heard it here first, or maybe many times. I think that's always been true. I'm curious about like the theater of entrepreneurship, because I know that you're obviously, I mean, Shark Tank has made a name for itself doing just that, but we see it even in small realms, right? We hold pitch-offs in bars in Boston, and there's half of the crowd isn't an entrepreneur. They just want to see people pitch their products, right? What is that phenomenon? What's that about?
I think it's an American dream. I think everybody has an idea, and 20 years ago when I started, or 25 years ago when I started FUBU and I came out there, I didn't know what millionaires and billionaires and strategic investors want to ask you in the room. I had no idea. I didn't know what EBITDA was. I didn't know what, any of those aspects were. And I think when people see everyday people on Shark Tank or The Apprentice or other things like that, and they come up with ideas and they're just like you, I think they all believe that they can do the same thing, and I think that the Shark Tank carpet and entrepreneurship, I think that is the ultimate equalizer. It doesn't matter if you're a male, woman, what race or religion you are. It gives you the power to have a voice and to feed your family, and I think everybody wants this type of freedom, and so I think that they dream. So whether they're working at a company, and like we were talking about, companies like Google or somebody are putting people other places. They want people to think like entrepreneurs, and people who think like entrepreneurs end up becoming entrepreneurs one way or another.
I'm curious about like how, in the spirit of like the theater of entrepreneurialism, like how real is the show? And that's a kind of a two-part question. My first one is Mr. Wonderful really a jerk, or is that just his character? He is.
Yeah, so let me tell you about the real aspect of the show. The show is more real than you actually see. Those pitches they average 45 minutes. Many of them are 2.5 hours. You have people who are crying. You have people who are fainting. Yes, Mr. Wonderful is an a-hole. That's just what he thinks about money, right? Those deals, we don't know anything about those individuals when they walk up to us. We have not even a piece of paper on them. It takes us anywhere from 3 months to 9 months to close and vet the deals. I'm at a close ratio at about 90% of the deals you see me offer on TV, I close. But in the first year, I was only closing 30%. Then every year, maybe 40, then 50, it grew, because if you look at the casting directors, the first year, they didn't know business either. They were great casting directors. So when I always joke, when somebody came up to them and say, hey, I'm doing $30 million in business, I have one employee, they didn't know to say, so you're selling cocaine, right? They didn't know what to ask them. But as the years grew and they started to witness the panels and see what's going on, because we see 200 pitches a year. We see 100 pitches in June, 100 in September. only 120 make the air. But we see them back to back to back. I get up at 5 in the morning. By the time I leave the studio and I get home, it's 9 o'clock. We see 10 people, and they average out about 45 minutes to an hour. And you don't want to be that last person walking in the door after we've seen 100 pitches.
I bet.
But that's really that's the reality of the show.
Well, and I mean, to a certain extent, you're working hard, a lot harder than most VCs because they don't stay in the office until 9. But
right.
VCs choose who walks in their door. And like you said, there's a casting director. I mean, what input do you guys have as Sharks, and how do the producers and casting directors approach diversity in terms of the people that get to walk through those doors?
We don't have too much input. The only input we have is we always say that if there's kids in the pitch and their parents are there, when they come in, let the kids do part of the pitch and then leave, because we don't want to obviously beat up when their parents are in front of them, right? And there's so many people who want kid Shark Tank, and we can't do that because there's no good way to say, listen, little Timmy, become a rapper or a drug dealer. It's not going to work, right? So those are the only inputs we have. It's about the kids. Because it's the number one show watched from kids 5 to 15, and it's the number one show watched with parents and kids together. And the main reason most of us do it is because we feel that the next Steve Jobs or the next Bill Gates or Oprah Winfrey is in their little pajamas, eating cereal and watching the show. And that really is why many of us really love the show.
That's awesome. Do you still wear FUBU, for us, by us?
I do.
Awesome.
I do.
Just thought I'd check in on that.
I got my hat over there. I just took it off because I was sitting on it.
How much of what happens on Shark Tank, or how much of the investments made in the Shark Tank companies are tech related? And do you want more of that, or is it more fun to have like dog
I want more
ice
of that.
cream?
The ones that have been very profitable for me have been tech related. There was one named Scally that was one that kids go on and look for scholarships. Another one I have is a sock company called Bombas Socks, where they send socks directly to your house. You can't find them in retail. I have a crap load of FUBU socks in the warehouse that I can't get rid of. But these guys with this Bombas sock company who give away a pair to everyone they sell, been doing a really amazing. Have gotten probably up to. They came on the show. They were doing 800,000. Now they're going to do about 15 million this year. So I would say about 30% of the company, or maybe even 50% of the company, have some aspect of tech in the company, whether they're converting on social media or it actually is a tech product itself.
And do you think that there's ever that the format of Shark Tank, the fact that it is a huge show that everyone loves to watch, and it can be really funny, it can be heart-wrenching, do you think that that actually might work against you in terms of the people that will come on and pitch? Do you think that you're ever being left out of the really, truly game-changing tech because they don't want to go on a show and pitch it, they want to talk to, Sand Hill Road?
Yeah, well, some of the people who really are, they're up in the valley and they kind of have made a career out of raising money and stuff like that. That's not the kind of person that I look for in Shark Tank. I look for the person on Shark Tank because where Shark Tank was really created. It initially was created of people who had no access to capital, but yet they're a hardworking mother. She's raised 2 children, put her kids through college, and now she's put $100,000 into this business, and she can scale the business, and she wants somebody to help. Those are the deals like that. We can go to all of our VC friends and partners and kind of jump in on those type of deals. I'm not really looking for those type of deals on Shark Tank.
Okay, and we're running out of time, so I have one more question for you. We have a ton of entrepreneurs here. Are there any personal problems that you have that you want solved? Like if someone came to you right now and they were like, I have a motorized tie rack that's perfect for you. Like what do you want built?
I don't know, something that could just get rid of my ex-wife from calling me, something like that. But I thought we were going to talk about my halos today.
You want to talk about what?
My Halo Starkey halos.
Tell me.
All right, so no, because we were coming here, my Starkey guys wanted me here. Did we talk about these at all yet?
No. Tell me.
So I wanted to talk about these Starkey halos. So these are my new hearing devices, right, that I got from the Starkey company, where they plug into my iPhone. And what I've noticed on Shark Tank, and I wear these on Shark Tank often, people are so embarrassed of what they think the old school hearing devices are. And I wear these things that stream.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Is it dirty? Does it have your ear on it?
Super clean. Now I wear them and they stream through my iPhone right directly to my ears. I can listen to my audio books on them. I can also record conversations if I'm having a conversation with somebody.
That's creepy.
I can, so I'll put my phone right here. and I'll go to the bathroom and I'll record the whole entire conversation. And now I have a 10-month-old at home, so when I'm home now and I'm trying to watch TV, I can't watch it because this little girl may wake up the whole entire house. But now I put my halos in and I can watch TV with them. So I was going to talk about this because these plug into my iPhone, and this is a new technology. I've been wearing them for about 3 years, and I never realized a couple of things. Being dyslexic as well as the loss of hearing is some of the biggest challenges for kids in school, because a kid, if they can't really hear when they're in 3rd, 4th grade, they don't want to go, huh? Right? Because they'll be embarrassed. They'll be called stupid or dumb and things like that. And a lot of people, it takes them about 10 years to realize that they have a loss of hearing. And I've been listening to loud headphones for my entire life. And after I started wearing these things, and a lot of us have loved ones here and family members here who don't want to admit that they have a challenge or a loss of hearing, these things are the most incredible things that have changed my life. And that's why I came over here to talk to you, because I wanted to share. Oh, wait a minute, there was some nice wax on here for you. There you go.
Oh man, I probably could have sold that. You wanna?
Man,
Can I?
Damn. But that's what I wanted to talk about, these Halo Starkey devices.
How much
because,
do they cost?
Oh, they range about $2,000.
Oh wow.
Right? Yeah, but these are the most amazing pieces of device. This has changed my entire life.
And you can turn up the volume on your real world.
You can turn the volume in real world. If I'm sitting there in a restaurant, I'm talking to you, I can cut them on to stage number 2, and all the back noise backs out, and I just hear you.
Have you heard of Doppler Labs? You must have.
No.
Okay, well they're working on something similar. You guys should.
Yeah, so these are my Starkey Halos, and I just wanted to make sure, because I'm an advocate for 2 things.
They're
the loss
really
of,
small.
The loss of hearing and dyslexia, and I like to share that with everybody because I believe that technology now is at a day and age where we can flip on a switch now and change your entire way of living. And the beautiful thing about sound is you don't realize that you're missing it until it's actually gone.
So true. And where can people find those?
I think you go to Starkey.com, and where can people find the Starkey stuff, guys? Chris?
Starkey.com.
Starkey.com,
Is
yeah.
that with a Y or an I?
STARKY.
Cool.
.com.
You guys heard it here first. Damon, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're the
Thanks
best.
for having me. I'm going to see you next week in New York.
Yeah, you are. I'm going to come check out Blueprint & Co.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're just going to finish with a Battlefield update from one of our past winners, right? So I didn't get that text, but whoever they are, they need to come up and hang out.
It is us.
It is you.
It is us.
Okay, have fun.
Thank you so much. As long as I can talk to you. How do we do slides now? I do it? I do it? Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah. I'm the co-founder of Ava. And we are a Swiss and San Francisco-based women's health company. We were part of the Disrupt Battlefield last year in San Francisco, and I was asked to give a small update about our company today. So I'm really excited to be doing that. And I think first, maybe a little bit about Ava. Ava is actually all about having babies. We are the first precise and easy method for women to track their menstrual cycle and to detect their fertile window. We are a sensor bracelet, this sensor bracelet actually, that women can wear during the night and that uses completely new technology to detect a woman's fertile window. Now, so far in the old days before Ava, the options that women had to track their menstrual cycle were either taking their temperature every morning, waking up at 6 a.m., charting this big chart and trying to figure out when they're ovulating. It was messy and it was frustrating. The other option they had was basically peeing on a stick 10 times a month and trying to learn about their fertile window. I see some people laughing here, yes. So that was really what women had so far, and we wanted to have a more 21st century method for women to track their menstrual cycle. And that's what we came up with Ava. Ava tracks 9 different physiological parameters continuously during the night, which allows us to detect the fertile window earlier than any other method, very precisely, and just also really conveniently, because it's a bracelet that you just wear during the night. Now, I'm very excited that I can give a quick update over what we've been up to in the last year since Disrupt. Basically, the first thing that we did last March is we got Ava clinically validated. Ava has been clinically shown to detect 5.3 fertile days in a woman's menstrual cycle with an 89% accuracy. We did that research with the University Hospital of Zurich in Switzerland. We have gotten the FDA registration shortly after that. Secondly, and really excitingly for us since TechCrunch, we have started selling. We started selling in July last year. And even before we started selling and before our launch, we were actually sold out. Our first 2 production batches were sold out. Now, around 5 months later, we are still on back order. We can still not keep up with the demand, which is amazing news for us, and I think it also shows that there has been a huge lack of technology in the space that we are in, and women have really been looking for something like that. I think we also see that with the customers that we had a lot of really, really happy customers. We have a lot of customers who really like what we're doing. And most importantly, and I think that's really why we're doing it, is we had a lot of pregnant customers. We had in October our first pregnancy. Since then, we had a dozen of additional pregnancies, and we're really excited to have even more next year. And then, of course, and to use TechCrunch for that one, we have raised our Series A. We have raised almost a 10 million Series A round this November, which is now helping us with our expansion plans. So now, what is next for Ava? Basically, one of the most important things for us is to continuously drive research in the women's health area. It is really an area that has seen almost no technology in the last decades. We're in an area where we call Ubers for whatever we need. We have technology wherever we are. But in the area that we've been in, we've really been stuck with methods that already our parents have used, right? So we're going to continue doing research. We have, based on the success of our first clinical study, we've started already our second clinical study. And basically, we're doing research as a small Swiss company with close to 30 people. We're doing really research that is at the edge of what people have known so far in the women's health space. And we're really excited to bring that forward, with the ultimate vision being Ava as a companion through all the stages that are important in a woman's life, be it when she's trying to get pregnant, when she's trying to prevent pregnancy, and eventually in menopause. There is a ton of things still to learn there. And then, of course, we're also expanding. Europe is our next market. We're going to Europe in a few weeks, actually, already, and we're really excited to be launching there. And that was a little update about us. We are available on avawomen.com already in the US since a couple of months, and you can now buy us if you're in Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Awesome. So we are now throwing to Crunch Report with Tito Amzi. So enjoy that. The day's news. Whoop.
To help Facebook news publishers, DJI opens its wallet for Hasselblad, and Indiegogo goes equity. It's Friday, January 6th, and this is Crunch Report. Friday, fun day, TechCrunch Landia. Welcome to day 2 of CES, the Las Vegas conference where literally everything is connected to the internet, even the people. Incoming tech news. In some ways, Facebook is the drug that publishers can't ignore. As of late, some fake news stories have been getting more attention than major real news stories. But no matter how bad it is, Facebook is integral if news outlets want to actually get their news to people and not have their headlines left cold and lonely on porches around the world. Or headlines. As Facebook tries to make it through these speed bumps, it's decided to hire Campbell Brown as a liaison between the company and news organizations. Yes, that's right. That's Campbell Brown, the former anchor and charter school advocate. It's unclear just how much power she'll have to help put the train back on the tracks, but cheers to trying. Long live good old Hassie. Founded in 1841, Hasselblad Camera Company has been through its fair share of ownership changes. But this year, it won't be another private equity firm. Drone company DJI appears to have taken a majority stake in the company, an expansion from their previous minority ownership. The deal comes off as a bit wonky because of the average pricing of Hasselblad cameras, but the brand should bring some professional credibility to the relatively youthful DJI. Now, a word from our sponsor. The all-new Prius Prime Electric Hybrid is more than Toyota's most advanced Prius. With purposeful design, intelligent ecotech, and breakthrough efficiency, it's the new possible. Ugh, you know what I hate? Those moments when I have to choose between having a financial stake in startups I like and getting their products as a reward for backing them. Seriously, this incredibly niche problem is up there with being forced to stow your carry-on and crying babies when you're trying to get work done. I kid. Punny, get it? I kid. But you know what? If someone did offer this, I can't say I wouldn't use it. Good thing Indiegogo has taken the initiative. The crowdfunding platform has had both campaign-based fundraising and equity-based fundraising for some time now. But later this year, Indiegogo's CEO wants to combine them. They're going to first have to court the favor of the SEC, but if it happens, backers might for once be able to have their cake and eat it too. That's the report for today. I'm Tito Hamzy. Crunch Reporters every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on TechCrunch.com. You also find us on iTunes and on YouTube. It's the last day of Crunch Report this week. Last day of CES tomorrow. And we'll see you on Monday back in San Francisco. All right, see ya.
All right, thank you guys so much for being a part of TechCrunch CES here on day 2. We've got one more day left. I know we're exhausted, but we're going to rock it tomorrow. Be here at 9:30 for the Gadgets podcast and then Tech Trivia. Okay, thanks. See you later.
Brought a bag of wet ones on stage with me. Yeah. It's a wrap. Okay. It's 8.
I'm at 8:50.